Part 2. 1. It was then that began our extensive travels all over the States. To any other type of tourist accommodation I soon grew to prefer the functional muddle clean, neat, safe nooks, ideal places for sleep, argument, reconciliation, insatiable illicit love. At first, in my dread of arousing suspicion, I would eagerly pay for both sections of one double unit, each containing a double bed. I wondered what type of foursome this arrangement was even intended for, since only a Pharisaic parody of privacy could be attained by means of the incomplete partition dividing the cabin or room into two communicating love nests. By and by, the very possibilities that such honest promiscuity suggested two young couples merrily swapping mates or a child shamming sleep to ear-witness primal sonorities, made me bolder, and every now and then I would take a bed and cot or twin bed cabin, a prison cell or paradise, with yellow window shades pulled down to create a morning illusion of Venice and sunshine when actually it was Pennsylvania and rain. We came to known as cons, to use a Flaubertian intonation, stone cottages under enormous Chateaubriand-esque trees, the brick unit, the adobe unit, the stucco court, on what the tour book of the Automobile Association describes as shaded, or spacious, or landscaped grounds. The log kind, finished in nutty pine, reminded low, by its golden brown glaze, of friend chicken bones. We held in contempt the plain whitewashed clapboard cabins, with their faint seawarish smell or some other gloomy self-conscious stench and nothing to boast of, except good beds, and an unsmiling landlady always prepared to have her gift. Well, I could give you. Turned down. News cons, this is royal fun, the would-be enticements of their repetitious nemesel, those sunset motels, U-beam cottages, Hillcrest courts, Pine View courts, Mountain View courts, Skyline courts, Park Plaza courts, Green Acres, Max courts. There was sometimes a special line in the write-up, such as children welcome, pets allowed, you are welcome, you are allowed. The baths were mostly tiled showers, with an endless variety of spouting mechanisms, but with one definitely non-Laodicean characteristic in common, a propensity, while in use, to turn instantly beastly hot or blindingly cold upon you, depending on whether your neighbor turned on his cold or his hot to deprive you of a necessary compliment in the shower you had so carefully blended. Some motels had instructions pasted above the toilet, on whose tank the towels were unhygienically heaped, asking guests not to throw into its bowl garbage, beer cans, cartons, stillborn babies. Others had special notices under glass, such as things to do riding. You will often see riders coming down Main Street on their way back from a romantic moonlight ride. Often at 3 a.m., sneered unromantic low. Newscon was the various types of motor court operators, the reformed criminal, the retired teacher and the business flop, among the males. And the motherly, pseudo-ladylike and madamic variants among the females. And sometimes trains would cry in the monstrously hot and humid night with heartrending and ominous poignancy, mingling power and hysteria in one desperate scream. We avoided tourist homes, country cousins of funeral ones, old-fashioned, genteel and showerless, with elaborate dressing tables in depressingly white and pink little bedrooms, and photographs of the landlady's children in all their instars. But I did surrender, now and then, to Lo's predilection for real hotels. She would pick out in the book, while I petted her in the parked car in the silence of a dusk-mellowed, mysterious side road, some highly recommended lake lodge which offered all sorts of things magnified by the flashlight she moved over them, such as congenial company, between meals snacks, outdoor barbecues, but which in my mind conjured up odious visions of stinking high school boys in sweatshirts and an ember-red cheek pressing against hers, while poor Dr. Humbert, embracing nothing but two masculine knees, would cold humor his piles on the damp turf. Most empty to her, too, were those colonial inns, which apart from gracious atmosphere and picture windows, promised unlimited quantities of food. Treasured recollections of my father's palatial hotel sometimes led me to seek for its like in the strange country we traveled through. I was soon discouraged. But Lo kept following the scent of rich food ads, while I derived a not exclusively economic kick from such roadside signs as Timber Hotel, children under 14 free. On the other hand, I shudder when recalling that Swatisong high-class resort in a Midwestern state, which advertised raid the icebox, midnight snacks and, intrigued by my accent, wanted to know my dead wife's and dead mother's maiden names. A 2-day stay there cost me $124. And do you remember, Miranda, that other ultra-smart robber's den with complimentary morning coffee and circulating ice water, and no children under 16, no Lolitas, of course. Immediately upon arrival at one of the plainer motor courts which became our habitual haunts, she would set the electric fan a-whir, or induce me to drop a quarter into the radio, or she would read all the signs and inquire with a whine why she could not go riding up some advertised trail or swimming in that local pool of warm mineral water. Most often, in the slouching, bored way she cultivated, Lo would fall prostrate and abominably desirable into a red spring chair or a green chaise longue, or a steamer chair of striped canvas with footrest and canopy, or a sling chair, or any other lawn chair under a garden umbrella on the patio, and it would take hours of blandishments, threats and promises to make her lend me for a few seconds her brown limbs in the seclusion of the $5 room before undertaking anything she might prefer to my poor joy. A combination of naivete and deception, of charm and vulgarity, of blue silks and rosy mirth, Lolita, when she chose, could be a most exasperating brat. I was not really quite prepared for her fits of disorganized boredom, intense and vehement griping, her sprawling, droopy, dopey-eyed style, and what is called goofing off, a kind of diffused clowning which she thought was tough in a boyish hoodlum way. Mentally, I found her to be a disgustingly conventional little girl. Sweet hot jazz, square dancing, gooey fudge sundaes, musicals, movie magazines and so forth, these were the obvious items in her list of beloved things. The Lord knows how many nickels I fed to the gorgeous music boxes that came with every meal we had. I still hear the nasal voices of those invisibles serenading her, people with names like Sammy and Joe and Eddie and Tony and Peggy and Guy and Patty and Rex, and sentimental song hits, all of them as similar to my ear as her various candies were to my palate. She believed, with a kind of celestial trust, any advertisement or advice that appeared in Movie Love or Screenland Strassel Starves Pimples, or you better watch out if you're wearing your shirt tails outside your jeans, gals, because Jill says you shouldn't. If a roadside sign said, "Visit our gift shop," he had to visit it, had to buy its Indian curios, dolls, copper jewelry, cactus candy. The words novelties and souvenirs simply entranced her by their trochaic lilt. If some calf sign proclaimed ice-cold drinks, she was automatically stirred, although all drinks everywhere were ice-cold. She it was to whom ads were dedicated, the ideal consumer, the subject and object of every foul poster. And she attempted unsuccessful to patronize only those restaurants where the Holy Spirit of Hunkendines had descended upon the cute paper napkins and cottage cheese-crusted salads. In those days, neither she nor I had thought up yet the system of monetary bribes which was to work such havoc with my nerves and her morals somewhat later. I relied on 3 other methods to keep my pubescent concubine in submission and passable temper. A few years before, she had spent a rainy summer under Miss Fallon's bleary eye in a dilapidated Appalachian farmhouse that had belonged to some gnarled Haze or other in the dead past. It still stood among its rank acres of goldenrod on the edge of a flowerless forest, at the end of a permanently muddy road, 20 miles from the nearest hamlet. Lo recalled that scarecrow of a house, the solitude, the soggy old pastures, the wind, the bloated wilderness, with an energy of disgust that distorted her mouth and fattened her half-revealed tongue. And it was there that I warned her she would dwell with me in exile for months and years if need be, studying under me French and Latin, unless her present attitude changed. "Charlotte, I began to understand you." A simple child, Lo would scream no, and frantically clutch at my driving hand whenever I put a stop to her tornadoes of temper by turning in the middle of a highway with the implication that I was about to take her straight to that dark and dismal abode. The farther, however, we traveled away from it west, the less tangible that menace became, and I had to adopt other methods of persuasion. Among these, the reformatory threat is the one I recall with the deepest moan of shame. From the very beginning of our concourse, I was clever enough to realize that I must secure her complete cooperation in keeping our relations secret, that it should become a second nature with her, no matter what grudge she might bear me, no matter what other pleasure she might seek. Come and kiss your old man, I would say, and drop that moody nonsense. In former times, when I was still your dream male, the reader will notice what pains I took to speak Lo's tongue. You swoon to records of the #1 throb and sob idol of your coevals, Lo, of my what? Speak English. That idol of your pals sounded, you thought, like friend Humbert. But now, I am just your old man, a dream dad protecting his dream daughter. My condolers. I want to protect you, dear, from all the horrors that happen to little girls in coal sheds and alleyways, and alas, comme vous le savez trop bien, ma gentille, in the blueberry woods during the bluest of summers. Through thick and thin I will still stay your guardian, and if you are good, I hope a court may legalize that guardianship before long. Let us, however, forget Dolores Haze, so-called legal terminology that accepts as rational the term lewd and lascivious cohabitation. I am not a criminal sexual psychopath taking indecent liberties with a child. The rapist was Charlie Holmes. I am the therapist, a matter of nice spacing in the way of distinction. I am your datum, Lo. Look, I've a learned book here about young girls. Look, darling, what it says. I quote, "The normal girl mark out normal girl is usually extremely anxious to please her father. She feels in him the forerunner of the desired elusive male. Elusive is good," by Polonius. The wise mother, and your poor mother would have been wise, had she lived, will encourage a companionship between father and daughter. Realism excuse the corny style that the girl forms her ideals of romance and of men from her association with her father. Now, what association does this cheery book mean and recommend? I quote again, "Among Sicilians sexual relations between a father and his daughter are accepted as a matter of course, and the girl who participates in such relationship is not looked upon with disapproval by the society of which she is part. I'm a great admirer of Sicilians, fine athletes, fine musicians, fine upright people, Lo, and great lovers. But let's not digress. Only the other day we read in the newspapers some bunkum about a middle-aged morals offender who pleaded guilty to the violation of the Mann Act and to transporting a 9-year-old girl across state lines for immoral purposes, whatever these are. Dolores darling, you are not 9 but almost 13, and I would not advise you to consider yourself my cross-country slave, and I deplore the Mann Act as lending itself to a dreadful pun, the revenge that the gods of semantics take against tight-zippered Philistines. I am your father, and I am speaking English, and I love you. Finally, let us see what happens if you, a minor, accused of having impaired the morals of an adult in a respectable inn, what happens if you complain to the police of my having kidnapped and raped you? Let us suppose they believe you. A minor female, who allows a person over 21 to know her carnally, involves her victim into statutory rape, or second-degree sodomy, depending on the technique. And the maximum penalty is 10 years. So, I go to jail. Okay. I go to jail. But what happens to you, my orphan? Well, you are luckier. You become the ward of the Department of Public Welfare, which I am afraid sounds a little bleak. A nice grim matron of the Miss Fallon type, but more rigid and not a drinking woman, will take away your lipstick and fancy clothes. No more gadding about. I don't know if you have ever heard of the laws relating to dependent, neglected, incorrigible and delinquent children. While I stand gripping the bars, you, happy neglected child, will be given a choice of various dwelling places, all more or less the same: the correctional school, the reformatory, the juvenile detention home, or one of those admirable girls' protectories where you knit things, and sing hymns, and have rancid pancakes on Sundays. You will go there, Lolita me Lolita. This Lolita will leave plainer words. If we two are found out, you will be analyzed and institutionalized, my pet, say tout. You will dwell, my Lolita will dwell, come here, my brown flower, with 39 other dopes in a dirty dormitory. No, allow me, please, under the supervision of hideous matrons. This is the situation. This is the choice. Don't you think that under the circumstances Dolores Haze had better stick to her old man? By rubbing all this in, I succeeded in terrorizing Lo, who despite a certain brash alertness of manner and spurts of wit was not as intelligent a child as her IQ might suggest. But if I managed to establish that background of shared secrecy and shared guilt, I was much less successful in keeping her in good humor. Every morning during our year-long travels I had to devise some expectation, some special point in space and time for her to look forward to, for her to survive till bedtime. Otherwise, deprived of a shaping and sustaining purpose, the skeleton of her day sagged and collapsed. The object in view might be anything: a lighthouse in Virginia, a natural cave in Arkansas converted to a calf, a collection of guns and violins somewhere in Oklahoma, a replica of the Grotto of Lourdes in Louisiana, shabby photographs of the Bonanza mining period in the local museum of a Rocky Mountains resort, anything hatsoever, but it had to be there, in front of us, like a fixed star, although as likely as not Lo would feign gagging as soon as we got to it. By putting the geography of the United States into motion, I did my best for hours on end to give her the impression of going places, of rolling on to some definite destination, to some unusual delight. I have never seen such smooth amiable roads as those that now radiated before us, across the crazy quilt of 48 states. Voraciously we consumed those long highways, in rapt silence we glided over their glossy black dance floors. Not only had Lo no eye for scenery, but she furiously resented my calling her attention to this or that enchanting detail of landscape, which I myself learned to discern only after being exposed for quite a time to the delicate beauty ever present in the margin of our undeserving journey. By a paradox of pictorial thought, the average lowland North American countryside had at first seemed to me something I accepted with a shock of amused recognition because of those painted oilcloths which were imported from America in the old days to be hung above washstands in Central European nurseries, and which fascinated a drowsy child at bedtime with the rustic green views they depict: opaque curly trees, a barn, cattle, a brook, the dull white of vague orchards in bloom, and perhaps a stone fence or hills of greenish gouache. But gradually the models of those elementary rusticities became stranger and stranger to the eye, the nearer I came to know them. Beyond the tilled plain, beyond the toy roofs, there would be a slow suffusion of a noodle loveliness, a low sun in a platinum haze with a warm, peeled peach tinge pervading the upper edge of a two-dimensional, dove-gray cloud fusing with a distant amorous mist. There might be a line of spaced trees silhouetted against the horizon, and hot still noons above a wilderness of clover and Claude Lorraine clouds inscribed remotely into misty azure with only their cumulus part conspicuous against the neutral swoon of the background. Or again, it might be a stern El Greco horizon, pregnant with inky rain, and a passing glimpse of some mummy-necked farmer, and all around alternating strips of quicksilverish water and harsh green corn, the whole arrangement opening like a fan, somewhere in Kansas. Now and then, in the vastness of those plains, huge trees would advance toward us to cluster self-consciously by the roadside and provide a bit of humanitarian shade above a picnic table, with sunflecks, flattened paper cups, samaras and discarded ice cream sticks littering the brown ground. A great user of roadside facilities, my unfastidious Lo would be charmed by toilet signs, guys, gals, John, Jane, Jack, Jill, and even Bucks Does. While lost in an artist's dream, I would stare at the honest brightness of the gasoline paraphernalia against the splendid green of oaks, or at a distant hill scrambling out scarred but still untamed from the wilderness of agriculture that was trying to swallow it. At night, tall trucks studded with colored lights, like dreadful giant Christmas trees, loomed in the darkness and thundered by the belated little sedan. And again next day a thinly populated sky, losing its blue to the heat, would melt overhead, and Lo would clamor for a drink, and her cheeks would hollow vigorously over the straw, and the car inside would be a furnace when we got in again, and the road shimmered ahead, with a remote car changing its shape mirage-like in the surface glare, and seeming to hang for a moment, old-fashionedly square and high, in the hot haze. And as we pushed westward, patches of what the garage man called sagebrush appeared, and then the mysterious outlines of table-like hills, and then red bluffs ink-blotted with junipers, and then a mountain range, done grading into blue, and blue into dream, and the desert would meet us with a steady gale, dust, gray thorn bushes, and hideous bits of tissue paper mimicking pale flowers among the prickles of wind-tortured withered stalks all along the highway. In the middle of which there sometimes stood simple cows, immobilized in a position, tail left, white eyelashes right, cutting across all human rules of traffic. My lawyer has suggested I give a clear, frank account of the itinerary we followed, and I suppose I have reached here a point where I cannot avoid that chore. Roughly, during that mid-year, August 1947 to August 1948, our route began with a series of wiggles and whirls in New England, then meandered south, up and down, east and west. Dipped deep into CEQ Napel Dixieland, avoided Florida because the Farlows were there, veered west, zigzagged through corn belts and cotton belts. This is not too clear, I am afraid, Clarence, but I did not keep any notes, and have at my disposal only an atrociously crippled tour book in 3 volumes, almost a symbol of my torn and tattered past, in which to check these recollections. Crossed and recrossed the Rockies, straggled through southern deserts where we wintered. Reached the Pacific, turned north through the pale lilac fluff of flowering shrubs along forest roads. Almost reached the Canadian border. And proceeded east, across good lands and bad lands, back to agriculture on a grand scale, avoiding, despite Little Low's strident remonstrations, Little Low's birthplace, in a corn, coal and hog-producing area. And finally returned to the fold of the East, petering out in the college town of Durdsley. 2. Now, in perusing what follows, the reader should bear in mind not only the general circuit as adumbrated above, with its many side trips and tourist traps, secondary circles and skittish deviations, but also the fact that far from being an indolent party deplacer, our tour was a hard, twisted, teleological growth, whose sole raison d'etre, these French cliques are symptomatic, was to keep my companion in passable humor from kiss to kiss. Thumbing through that battered tour book, I dimly evoke that magnolia garden in a southern state which cost me $4 and which, according to the ad in the book, you must visit for 3 reasons, because John Galsworthy, a stone-dead writer of sorts, acclaimed it as the world's fairest garden. Because in 1900 Baedeker's guide had marked it with a star. And finally, because... Oh, reader, my reader, guess. Because children, and by jingo was not my Lolita a child, will walk starry-eyed and reverently through this foretaste of heaven, drinking in beauty that can influence a life. Not mine, said Grimlow, and settled down on a bench with the fillings of 2 Sunday papers in her lovely lap. We passed and repassed through the whole gamut of American roadside restaurants, from the lowly Eat with its deer head, dark trace of long tier at inner canthus, humorous picture postcards of the posterior carrot type, impaled guest checks, lifesavers, sunglasses, admin visions of celestial Sundays, 1/2 of a chocolate cake under glass, and several horribly experienced flies zigzagging over the sticky sugar pour on the ignoble counter. And all the way to the expensive place with the subdued lights, preposterously poor table linen, inept waiters, ex-convicts or college boys, the roan back of a screen actress, the sable eyebrows of her male of the moment, and an orchestra of zoot suitors with trumpets. We inspected the world's largest stalagmite in a cave where 3 southeastern states have a family reunion. Admission by age. Adults $1, pubescents 60 cents. A granite obelisk commemorating the Battle of Blue Licks, with old bones and Indian pottery in the museum nearby, low a dime, very reasonable. The present log cabin boldly simulating the past log cabin where Lincoln was born. A boulder, with a plaque, in memory of the author of Trees By Now We Are in Poplar Cove, North Carolina, reached by what my kind, tolerant, usually so restrained tour book angrily calls a very narrow road, poorly maintained, to which, though no Kilmerite, I subscribe. From a hired motorboat operated by an elderly, but still repulsively handsome white Russian, a baronet said, Low's palms were damp, the little fool, who had known in California good old Maximovich and Valeria, we could distinguish the inaccessible millionaire's colony on an island, somewhere off the Georgia coast. We inspected further, a collection of European hotel picture postcards in a museum devoted to hobbies at a Mississippi resort, where with a hot wave of pride I discovered a colored photo of my father's Mirana, its striped awnings, its flag flying above the retouched palm trees. "So what?" said Lo, squinting at the bronzed owner of an expensive car who had followed us into the hobby house. "Relics of the cotton era. A forest in Arkansas and, on her brown shoulder, a raised purple-pink swelling, the work of some gnat, which I eased of its beautiful transparent poison between my long thumbnails and then sucked till I was gorged on her spicy blood. Bourbon Street, in a town named New Orleans, whose sidewalks, said the tour book, may feature entertainment by pickaninnies who will liked the will even better tap dance for pennies, what fun, while its numerous small and intimate night clubs are thronged with visitors, naughty. Collections of frontier lore. Antebellum homes with iron trellis balconies and hand-worked stairs, the kind down which movie ladies with sun-kissed shoulders run in rich technicolor, holding up the fronts of their flounced skirts with both little hands in that special way, and the devoted negress shaking her head on the upper landing. The Menninger Foundation, a psychiatric clinic, just for the heck of it. A patch of beautifully eroded clay. And yucca blossoms, so pure, so waxy, but lousy with creeping white flies. Independence, Missouri, the starting point of the old Oregon Trail. And Abilene, Kansas, the home of the Wild Bill Something Rodeo. Distant mountains. Near mountains. More mountains. Bluish beauties never attainable, or ever turning into inhabited hill after hill. Southeastern ranges, altitudinal failures as Alps go. Heart and sky-piercing snow-veined gray colossi of stone, relentless peaks appearing from nowhere at a turn of the highway. Timbered enormities, with a system of neatly overlapping dark firs, interrupted in places by pale puffs of aspen. Pink and lilac formations, pharaonic, phallic, too prehistoric for words, bloss low. Buttes of black lava. Early spring mountains with young elephant lanugo along their spines. End of the summer mountains, all hunched up, their heavy Egyptian limbs folded under folds of tawny, moth-eaten plush. Oatmeal hills, flecked with green round oaks. A last rufous mountain with a rich rug of lucerne at its foot. Moreover, we inspected Little Iceberg Lake, somewhere in Colorado, and the snow banks, and the cushionnets of tiny alpine flowers, and more snow. Down which Lo in red-peaked cap tried to slide, and squealed, and was snowballed by some youngsters, and retaliated in kind. Commandit. Skeletons of burned aspens, patches of spired blue flowers. The various items of a scenic drive. Hundreds of scenic drives, thousands of bare creeks, soda springs, painted canyons. Texas, a drought-struck plain. Crystal chamber in the longest cave in the world, children under 12 free, Lo a young captive. A collection of a local lady's homemade sculptures, closed on a miserable Monday morning, dust, wind, Witherland. Conception Park, in a town on the Mexican border which I dared not cross. There and elsewhere, hundreds of gray hummingbirds in the dusk, probing the throats of dim flowers. Shakespeare, a ghost town in New Mexico, where Bad Man Russian Bill was colorfully hanged 70 years ago. Fish hatcheries. Cliff dwellings. The mummy of a child Florentine B's Indian contemporary. Our 20th Hell's Canyon. Our 50th gateway to something or other. Find that tour book, the cover of which had been lost by that time. A tick in my groin. Always the same three old men, in hats and suspenders, idling away the summer afternoon under the trees near the public fountain. A hazy blue view beyond railings on a mountain pass, and the backs of a family enjoying it with Lo, in a hot, happy, wild, intense, hopeful, hopeless whisper. Look, the McChrystals, please, let's talk to them, please let's talk to them, reader. Please. I'll do anything you want, oh, please. Indian ceremonial dances, strictly commercial. ART, American Refrigerator Transit Company. Obvious Arizona, Pueblo dwellings, Aboriginal pictographs, a dinosaur track in a desert canyon, printed there 30 million years ago, when I was a child. A lanky, 6-foot, pale boy with an active Adam's apple, ogling Lo and her orange-brown bare midriff, which I kissed 5 minutes later, Jack. Winter in the desert, spring in the foothills, almonds in bloom. Reno, a dreary town in Nevada, with a nightlife said to be cosmopolitan and mature. A winery in California, with a church built in the shape of a wine barrel. Death Valley. Scotty's Castle. Works of art collected by one Rogers over a period of years. The ugly villas of handsome actresses. R.L. Stevenson's footprint on an extinct volcano. Mission Dolores, good title for book. Surf-carved sandstone festoons. A man having a lavish epileptic fit on the ground in Russian Gulch State Park. Blue Crater Lake. A fish hatchery in Idaho and the state penitentiary. Somber Yellowstone Park and its colored hot springs, baby geysers, rainbows of bubbling mud, symbols of my passion. A herd of antelopes in a wildlife refuge. Our 100th Cavern, adults $1, Lolita 50 cents. A chateau built by a French marquis in ND. The Corn Palace in SD. And the huge heads of presidents carved in towering granite. The bearded woman, read our jingle, and now she is no longer single. A zoo in Indiana where a large troop of monkeys lived on concrete replica of Christopher Columbus' flagship. Billions of dead, or half-dead, fish-smelling mayflies in every window of every eating place all along a dreary sandy shore. Fat gulls on big stones as seen from the fairy city of Sheboygan, whose brown woolly smoke arched and dipped over the green shadow it cast on the aquamarine lake. A motel whose ventilator pipe passed under the city sewer. Lincoln's home, largely spurious, with parlor books and period furniture that most visitors reverently accepted as personal belongings. We had rows, minor and major. The biggest ones we had took place at Lacework Cabins, Virginia. On Park Avenue, Little Rock, near a school. On Milner Pass, 10,759 feet high, in Colorado. At the corner of 7th Street and Central Avenue in Phoenix, Arizona. On 3rd Street, Los Angeles, because the tickets to some studio or other were sold out. At a motel called Poplar Shade in Utah, where 6 pubescent trees were scarcely taller than my Lolita, and where she asked, proposed Doreen, how long did I think we were going to live in stuffy cabins, doing filthy things together and never behaving like ordinary people? On N Broadway, Burns, Oregon, corner of W. Washington, facing Safeway, a grocery. In some little town in the Sun Valley of Idaho, before a brick hotel, pale and flushed bricks nicely mixed, with, opposite, a poplar playing its liquid shadows all over the local honor roll. In a sagebrush wilderness, between Pinedale and Farson, somewhere in Nebraska, on Main Street, near the First National Bank, established 1889, with a view of a railway crossing in the vista of the street, and beyond that the white organ pipes of a multiple silo. And on McEwen Street, corner of Wheaton Avenue, in a Michigan town bearing his first name. We came to know the curious roadside species, hitchhiking man, Homo pollex of science, with all its many subspecies and forms. The modest soldier spick and span, quietly waiting, quietly conscious of khaki's viatric appeal. The schoolboy wishing to go 2 blocks. The killer wishing to go 2,000 miles. The mysterious, nervous, elderly gent, with brand new suitcase and clipped mustache. A trio of optimistic Mexicans. The college student displaying the grime of vacational outdoor work as proudly as the name of the famous college arching across the front of his sweatshirt. The desperate lady whose battery has just died on her. The clean-cut, glossy-haired, shifty-eyed, white-faced young beasts in loud shirts and coats, vigorously, almost priapically thrusting out tense thumbs to tempt lone women or sad sick salesmen with fancy cravings. Let's take him, Lo would often plead, rubbing her knees together in a way she had, as some particularly disgusting pollex, some man of my age and shoulder breadth, with the face clacks of unemployed actor, walked backwards, practically in the path of our car. Oh, I had to keep a very sharp eye on Lo, little limp Lo. Owing perhaps to constant amorous exercise, she radiated, despite her very childish appearance, some special languorous glow which threw garage fellows, hotel pages, vacationists, goons in luxurious cars, maroon morons near blued pools, into fits of concupiscence which might have tickled my pride, had it not incensed my jealousy. For little Lo was aware of that glow of hers, and I would often catch her cowlant unregard in the direction of some amiable male, some grease monkey, with a sinewy golden brown forearm and watch-braceleted wrist, and hardly had I turned my back to go and buy this very Lo a lollipop, then I would hear her and the fair mechanic burst into a perfect love song of wisecracks. When, during our longer stops, I would relax after a particularly violent morning in bed, and out of the goodness of my lulled heart allow her indulgent hum to visit the Rose Garden or Children's Library across the street with the motor court neighbors playing Little Mary and Mary's 8-year-old brother, Lo would come back an hour late, with barefoot Mary trailing far behind, and the little boy metamorphosed into two gangling, golden-haired high school uglies, all muscles and gonorrhea. The reader may well imagine what I answered my pet when rather uncertainly, I admit she would ask me if she could go with Carl and Al here to the roller skating rink. I remember the first time, a dusty windy afternoon, I did let her go to one such rink. Cruelly she said it would be no fun if I accompanied her, since that time of day was reserved for teenagers. We wrangled out a compromise. I remained in the car, among other, empty cars with their noses to the canvas-topped open-air rink, where some 50 young people, many in pairs, were endlessly rolling round and round to mechanical music, and the wind silvered the trees. Dolly wore blue jeans and white high shoes, as most of the other girls did. I kept counting the revolutions of the rolling crowd and suddenly she was missing. When she rolled past again, she was together with 3 hoodlums whom I had heard analyze a moment before the girl skaters from the outside jeer at a lovely leggy young thing who had arrived clad in red shorts instead of those jeans and slacks. At inspection stations on highways entering Arizona or California, a policeman's cousin would peer with such intensity at us that my poor heart wobbled. "Any honey?" he would inquire, and every time my sweet fool giggled. I still have, vibrating all along my optic nerve, visions of Lo on horseback, a link in the chain of a guided trip along a bridle trail, Lo bobbing at a walking pace, with an old woman rider in front and a lecherous red-necked dude rancher behind. And I behind him, hating his fat flowery-shirted back even more fervently than a motorist does a slow truck on a mountain road. Or else, at a ski lodge, I would see her floating away from me, celestial and solitary, in an ethereal chairlift, up and up, to a glittering summit where laughing athletes stripped to the waist were waiting for her. In whatever town we stopped I would inquire, in my polite European way, anent the whereabouts of natatoriums, museums, local schools, the number of children in the nearest school and so forth. And at school bus time, smiling and twitching a little I discovered this tic nervo because cruel Lo was the first to mimic it. I would park at a strategic point, with my vagrant schoolgirl beside me in the car, to watch the children leave school, always a pretty sight. This sort of thing soon began to bore my so easily bored Lolita, and, having a childish lack of sympathy for other people's whims, she would insult me and my desire to have her caress me while blue-eyed little brunettes in blue shorts, copperheads in green boleros, and blurred boyish blondes in faded slacks passed by in the sun. As a sort of compromise, I freely advocated whenever and wherever possible the use of swimming pools with other girl children. She adored brilliant water and was a remarkably smart diver. Comfortably robed, I would settle down in the rich post-meridian shade after my own demure dip, and there I would sit, with a dummy book or a bag of bonbons, or both, or nothing but my tingling glands, and watch her gambol, rubber-capped, bepearled, smoothly tanned, as glad as an ad, in her trim-fitted satin pants and shirred bra. Pubescent sweetheart. How smugly would I marvel that she was mine, and revise the recent matutinal swoon to the moan of the morning doves, and devise the late afternoon one, and slitting my sun-speared eyes, compare Lolita to whatever other nymphets parsimonious chance collected around her for my anthological delectation and judgment. And today, putting my hand on my ailing heart, I really do not think that any of them ever surpassed her in desirability, or if they did, it was so 2 or 3 times at the most, in a certain light, with certain perfumes blended in the errance and the hopeless case of a pale Spanish child, the daughter of a heavy-jawed nobleman, and another tiny Magi de Vague. Naturally, I had to be always wary, fully realizing, in my lucid jealousy, the danger of those dazzling romps. I had only to turn away for a moment to walk, say, a few steps in order to see if our cabin was at last ready after the morning change of linen, and lo and behold, upon returning, I would find the former, less Eupertus, dipping and kicking her long-toed feet in the water on the stone edge of which she lolled, while, on either side of her, there crouched a brun adolescent whom her russet beauty and the quicksilver in the baby folds of her stomach were sure to cause to say tordre baulaire. In recurrent dreams for months to come, I tried to teach her to play tennis so we might have more amusements in common. But although I had been a good player in my prime, I proved to be hopeless as a teacher. And so, in California, I got her to take a number of very expensive lessons with a famous coach, a husky, wrinkled old-timer, with a harem of ball boys. He looked an awful wreck off the court, but now and then, when, in the course of a lesson, to keep up the exchange, he would put out as it were an exquisite spring blossom of a stroke and twang the ball back to his pupil. That divine delicacy of absolute power made me recall that, 30 years before, I had seen him in can demolish the great Gobert. Until she began taking those lessons, I thought she would never learn the game. On this or that hotel court I would drill low and try to relive the days when in a hot gale, a daze of dust, and queer lassitude, I fed ball after ball to gay, innocent, elegant Annabelle, gleam of bracelet, pleated white skirt, black velvet hair band. With every word of persistent advice I would only augment Lo's sullen fury. To our games, oddly enough, she preferred, at least, before we reached California, formless pet ball approximations, more ball hunting than actual play with a wispy, weak, wonderfully pretty in an age gauche way coeval. A helpful spectator, I would go up to that other child, and inhale her faint musky fragrance as I touched her forearm and held her knobby wrist, and pushed this way or that her cool thigh to show her the backhand stance. In the meantime, Lo, bending forward, would let her sunny brown curls hang forward as she stuck her racket, like a cripple's stick, into the ground and emitted a tremendous ugh of disgust at my intrusion. I would leave them to their game and look on, comparing their bodies in motion, a silk scarf round my throat. This was in South Arizona, I think, and the days had a lazy lining warmth, and awkward Lo would slash at the ball and miss it, and curse, and send a simulacrum of a serve into the net, and show the wet glistening young down of her armpit as she brandished her racket in despair, and her even more insipid partner would dutifully rush out after every ball, and retrieve none. But both were enjoying themselves beautifully, and in clear ringing tones kept the exact score of their ineptitudes all the time. One day, I remember, I offered to bring them cold drinks from the hotel, and went up the gravel path, and came back with 2 tall glasses of pineapple juice, soda and ice. And then a sudden void within my chest made me stop as I saw that the tennis court was deserted. I stooped to set down the glasses on a bench and for some reason, with a kind of icy vividness, saw Charlotte's face in death, and I glanced around, and noticed Lo in white shorts receding through the speckled shadow of a garden path in the company of a tall man who carried 2 tennis rackets. I sprang after them, but as I was crashing through the shrubbery, I saw, in an alternate vision, as if life's course constantly branched, Lo, in slacks, and her companion, in shorts, trudging up and down a small weedy area, and beating bushes with their rackets in listless search for their last lost ball. I itemized these sunny nothings mainly to prove to my judges that I did everything in my power to give my Lolita a really good time. How charming it was to see her, a child herself, showing another child some of her few accomplishments, such as for example a special way of jumping rope. With her right hand holding her left arm behind her untanned back, the lesser nymphette, a diaphanous darling, would be all eyes, as the Pavonine sun was all eyes on the gravel under the flowering trees, while in the midst of that oculate paradise, my freckled and raffish lass skipped, repeating the movements of so many others I had gloated over on the sun-shot, watered, damp-smelling sidewalks and ramparts of ancient Europe. Presently, she would hand the rope back to her little Spanish friend, and watch in her turn the repeated lesson, and brush away the hair from her brow, and fold her arms, and step on one toe with the other, or drop her hands loosely upon her still unflavored hips, and I would satisfy myself that the damned staff had at last finished cleaning up our cottage. Whereupon, flashing a smile to the shy, dark-haired page girl of my princess and thrusting my fatherly fingers deep into Lo's hair from behind, and then gently but firmly clasping them around the nape of her neck, I would lead my reluctant pet to our small home for a quick connection before dinner. "Whose cat has scratched poor you?" A full-blown fleshy handsome woman of the repulsive type to which I was particularly attractive might ask me at the lodge, during a table d'hote dinner followed by dancing promise to Lo. This was one of the reasons why I tried to keep as far away from people as possible, while Lo, on the other hand, would do her utmost to draw as many potential witnesses into her orbit as she could. She would be, figuratively speaking, wagging her tiny tail, her whole behind in fact, as little bitches do while some grinning stranger accosted us and began a bright conversation with a comparative study of license plates. Long way from home. Inquisitive parents, in order to pump Lo about me, would suggest her going to a movie with their children. We had some close shaves. The waterfall nuisance pursued me of course in all our caravanseries. But I never realized how wafery their wall substance was until one evening, after I had loved too loudly, a neighbor's masculine cough filled the pause as clearly as mine would have done, and next morning as I was having breakfast at the milk bar, Lo was a late sleeper, and I liked to bring her a pot of hot coffee in bed. My neighbor of the eve, an elderly fool wearing plain glasses on his long virtuous nose and a convention badge on his lapel, somehow managed to rig up a conversation with me, in the course of which he inquired if my missus was like his missus, a rather reluctant get-upper when not on the farm. And had not the hideous danger I was skirting almost suffocated me, I might have enjoyed the odd look of surprise on his thin-lipped, weather-beaten face when I dryly answered, as I slithered off my stool, that I was, thank God, a widower. How sweet it was to bring the coffee to her, and then deny it until she had done her morning duty. And I was such a thoughtful friend, such a passionate father, such a good pediatrician, attending to all the wants of my little auburn brunette's body. My only grudge against nature was that I could not turn my Lolita inside out and apply voracious lips to her young matrix, her unknown heart, her nacreous liver, the sea grapes of her lungs, her comely twin kidneys. On especially tropical afternoons, in the sticky closeness of the siesta, I liked the cool feel of armchair leather against my massive nakedness as I held her in my lap. There she would be, a typical kid picking her nose while engrossed in the lighter sections of a newspaper, as indifferent to my ecstasy as if it were something she had sat upon, a shoe, a doll, the handle of a tennis racket, and was too indolent to remove. Her eyes would follow the adventures of her favorite strip characters. There was one well-drawn sloppy Bobby Soxer, with high cheekbones and angular gestures, that I was not above enjoying myself. She studied the photographic results of head-on collisions. She never doubted the reality of place, time, and circumstance alleged to match the publicity pictures of naked-thighed beauties. And she was curiously fascinated by the photographs of local brides, some in full wedding apparel, holding bouquets and wearing glasses. A fly would settle and walk in the vicinity of her navel or explore her tender pale areolas. She tried to catch it in her fist, Charlotte's method, and then would turn to the column, "Let's explore your mind. Let's explore your mind. Would sex crimes be reduced if children obeyed a few don'ts? Don't play around public toilets. Don't take candy or rides from strangers. If picked up, mark down the license of the car. And the brand of the candy," I volunteered. She went on, her cheek recedent against mine, pursuant. "And this was a good day, Mark, oh reader. If you don't have a pencil, but are old enough to read, we," I quoted, "medieval mariners, have placed in this bottle if," she repeated, "you don't have a pencil, but are old enough to read and write. This is what the guy means, isn't it? You dope scratch the number somehow on the roadside. With your little claws, Lolita." She had entered my world, umber and black Humberland, with rash curiosity. She surveyed it with a shrug of amused distaste. And it seemed to me now that she was ready to turn away from it with something akin to plain repulsion. Never did she vibrate under my touch, and a strident, "What do you think you are doing?" was all I got for my pains. To the wonderland I had to offer, my fool preferred the corniest movies, the most cloying fudge. To think that between a hamburger and a Humburger, she will invariably, with icy precision, plump for the former. There is nothing more atrociously cruel than an adored child. Did I mention the name of that milk bar I visited a moment ago? It was, of all things, the Frigid Queen. Smiling a little sadly, I dubbed her my frigid princess. She did not see the wistful joke. Oh, do not scowl at me, reader. I do not intend to convey the impression that I did not manage to be happy. Reader must understand that in the possession and thraldom of a nymphette, the enchanted traveler stands, as it were, beyond happiness. For there is no other bliss on earth comparable to that of fondling a nymphette. It is hors concours, that bliss. It belongs to another class, another plane of sensitivity. Despite our tiffs, despite her nastiness, despite all the fuss and faces she made, and the vulgarity, and the danger, and the horrible hopelessness of it all, I still dwell deep in my elected paradisia, paradise whose skies were the color of hell flames, but still a paradise. The able psychiatrist who studies my cogent, whom by now Dr. Humbert has plunged, I trust, into a state of leporine fascination, is no doubt anxious to have me take Lolita to the seaside and have me find there, at last, the gratification of a lifetime urge, and release from the subconscious obsession of an incomplete childhood romance with the initial little Miss Lee. Well, comrade, let me tell you that I did look for a beach, though I also have to confess that by the time we reached its mirage of gray water, so many delights had already been granted me by my traveling companion that the search for a kingdom by the sea, a sublimated Riviera, or what not, far from being the impulse of the subconscious, had become the rational pursuit of a purely theoretical thrill. The angels knew it, and arranged things accordingly. A visit to a plausible cove on the Atlantic side was completely messed up by foul weather. A thick damp sky, muddy waves, a sense of boundless but somehow matter-of-fact mistrust could be further removed from the crisp charm, the sapphire occasion and rosy contingency of my Riviera romance? A couple of semi-tropical beaches on the Gulf, though bright enough, were starred and spattered by venomous beasties and swept by hurricane winds. Finally, on a Californian beach, facing the phantom of the Pacific, I hit upon some rather perverse privacy in a kind of cave whence you could hear the shrieks of a lot of Girl Scouts taking their first surf bath on a separate part of the beach, behind rotting trees. But the fog was like a wet blanket, and the sand was gritty and clammy, and lo was all flesh and grit, and for the first time in my life I had as little desire for her as for a manatee. Perhaps my learned readers may perk up if I tell them that even had we discovered a piece of sympathetic seaside somewhere, it would have come too late, since my real liberation had occurred much earlier, at the moment, in point of fact, when Annabel Haze, alias Dolores Lee, alias Lolita, had appeared tome, golden and brown, kneeling, looking up, on that shoddy veranda, in a kind of fictitious, dishonest, but eminently satisfactory seaside arrangement, although there was nothing but a second-rate lake in the neighborhood. So much for those special sensations, influence, if not actually brought about, by the tenets of modern psychiatry. Consequently, I turned away. I headed my Lolita away from beaches which were either too bleak when lone, or too populous when ablaze. However, in recollection, I suppose, of my hopeless hauntings of public parks in Europe, I was still keenly interested in outdoor activities and desirous of finding suitable playgrounds in the open where I had suffered such shameful privations. Here too, I was to be thwarted. The disappointment I must now register, as I gently grade my story into an expression of the continuous risk and dread that ran through my bliss, should in no wise reflect on the lyrical, epic, tragic but never Arcadian American wilds. They are beautiful, heart-rendingly beautiful, those wilds, with a quality of wide-eyed, unsung, innocent surrender that my lacquered, toy-bright Swiss villages and exhaustively lauded Alps no longer possess. Innumerable lovers have clipped and kissed on the trim turf of old wood mountainsides, on the inner spring moss, by a handy, hygienic rill, on rustic benches under the initialed oaks, and in so many cabins and so many beech forests. But in the wilds of America the open-air lover will not find it easy to indulge in the most ancient of all crimes and pastimes. Poisonous plants burn his sweetheart's buttocks, nameless insects sting his. Sharp items of the forest floor prick his knees, insects hers. And all around there abides a sustained rustle of potential snakesque disg, of semi-extinct dragons. While the crab-like seeds of ferocious flowers cling, in a hideous green crust, to gartered black sock and sloppy white sock alike. I am exaggerating a little. One summer noon, just below timberline, where heavenly hued blossoms that I would fain call larkspur crowded all along a pearly Mooten brook, we did find, Lolita and I, a secluded romantic spot, 100 feet or so above the pass where we had left our car. The slope seemed untrodden. A last panting pine was taking a well-earned breather on the rock it had reached. A marmot whistled at us and withdrew. Beneath the laprobe I had spread faux lore, drove flowers crepitated softly. Venus came and went. The jagged cliff crowning the upper talus and a tangle of shrugs growing below us seemed to offer us protection from sun and man alike. Alas, I had not reckoned with a faint side trail that curled up in cagey fashion among the shrubs and rocks a few feet from us. It was then that we came close to detection than ever before, and no wonder the experience curbed forever my yearning for rural amours. I remember the operation was over, all over, and she was weeping in my arms. A salutary storm of sobs after one of the fits of moodiness that had become so frequent with her in the course of that otherwise admirable year. I had just retracted some silly promise she had forced me to make in a moment of blind impatient passion, and she was sprawling and sobbing, and pinching my caressing hand, and I was laughing happily, and the atrocious, unbelievable, unbearable, and, I suspect, eternal horror that I know now was still but a dot of blackness in the blue of my bliss. And so we lay, when with one of those jolts that have ended by knocking my poor heart out of its groove, I met the unblinking dark eyes of two strange and beautiful children, faunlet and nymphette, whom their identical flat dark hair and bloodless cheeks proclaimed siblings if not twins. They stood crouching and gaping at us, both in blue playsuits, blending with the mountain blossoms. I plucked at the laprobe for desperate concealment, and within the same instant, something that looked like a polka-dotted pushball among the undergrowth a few paces away went into a turning motion which was transformed into the gradually rising figure of a stout lady with a raven black bob, who automatically added a wild lily to her bouquet, while staring over her shoulder at us from behind her lovely carved bluestone children. 3. Now that I have an altogether different mess on my conscience, I know that I am a courageous man, but in those days I was not aware of it, and I remember being surprised by my own coolness. With a quiet murmured order one gives a sweat-stained, distracted, cringing trained animal even in the worst of plights what mad hope or hate makes the young beast's flanks pulsate, what black stars pierce the heart of the tamer. I made Lo get up, and we decorously walked, and then indecorously scuttled down to the car. Behind it a nifty station wagon was parked, and a handsome Assyrian with cute little blue-black beard, Monsieur TRSBN, in silk shirt and magenta slacks, presumably the corpulent botanist's husband, was gravely taking the picture of a signboard giving the altitude of the pass. It was well over 10,000 feet and I was quite out of breath. And with a scrunch and a skid we drove off, Lo still struggling with her clothes and swearing at me in language that I never dreamed little girls could know, let alone use. There were other unpleasant incidents. There was the movie theater once, for example. Lo at the time still had for the cinema a veritable passion it was to decline into tepid condescension during her second high school year. We took in, voluptuously and indiscriminately, I don't know, 150 or 200 programs during that one year, and during some of the denser periods of movie-going we saw many of the newsreels up to half a dozen times, since the same weekly one went with different main pictures and pursued us from town to town. Her favorite kinds were, in this order, musicals, underworlders, westerners. In the first, real singers and dancers had unreal stage careers in an essentially grief-proof sphere of existence where from death and truth were banned, and where, at the end, white-haired, dewy-eyed, technically deathless, the initially reluctant father of a show-crazy girl always finished by applauding her apotheosis on fabulous Broadway. The underworld was a world apart. There, heroic newspapermen were tortured, telephone bills ran to billions, and, in a robust atmosphere of incompetent marksmanship, villains were chased through sewers and storehouses by pathologically fearless cops. I was to give them less exercise. Finally, there was the mahogany landscape, the florid-faced, blue-eyed Rough Riders, the prim, pretty schoolteacher arriving in Roaring Gulch, the rearing horse, the spectacular stampede, the pistol thrust through the shivered window pane, the stupendous fist fight, the crashing mountain of dusty old-fashioned furniture, the table used as a weapon, the timely somersault, the pin-hand still groping for the dropped Bowie knife, the grunt, the sweet crash of fist against chin, the kick in the belly, the flying tackle. And immediately after a plethora of pain that would have hospitalized a Hercules, I should know by now, nothing to show but the rather becoming bruise on the bronzed cheek of the warmed-up hero embracing his gorgeous frontier bride. I remember one matinee in a small airless theater crammed with children and reeking with the hot breath of popcorn. The moon was yellow above the neckerchiefed crooner, and his finger was on his strum-string, and his foot was on a pine log, and I had innocently encircled Lo's shoulder and approached my jawbone to her temple, when two harpies behind us started muttering the queerest things. I do not know if I understood aright, but what I thought I did, made me withdraw my gentle hand, and of course the rest of the show was fog to me. Another jolt I remember is connected with a little burg we were traversing at night, during our return journey. Some 20 miles earlier I had happened to tell her that the day school she would attend at Beardsley was a rather high-class, non-coeducational one, with no modern nonsense, whereupon Lo treated me to one of those furious harangues of hers where entreaty and insult, self-assertion and double talk, vicious vulgarity and childish despair, were interwoven in an exasperating semblance of logic which prompted a semblance of explanation from me. Enmeshed in her wild words, "Swell chance. I'd be a sap if I took your opinion seriously. Stinker. You can't boss me. I despise you." And so forth. I drove throughout the slumbering town at a 50-mile-per-hour pace in continuance of my smooth highway swoosh, and a twosome of patrolmen put their spotlight on the car and told me to pull over. I shushed Lo, who was automatically raving on. The men peered at her and me with malevolent curiosity. Suddenly all dimples, she beamed sweetly at them, as she never did at my orchideous masculinity. For, in a sense, my Lo was even more scared of the law than beyond when the kind officers pardoned us and servilely we crawled on. Her eyelids closed and fluttered as she mimicked limp prostration. At this point I have a curious confession to make. You will laugh, but really and truly I somehow never managed to find out quite exactly what the legal situation was. I do not know it yet. Oh, I have learned a few odds and ends. Alabama prohibits a guardian from changing the ward's residence without an order of the court. Minnesota, to whom I take off my hat, provides that when a relative assumes permanent care and custody of any child under 14, the authority of a court does not come into play. Query, is the stepfather of a gaspingly adorable pubescent pet, a stepfather of only 1 month standing, a neurotic widower of mature years and small but independent means, with the parapets of Europe, a divorce and a few madhouses behind him, is he to be considered a relative, and thus a natural guardian? And if not, must I, and could I reasonably dare notify some welfare board and file a petition? How do you file a petition? And have a court's agent investigate meek, fishy me and dangerous Dolores Haze? The many books on marriage, rape, adoption and so on, that I guiltily consulted at the public libraries of big and small towns, told me nothing beyond darkly insinuating that the state is the super guardian of minor children. Pilvin and Zapel, if I remember their names right, in an impressive volume on the legal side of marriage, completely ignored stepfathers with motherless girls on their hands and knees. My Best Friend, a social service monograph, Chicago, 1936, which was dug out for me at great pains from a dusty storage recess by an innocent old spinster, said there is no principle that every minor must have a guardian. The court is passive and enters the fray only when the child's situation becomes conspicuously perilous. A guardian, I concluded, was appointed only when he expressed his solemn and formal desire. But months might elapse before he was given notice to appear at a hearing and grow his pair of gray wings, and in the meantime the fair demon child was legally left to her own devices, which, after all, was the case of Dolores Haze. Then came the hearing. A few questions from the bench, a few reassuring answers from the attorney, a smile, a nod, a light drizzle outside, and the appointment was made. And still I dared not. Keep away, be a mouse, curl up in your hole. Courts became extravagantly active only when there was some monetary question involved. 2 greedy guardians, a robbed orphan, a third, still greedier, party. But here all was in perfect order, and inventory had been made, and her mother's small property was waiting untouched for Dolores Haze to grow up. The best policy seemed to be to refrain from any application. Or would some busybody, some humane society, but in if I kept too quiet? Friend Farlow, who was a lawyer of sorts and ought to have been able to give me some solid advice, was too much occupied with Jean's cancer to do anything more than what he had promised magnanimously, to look after Curlet's meager estate while I recovered very gradually from the shock of her death. I had conditioned him into believing Dolores was my natural child, and so could not expect him to bother his head about the situation. I am, as the reader must have gathered by now, a poor businessman. But neither ignorance nor indolence should have prevented me from seeking professional advice elsewhere. What stopped me was the awful feeling that if I meddled with fate in any way and tried to rationalize her fantastic gift, that gift would be snatched away like that palace on the mountain top in the Oriental tale which vanished whenever a prospective owner asked its custodian how come a strip of sunset sky was clearly visible from afar between black rock and foundation. I decided that at Beardsley, the site of Bursley College for Women, I would have access to works of reference that I had not yet been able to study, such as Warner's Treatise on the American Law of Guardianship, and certain United States Children's Bureau publications. I also decided that anything was better for Lo than the demoralizing idleness in which she lived. I could persuade her to do so many things their list might stupefy a professional educator. But no matter how I pleaded or stormed, I could never make her read any other book than the socialed comic books or stories and magazines for American females. Any literature a peg higher smacked to her of school, and though theoretically willing to enjoy A Girl of the Limberlost or the Arabian Nights, or Little Women, she was quite sure she would not fritter away her vacation on such highbrow reading matter. I now think it was a great mistake to move east again and have her go to that private school in Beardsley, instead of somehow scrambling across the Mexican border while the scrambling was good so as to lie low for a couple of years in subtropical bliss until I could safely marry my little Creole. For I must confess that depending on the condition of my glands and ganglia, I could switch in the course of the same day from one pole of insanity to the other from the thought that around 1950 I would have to get rid somehow of a difficult adolescent whose magic nymphage had evaporated, the thought that with patience and luck I might have her produce eventually an infant with my blood in her exquisite veins, a Lolita II, who would be 8 or 9 around 1960, when I would still be dans la force the LGE. Indeed, the telescopy of my mind, or unmind, was strong enough to distinguish in the remoteness of time a Villard Encore Werter was it green rot? Bizarre, tender, salivating Dr. Humbert, practicing on supremely lovely Lolita III the art of being a granddad. In the days of that wild journey of ours, I doubted not that as father to Lolita I I was a ridiculous failure. I did my best. I read and reread a book with the unintentionally biblical title, Know Your Own Daughter, which I got at the same store where I bought Lo, for her 13th birthday, a deluxe volume with commercially beautiful illustrations, of Anderson's The Little Mermaid. But even at our very best moments, when we sat reading on a rainy day, Lo's glance skipping from the window to her wristwatch and back again, or had a quiet hearty meal in a crowded diner, or played a childish game of cards, or went shopping, or silently stared, with other motorists and their children, at some smashed, blood-bespattered car with a young woman's shoe in the ditch, Lo, as we drove on, that was the exact type of moccasin I was trying to describe to that jerk in the store. On all those random occasions, I seemed to myself as implausible a father as she seemed to be a daughter was, perhaps, guilty locomotion instrumental in vitiating our powers of impersonation? Would improvement be forthcoming with a fixed domicile and a routine schoolgirl's day? In my choice of Beardsley, I was guided not only by the fact of there being a comparatively sedate school for girls located there, but also by the presence of the women's college. In my desire to get myself cast, to attach myself somehow to some pattern surface which my stripes would blend with, I thought of a man I knew in the Department of French at Beardsley College. He was good enough to use my textbook in his classes and had attempted to get me over once to deliver a lecture. I had no intention of doing so, since, as I have once remarked in the course of these confessions, there are few physiques I loathe more than the heavy low-slung pelvis, thick calves and deplorable complexion of the average co-ed, in whom I see, maybe, the coffin of coarse female flesh within which my nymphets are buried alive. But I did crave for a label, a background, and a simulacrum, and, as presently will become clear, there was a reason, a rather zany reason, why old Gaston Godin's company would be particularly safe. Finally, there was the money question. My income was cracking under the strain of our joyride. True, I clung to the cheaper motor courts. But every now and then, there would be a loud hotel de luxe, or a pretentious dude ranch, to mutilate our budget. Staggering sums, moreover, were expended on sightseeing and Lowe's clothes, and the old Haze bus, although a still vigorous and very devoted machine, necessitated numerous minor and major repairs. In one of our strip maps that has happened to survive among the papers which the authorities have so kindly allowed me to use for the purpose of writing my statement, I find some jottings that help me compute the following. During that extravagant year 1947 to 1948, August to August, lodgings and food cost us around $5,500. Gas, oil and repairs, $1,234, and various extras almost as much. So that during about 150 days of actual motion, we covered about 27,000 miles. Plus some 200 days of interpolated standstills. This modest rentier spent around $8,000, or better say $10,000 because, unpractical as I am, I have surely forgotten a number of items. And so we rolled east, I more devastated than braced with the satisfaction of my passion, and she glowing with health, her biliac garland still as brief as a lad's, although she had added 2 inches to her stature and 8 pounds to her weight. We had been everywhere. We had really seen nothing. And I catch myself thinking that our long journey had only defiled with a sinuous trail of slime the lovely, trustful, dreamy, enormous country that by then, in retrospect, was no more to us than a collection of dog-eared maps, ruined tour books, old tires, and her sobs in the night every night moment I feigned sleep. 4. When, through decorations of light and shade, we drove to 14th Eyre Street, a grave little lad met us with the keys and a note from Gaston, who had rented the house for us. My Lo, without granting her new surroundings one glance, unseeingly turned on the radio, to which instinct led her, and lay down on the living room sofa with a batch of old magazines, which in the same precise and blind manner she landed by dipping her hand into the nether anatomy of a lamp table. I really did not mind where to dwell, provided I could lock my Lolita up somewhere. But I had, I suppose, in the course of my correspondence with vague Gaston, vaguely visualized a house of ivied brick. Actually, the place bore a dejected resemblance to the Haze home, a mere 400 distant. It was the same sort of dull gray frame affair with a shingled roof and dull green drill awnings. And the rooms, though smaller and furnished in a more consistent plush and plate style, were arranged in much the same order. My study turned out to be, however, a much larger room, lined from floor to ceiling with some 2,000 books on chemistry, which my landlord, on sabbatical leave for the time being, taught at Beardsley College. I had hoped Beardsley schools for girls, an expensive day school, with lunch thrown in and a glamorous gymnasium, would, while cultivating all those young bodies, provide some formal education for their minds as well. Gaston Godin, who was seldom right in his judgment of American habitus, had warned me that the institution might turn out to be one of those where girls are taught, as he put it with a foreigner's love for such things, not to spell very well, but to smell very well. I don't think they achieved even that. At my first interview with Headmistress Pratt, she approved of my child's nice blue eyes, blue Lolita, and of my own friendship with that French genius, a genius, Gaston. And then, having turned Dolly over to a Miss Cormorant, she wrinkled her brow in a kind of recoilment and said, "We are not so much concerned, Mr. Humbert, with having our students become bookworms or be able to reel off all the capitals of Europe which nobody knows anyway, or learn by heart the dates of forgotten battles. What we are concerned with is the adjustment of the child to group life. This is why we stress the 4 Ds, dramatics, dance, debating and dating. We are confronted by certain facts. Your delightful Dolly will presently enter an age group where dates, dating, date dress, date book, date etiquette, mean as much to her as, say, business, business connections, business success, mean to you, or as much as, smiling the happiness of my girls means to me. Dorothy Humbert is already involved in a whole system of social life which consists, whether we like tea or not, of hot dog stands, corner drugstores, malts and cokes, movies, square dancing, blanket parties on beaches, and even hair-fixing parties. Naturally, at Beardsley School we disapprove of some of these activities, and we recannel others into more constructive directions. But we do try to turn our backs on the fog and squarely face the sunshine. To put it briefly, while adopting certain teaching techniques, we are more interested in communication than in composition. That is, with due respect to Shakespeare and others, we want our girls to communicate freely with the live world around them rather than plunge into musty old books. We are still groping perhaps, but we grope intelligently, like a gynecologist feeling a tumor. We think, Dr. Humbert, in organismal and organizational terms. We have done away with the mass or irrelevant topics that have traditionally been presented to young girls, leaving no place, in former days, for the knowledges and the skills, and the attitudes they will need in managing their lives and, as the cynic might add, lives of their husbands. Mr. Humberson, let us put it this way, the position of a star is important, but the most practical spot for an icebox in the kitchen may be even more important to the budding housewife. You say that all you expect a child to obtain from school is a sound education. But what do we mean by education? In the old days it was in the main a verbal phenomenon. I mean, you could have a child learn by heart a good encyclopedia and he or she would know as much as or more than a school could offer. Dr. Hummer, do you realize that for the modern pre-adolescent child, medieval dates are of less vital value than weekend ones, Twinkle? To repeat upon that, I heard the Beardsley College psychoanalyst permit herself the other day. We live not only in a world of Tufts, but also in a world of things. WRDs without experience are meaningless. What on earth can Dorothy Humberson care for Greece and the Orient with their harems and slaves? This program rather appalled me, but I spoke to 2 intelligent ladies who had been connected with the school, and they affirmed that the girls did quite a bit of sound reading and that the communication line was more or less ballyhoo, aimed at giving old-fashioned Beardsley School a financially remunerative modern touch, though actually it remained as prim as a prawn. Another reason attracting me to that particular school may seem funny to some readers, but it was very important to me, for that is the way I am made. Across our street, exactly in front of our house, there was, I noticed, a gap of weedy waste land, with some colorful bushes and a pile of bricks and a few scattered planks, and the foam of shabby moss and chrome autumn roadside flowers. And, through that gap you could see a shimmery section of School Road, running parallel to our Thayer Street, and immediately beyond that, the playground of the school. Apart from the psychological comfort this general arrangement should afford me by keeping Dolly's day adjacent to mine, I immediately foresaw the pleasure I would have in distinguishing from my study bedroom, by means of powerful binoculars, the statistically inevitable percentage of nymphets among the other girl children playing around Dolly during recess. Unfortunately, on the very first day of school, workmen arrived and put up a fence some way down the gap, and in no time a construction of tawny wood maliciously arose beyond that fence, utterly blocking my magic vista. And as soon as they had erected a sufficient amount of material to spoil everything, those absurd builders suspended their work and never appeared again. 5. In a street called Thayer Street, in the residential green, fun, and golden of a mellow academic townlet, one was bound to have a few amiable fine dares yelping at you. I prided myself on the exact temperature of my relations with them, never rude, always aloof. My west door neighbor, who might have been a businessman or a college teacher, or both, would speak to me once in a while as he barbered some late garden blooms or watered his car, or, at a later date, defrosted his driveway. I don't mind if these verbs are all wrong, but my brief grunts just suffice /intly articulate to sound like conventional assents or interrogative pause fillers, precluded any evolution toward chumminess. Of the two houses flanking the bit of scrubby waste opposite, one was closed, and the other contained two professors of English, tweedy and short-haired Miss Lester and fadedly feminine Miss Fabian, whose only subject of brief sidewalk conversation with me was, God bless their tact, the young loveliness of my daughter and the knave charm of Gaston Godin. My east-door neighbor was by far the most dangerous one, a sharp-nosed stock character whose late brother had been attached to the college as superintendent of buildings and grounds. I remember her waylaying Dolly, while I stood at the living-room window, feverishly awaiting my darling's return from school. The odious spinster, trying to conceal her morbid inquisitiveness under a mask of dulcet goodwill, stood leaning on her slim umbrella. The sleet had just stopped, a cold wet sun had sidled out, and Dolly, her brown coat open despite the raw weather, her structural heap of books pressed against her stomach, her knees showing pink above her clumsy Wellingtons, a sheepish frightened little smile flitting over and off her snub-nosed face, which owing perhaps to the pale wintry light looked almost plain, in a rustic, German, line-like way, as she stood there and dealt with Miss East's questions. And where is your mother, my dear? And what is your poor father's occupation? And where did you love before? Another time the loathsome creature accosted me with a welcoming whine, but I evaded her. And a few days later there came from her a note in a blue-margined envelope, a nice mixture of poison and treacle, suggesting Dolly come over on a Sunday and curl up in a chair to look through the loads of beautiful books my dear mother gave me when I was a child, instead of having the radio on at full blast till all hours of the night. I had also to be careful in regard to a Mrs. Halligan, a charwoman and cook of sorts whom I had inherited with the vacuum cleaner from the previous tenants. Dolly got lunch at school, so that this was no trouble, and I had become adept at providing her with a big breakfast and warming up the dinner that Mrs. Halligan prepared before leaving. That kindly and harmless woman had, thank God, a rather bleary eye that missed details, and I had become a great expert in bed-making. But still I was continuously obsessed by the feeling that some fatal stain had been left somewhere, or that, on the rare occasions where Halligan's presence happened to coincide with Lowe's, simple Lowe might succumb to buxom sympathy in the course of a cozy kitchen chat. I often felt we lived in a lighted house of glass, and any moment some thin-lipped parchment face would peer through a carelessly unshaded window to obtain a free glimpse of things that the most jaded voyeur would have paid a small fortune to watch. 6. A word about Gaston Godin. The main reason why I enjoyed or at least tolerated with relief his company was the spell of absolute security that his ample person cast on my secret. Not that he knew it. I had no special reason to confide in him, and he was much too self-centered and abstract to notice or suspect anything that might lead to a frank question on his part and a frank answer on mine. He spoke well of me to Beardsleyans. He was my good herald. Had he discovered Mescot's and Lolita's status, it would have interested him only insofar as throwing some light on the simplicity of my attitude towards him, which attitude was as free of polite strain as it was of ribald allusions. For despite his colorless mind and dim memory, he was perhaps aware that I knew more about him than the burghers of Beardsley did. He was a flabby, dough-faced, melancholy bachelor tapering upward to a pair of narrow, not quite level shoulders and a conical pear head which had sleek black hair on one side and only a few plastered wisps on the other. But the lower part of his body was enormous, and he ambulated with a curious elephantine stealth by means of phenomenally stout legs. He always wore black, even his tie was black. He seldom bathed. His English was a burlesque. And, nonetheless, everybody considered him to be a supremely lovably freakish fellow. Neighbors pampered him. He knew by name all the small boys in our vicinity. He lived a few blocks away from me, and had some of them clean his sidewalk and burn leaves in his backyard, and bring wood from his shed, and even perform simple chores about the house, and he would feed them fancy chocolates, with real liqueurs inside in the privacy of an orientally furnished den in his basement, with amusing daggers and pistols arrayed on the moldy, rug-adorned walls among the camouflaged hot water pipes. Upstairs he had a studio he painted a little, the old fraud. He had decorated its sloping wall. It was really not more than a garret, with large photographs of pensive Andrew Gide, Tchaikovsky, Norman Douglas, two other well-known English writers, Nijinsky, All Thighs and Fig Leaves, Harold D. Dublinam, a misty-eyed left-wing professor at a Midwestern university, and Marcel Proust. All these poor people seemed about to fall on you from their inclined plane. He had also an album with snapshots of all the Jackies and Dickies of the neighborhood, and when I happened to thumb through it and make some casual remark, Gaston would purse his fat lips and murmur with a wistful pout, "Oui, ils sont gentils." His brown eyes would roam around the various sentimental and artistic bric-a-brac present, and his own banal toiles, the conventionally primitive eyes, sliced guitars, blue nipples and geometrical designs of a day. And with a vague gesture toward a painted wooden bowl or vain vase, he would say, "Prenez donc un de ces poires. La bonne dame d'enfacement offer plus qu'Eugene and Pew Saverer." Or, "Mrs Taylor vient de me donner ses dahlias, belles fleurs que j'écœure." Somber, sad, full of world weariness. For obvious reasons, I preferred my house to his for the games of chess we had 2 or 3 times weekly. He looked like some old battered idol as he sat with his pudgy hands in his lap and stared at the board as if it were a corpse. Wheezing, he would meditate for 10 minutes, then make a losing move. Or the good man, after even more thought, might utter, "Oh Roy," with a slow old dog woof that had a gargling sound at the back of it which made his jowls wobble. And then he would lift his circumflex eyebrows with a deep sigh as I pointed out to him that he was in check himself. Sometimes, from where we sat in my cold study, I could hear Lo's bare feet practicing dance techniques in the living room downstairs. But Gaston's outgoing senses were comfortably dulled, and he remained unaware of those naked rhythms and 1, and 2, and 1, and 2, weight transferred on a straight right leg, leg up and out to the side, and 1, and 2, and only when she started jumping, opening her legs at the height of the jump, and flexing one leg, and extending the other, and flying, and landing on her toes, only then did my pale, pompous, morose opponent rub his head or cheek, if confusing those distant thuds with the awful stabs of my formidable queen. Sometimes Lola would slouch in while we pondered the board, and it was every time a treat to see Gaston, his elephant eye still fixed on his pieces, ceremoniously rise to shake hands with her, and forthwith release her limp fingers, and without looking once at her, descend again into his chair to topple into the trap I had laid for him. One day around Christmas, after I had not seen him for a fortnight or so, he asked me at "Toutes vos fillettes, elles vont bien?" From which it became evident to me that he had multiplied my unique Lolita by the number of sartorial categories his downcast moody eye had glimpsed during a whole series of her appearances: blue jeans, a skirt, shorts, a quilted robe. I am loath to dwell so long on the poor fellow. Sadly enough, a year later, during a voyage to Europe, from which he did not return, he got involved in a sale histoire, in Naples of all places. I would have hardly alluded to him at all had not his Beardsley existence had such a queer bearing on my case. I need him for my defense. There he was, devoid of any talent whatsoever, a mediocre teacher, a worthless scholar, a glum repulsive fat old invert, highly contemptuous of the American way of life, triumphantly ignorant of the English language. There he was in priggish New England, crooned over by the old and caressed by the youngo, having a grand time and fooling everybody. And here was I, 7. I am now faced with the distasteful task of recording a definite drop in Lolita's morals. If her share in the ardors she kindled had never amounted to much, neither had pure lucre ever come to the fore. But I was weak, I was not wise, my schoolgirl nymphette had me in thrall. With the human element dwindling, the passion, the tenderness, and the torture only increased. And of this she took advantage. Her weekly allowance, paid to her under condition she fulfill her basic obligations, was 21 cents at the start of the Beardsley era and went up to $1.05 before its end. This was a more than generous arrangement, seeing she constantly received from me all kinds of small presents and had for the asking any sweetmeat or movie under the moon although, of course, I might fondly demand an additional kiss, or even a whole collection of assorted caresses, when I knew she coveted very badly some item of juvenile amusement. She was, however, not easy to deal with. Only very listlessly did she earn her 3 pennies or 3 nickels per day. And she proved to be a cruel negotiator whenever it was in her power to deny me certain life-wrecking, strange, slow paradisal filters without which I could not live more than a few days in a row, and which, because of the very nature of love's languor, I could not obtain by force. Knowing the magic and might of her own soft mouth, she managed entering one school a year to raise the bonus price of a fancy embrace to 3, and even 4 bucks. Oh reader, laugh not, as you imagine me, on the very rack of joy noisily emitting dimes and quarters, and great big silver dollars like some sonorous, jingly and wholly demented machine vomiting riches. And in the margin of that leaping epilepsy she would firmly clutch a handful of coins in her little fist, which, anyway, I used to pry open afterwards unless she gave me the slip, scrambling away to hide her loot. And just as every other day I would cruise all around the school area and on comatose feet visit drugstores, and peer into foggy lanes, and listen to receding girl laughter in between my heart throbs and the falling leaves, so every now and then I would burgle her room and scrutinize torn papers in the waste basket with the painted roses, and look under the pillow of the virginal bed I had just made myself. Once I found 8 $1 notes in one of her books, fittingly Treasure Island, and once a hole in the wall behind Whistler's mother yielded as much as $24 and some shangy say 24.60, which I quietly removed, upon which, next day, she accused, to my face, honest Mrs. Holligan of being a filthy thief. Eventually, she lived up to her IQ by finding a safer hoarding place which I never discovered. But by that time I had brought prices down drastically by having her earn the hard and nauseous way permission to participate in the school's theatrical program. Because what I feared most was not that she might ruin me, but that she might accumulate sufficient cash to run away. I believe the poor fierce-eyed child had figured out that with a mere $50 in her purse she might somehow reach Broadway or Hollywood or the foul kitchen of a diner, help wanted, in a dismal ex-prairie state, with the wind blowing, and the stars blinking, and the cars, and the bars, and the barman, and everything soiled, torn, dead. 8. I did my best, your honor, to tackle the problem of boys. Oh, I used even to read in the Beardsley Star a so-called column for teens, to find out how to behave. A word to fathers. Don't frighten away daughter's friend. Maybe it is a bit hard for you to realize that now the boys are finding her attractive. To you she is still a little girl. To the boys she's charming and fun, lovely and gay, they like her. Today you clinch big deals in an executive's office, but yesterday you were just high school Jim carrying Jane's school books. Remember? Don't you want your daughter, now that her turn has come, to be happy in the admiration and company of boys she likes? Don't you want your daughter, now that her turn has come, to be happy in the admiration and company of boys she likes? Don't you want them to have wholesome fun together? Wholesome fun? Good Lord! Why not treat the young fellows as guests in your house? Why not make conversation with them? Draw them out, make them laugh and feel at ease? Welcome, fellow, to this bordello. If she breaks the rules, don't explode out loud in front of her partner in crime. Let her take the brunt of your displeasure in private. And stop making the boys feel she's the daughter of an old ogre. First of all, the old ogre drew up a list under absolutely forbidden, and another under reluctantly allowed. Absolutely forbidden were dates, single or double or triple, the next step being of course mass orgy. She might visit a candy bar with her girlfriends, and there giggle chat with occasional young males, while I waited in the car at a discreet distance. and I promised her that if her group were invited by a socially acceptable group in Butler's Academy for Beaux, is for their annual ball, heavily chaperoned, of course, I might consider the question whether a girl of 14 can don her first formal, a kind of gown that makes the Narm teenagers look like flamingos. Moreover, I promised her to throw a party at our house to which she would be allowed to invite her prettier girlfriends and the nicer boys she would have met by that time at the Butler dance. But I was quite positive that as long as my regime lasted she would never be permitted to go with a youngster in RA to a movie, or neck in a car, or go to boy-girl parties at the house of schoolmates, or indulge out of my earshot in boy-girl telephone conversations, even if only discussing his relations with a friend of mine. Lo was enraged by all this, called me a lousy crook, and seemed I would probably have lost my temper had I not soon discovered, to my sweetest relief, that what really angered her was my depriving her not of a specific satisfaction but of a general rest. Your I was impinging to tackle the problem of on boys. The conventional program. The stock even to read in the things that are so-called column for teens, to find out there is how nothing more conservative than a child, to fathers, especially a girl child. Don't frighten away the most Auburn and Russet. Maybe it is a bit hard for you to realize that now the boys are finding her attractive. Do not misunderstand me. To you she is still a little girl. I cannot be absolutely certain that in the course of the winter she did not manage to have, in a casual way, improper today contacts with unknown young fellows to V's office. But yesterday, no matter how closely I controlled her school books, there would constantly occur unaccounted for time leaks with over elaborate explanations to stop to be happy in the admiration and company of boys she likes. Jealousy would constantly catch its jagged claw now that her turn has come to be happy in the admiration and company of boys she likes. Safe for the accuracy of my feeling that there was no reason for serious alarm. Wholesome fun. I felt that way not because I never once discovered any fellows as guests in your house, crush among the masculine make conversation somewhere in the background, draw them out, but because it was to me overwhelmingly obvious, a favorite expression with my Aunt Dello, that all varieties of high school don't explode out loud in front of her partner in hands frills. To the self-sufficient of your displeasure in private, a souped-up and equally making my sophisticated young the daughter of an old ogre. All this noise first of all the old ogre drew up a list under the inside of a school book, and another under reluctantly in Mona's hand. Mona absolutely is any minute now. Dates. There was single or double or what about the next step being a course mass orgy. Faceless, she might visit a candy bar with her girlfriend in her company, and their giggle chat with there was for instance red sweater while I waited in the car at a discreet distance. Snow saw her home, and I promised her that from if her parlor window I observed them talking near our group in Butler's Academy for Beaux, her first for their annual ball, fur heavily chaperoned. There was a small brown came on my favorite question whether a girl of 14 can don her first natural curls at the gown that makes the dark teenagers in white socks were more sloppy than ever. Moreover, I promised as usual her party at our house to which she would be allowed to invite her prettier girlfriends and the nicer boys she would have met by that time at the Butler dance. Remove it backward. But I was quite positive that as long as my regime lasted she would never be permitted to go with a youngster in RA to a movie. There was one in a car who talked to her in front of a restaurant one Sunday afternoon while his mother and sister out of my earshot me away for a telephone conversation. I dragged along and only discussing his relations with a friend of mine. She had developed more than one conventional mannerism, such as the polite adolescent way of showing one is literally doubled her head after soon discovering one's head. To my sweetest relief, as that what really angered her was my depriving her not of a specific satisfaction but of a general steps, and then faced about and walked toward me with a fading smile. Program. On the other pastimes, I greatly like things that are done because it reminded me of her first unforgettable more conservative than a child. Oh dear, especially a girl in humorous wisdom. Be she the most Auburn and Russet, or emitting the long no in a deep almost growling undertone when thigh blow of fate had actually fallen. Above all, since we are speaking of movement in the course of the winter, she did not spinning up and down Thayer Street on her beautiful young bicycle, rising on the unknown young fellows on them lustily, then sinking back. No matter how closely I controlled her leisure, there would constantly occur unaccounted for time mailbox over elaborate explanations to stop the magazine she found there. and
of
put
course,
it back. My jealousy would constantly catch
of
her upper lip
claw
and
in the
push
fine
off with her
fabrics
foot
of
and again sprint through pale shade
But I did
and sun.
definitely feel and can now
On the whole, she
for
seemed
the
to be better
accuracy of my
adapted to
feelings
her
that there was no
surroundings than
reason
I
for
had hoped
serious
she would be
alarm.
when considering my
I
spoiled
felt
slave
that way
child,
not
and the
because
bangles
I
of
never
the
once
once
discovered
discovered
any
any
palpable
palpable
hard
hard
young
in California.
crush among the masculine
Although I could
mutes
never
that
get
flickered
used to the
somewhere in the
constant
background.
state of anxiety in
But
which the
because it was
guilty,
to me
the great,
overwhelmingly
the
obvious,
tender-hearted
a
live,
favorite
I
expression
felt I
with
was
my
doing
Aunt
my
Sybil,
best in the
that
way
all
of mimicry.
varieties of high school
As I
boys
lay
from
on
the
my
perspiring
perspiring
incubus
incubus
whom
holding
holding
hands
hands
session
thrills
of
to the
adoration
self-sufficient
and
raving
Lolita's
Lolita's cold
bedroom,
bedroom.
I used to
equally
review the
bored my
concluded day by
sophisticated
checking
young
my own
mistress.
image as it prowled
All this
rather than
noise
past
about before
boys'
the
gagged
mind's
me.
red eye.
She had scrawled
I
on the
watched
inside of a
dark
school
and
book, not
handsome,
underneath,
and
in
Mona's
probably
hand.
high church.
Mona
Possibly
is due
very
any
high
minute
church.
now.
Dr.
There was
Humbert
the
see
sly
his
quip,
daughter
"What
off to
about
school. I
Ricker?"
watched him greet
Do
with his
too.
slow smile,
Faceless.
pleasantly arched
Then
thick black
are the
eyebrows.
chappies
I
good
happened
Mrs.
to see in her company,
who
smelled of the
there was,
plague,
for instance,
and
Red
red sweater,
who
who
one
knew,
day,
for
the day
Master's
we
gin
had
at
the
the
first
first
opportunity,
saw her home with Mr. West,
from the parlor
retired
window I observed them
executioner
talking
or writer
near
of
our
religious
porch.
tract. Who cared?
She were her first
I saw a
cloth
neighbor
coat
with
with
his
fur
name.
collar.
I think they are
There was
French
a small
or Swiss.
brown cat on my
Meditating his
favorite
frank
parrot
window
fringed
study
font
over
and
the
the
swirl
typewriter
at the sides
rather
and the
gaunt
natural
profile,
curls at the
and
almost
almost her damp
damp
garlic
garlic
on
on
his
his
pale
pale
white
brow.
socks were more sloppy than
Weekends,
ever.
wearing a
She
well-tailored
pressed as
overcoat
usual her
and
books to her
brown
gloves,
chest
while
Professor
speaking or
H might
listening,
be seen with
and
his
her
daughter
feet
strolling
gestured all
to
the time.
Walton.
She would
Famous
stand
for its
on her
violet
left
ribbon
and
china
step with her
bunnies
right
and chocolate
toe,
boxes
remove
among
it
which you sit
backward,
and wait
cross
for
her
a table
feet,
for two
rock
still
slightly,
filthy with your
sketch a few
predecessor's
steps,
crumbs, and then start the
Seen on
series
weekdays,
all over again.
around
1 p.m.
There was
saluting
Windbreaker,
with
who
dignity
talked to her in
Argus
front of a
East while
restaurant
maneuvering
one
the car
Sunday
out of the
afternoon
garage
while
and
his
around the
mother
dam.
and sister
Attempted
evergreens,
to walk me
and
down
down
onto
for
the
a
slippery
chat.
road. I dragged
Raising
along
a
and
cold
looked
eye
back
from book to
at my
clock in
only
the
positively sultry
She had
Beardsley
developed
College
more than one
library
conventional
among
mannerism,
bulky young women
such as
caught
the
and
polite
petrified
adolescent
in the
way of
overflow
showing
human
one is
knowledge.
literally doubled up with laughter
Walking
by
across the
inclining one's
campus
head.
with the college
And so,
clergyman,
as
she
the Reverend
sensed my
Rigger,
call,
who also
still
taught
feigning
Bible
helpless
in Beardsley
merriment,
School,
she walked backward
somebody
a couple
told
of
me
steps,
her mother was
and
a
then
celebrated
faced about
actress
and
killed
walked
in
toward me with a
airplane
fading
accident.
smile. On the
Oh,
other hand,
my
I
mistake,
greatly like it
I
perhaps,
presume,
because it reminded
so?
me of her first
I see.
unforgettable confession, her
How
trick of
sad.
sighing "Oh dear," sublimating
In
her mother's
humor,
wistful submission to
slowly
fate,
pushing
or
my
emitting
little
a pram
pronto
through the
in a
labyrinth
deep,
of
almost
the
growling
supermarket.
undertone
In the
when
wake of
thigh
blow of
Professor
fate
W.
had actually
also
fallen,
a
a slow-moving and
gentle
above all,
widower
since
with
we
the
are
eyes
speaking
of a
of
goat.
movement and youth, I like to
Shoveling
see
the
her
snow
spinning
in my
up and
shirt
down Thayer
sleeves
Street on
of
her
a beautiful
luminous black
young
and white
bicycle
muffler
arising
arising
on
on
the
the pedals to
work
on
on
them
them
with no
lustily,
show of
then
rapacious
sinking back in a
haste,
languid
even
posture
taking
while
time
the
to
sweet
wipe my
wife
feet on the
itself
mat.
off.
My schoolgirl
And then she
daughter
would
into the
stop at our
house,
mailbox and taking
still
Dolly
a
to the
stride,
dentist
would
pretty
flip through a magazine
she found
us
there
in Montrez
and put it
Provost
back
ham
and
press her tongue to
at
one
dinner
side
with
of
Dolly
her upper
in
lip
town
and push
Mr.
off with her
Edgar
foot,
H.
and
Humbert
again
was seen
sprint
eating
through
his
pale
steak
shade
in
the
the sun.
continental knife and
On the
fork
whole,
manner.
she seemed to me better
adapted
adapted
to her
in
surroundings than I had
concert,
hoped she
to
would be,
marvel
when
faced,
considering my
becalmed
spoiled slave
Frenchman
child
sitting
and the
side by
bangles of
side
demeanor she
with
neighborly
Mr.
affected the
H.H.
winter before in
As
California.
musical little girl on her
Although I could
father's
never
right,
get used to
and
the
the
musical
constant
state of
boy of
anxiety in
Professor
which the
W.
guilty, the great
father spending a
tender-hearted
hygienic
evening in
I felt
Providence
I was doing
on
my
Miss
best in the
G.G.
way of mimicry.
As left,
As I lay on my
opening
narrow
the studio
garage,
better
a square of light that
session
engulfs the
adoration
car
and
and
is extinguished.
despairing Lolita's cold
Brightly
bedroom.
pajama.
I used to
jerking
review
down
the
the
window
window
shade
shade
by
in
checking
Dolly's
my own
bedroom.
image as it prowled
Saturday
rather than
morning,
passed before
unseen,
the mind's red eye.
solemnly weighing the
I
winter
watched
bleached,
dark and
glassy
handsome,
in the
not
bathroom.
un-Celtic.
Probably
Seen and
high
heard
church,
Sunday morning,
possibly very
no
high
church.
church.
Dr.
After all,
Humbert see his
saying
daughter
don't
off
be
to
too
school.
late.
I watched him
Dolly
greet with
with
his
his
bound
slow
for the
smile
covered
and
court,
pleasantly arched
letting
black
an equally
eyebrows
observant
good Mrs.
schoolmate
Halligan,
of Dolly's,
who
first time
smelled of
I've
the
seen
plague,
a man
and
wearing
would
a
head,
smoking
I
jacket
knew,
for
serious
Master's
gin at the
movies,
first
of course.
opportunity. With Mr. West, retired executioner or writer of religious tract who cared? I saw a neighbor, what's his name, I think they are French or Swiss, meditate in his frank windowed study over a typewriter, rather gaunt profiled, an almost Hitlerian cowlick on his pale brow. Weekends, wearing a well-tailored overcoat and brown gloves, Professor H might be seen with his daughter strolling to Walton Inn, famous for its violet ribbon china bunnies and chocolate boxes among which you sit and wait for a table for two still filthy with your predecessor's crumbs. Seen on weekdays, around 1 p.m., saluting with dignity Argus-eyed east while maneuvering the car out of the garage and around the damned evergreens, and down onto the slippery road. Raising a cold eye from book to clock in the positively sultry Beardsley College library, among bulky young women caught and petrified in the overflow of human knowledge. Walking across the campus with the college clergyman, the Reverend Rigger, who also taught Bible in Beardsley School. Somebody told me her mother was a celebrated actress killed in an airplane accident. Oh? My mistake, I presume. Is that so? I see. How sad. Sublimating her mother, eh? Slowly pushing my little pram through the labyrinth of the supermarket, in the wake of Professor W., also a slow-moving and gentle widower with the eyes of a goat. Shoveling the snow in my shirt sleeves, a voluminous black and white muffler around my neck. Following with no show of rapacious haste, even taking time to wipe my feet on the mat, my schoolgirl daughter into the house. Taking Dolly to the dentist, pretty nurse beaming at Herald Magazines and Montrez Parvos jams. At dinner with Dolly in town, Mr. Edgar H. Humbert was seen eating his steak in the continental knife and fork manner. Enjoying, in duplicate, a concert, two marble-faced, becalmed Frenchmen sitting side by side with Monsieur H.H. as musical little girl on her father's right, and the musical little boy of Professor W. Father spending a hygienic evening in Providence, on Monsieur G.G. as left. Opening the garage, a square of light that engulfs the car and is extinguished. Brightly pajamaed, jerking down the window shade in Dolly's bedroom. Saturday morning, unseen, solemnly weighing the winter-bleached lassie in the bathroom. Seen and heard Sunday morning, no crutch-goer after all, saying don't be too late, to Dolly who is bound for the covered court. Letting in a queerly observant schoolmate of Dolly's, first time I've seen a man wearing a smoking jacket, sir, except in movies, of course. 9. Her girlfriends, whom I looked forward to meet, proved on the whole disappointing. There was Opal something, and Linda Hall, and Avis Chapman, and Eva Rosen, and Mona Dahl, save one. All these names are approximations, of course. Opal was a bashful, formless, bespectacled, bepimpled creature who doted on Dolly, who bullied her. With Linda Hall, the school tennis champion, Dolly played singles at least twice a week. I suspect Linda was a true nymphette, but for some unknown reason she did not come, was perhaps not allowed to come at our house. So I recall her only as a flash of natural sunshine on an indoor court. Of the rest, none had any claims to nymphetry except Eva Rosen. Avis W.S. a plump lateral child with hairy legs, while Mona, though handsome in a coarse sensual way and only a year older than my aging mistress, had obviously long ceased to be a nymphette, if she ever had been one. Eva Rosen, a displaced little person from France, was on the other hand a good example of a not strikingly beautiful child, revealing to the perspicacious amateur some of the basic elements of nymphette charm, such as a perfect pubescent figure and lingering eyes and high cheekbones. Her glossy copper hair had Lolita's silkiness, and the features of her delicate milky white face with pink lips and silverfish eyelashes were less foxy than those of her liked great clan of intra-racial redheads. Nor did she sport their green uniform, but wore, as I remember her, a lot of black or cherry dark, a very smart black pullover, for instance, and high-heeled black shoes, and garnet red fingernail polish. I spoke French to her, much to Lo's disgust. The child's tonalities were still admirably pure, but for school words and play words she resorted to current American, and then a slight Brooklyn accent would crop up in her speech, which was amusing in a little Parisian who went to a select New England school with phony British aspirations. Unfortunately, despite that French kid's uncle being a millionaire, Lo dropped Eva for some reason before I had had time to enjoy in my modest way her fragrant presence in the Humbert open house. The reader knows what importance I attach to having a bevy of page girls, consolation prize nymphets, around my Lolita. For a while, I endeavored to interest my senses in Mona Dahl, who was a good deal around, especially during the spring term when Lo and she got so enthusiastic about dramatics. I have often wondered what secrets outrageously treacherous Dolores Haze had imparted to Mona while blurting out to me by urgent and well-paid request various really incredible details concerning an affair that Mona had had with a Marine at the seaside. It was characteristic of Lo that she chose for her closest chum that elegant, cold, lascivious, experienced young female whom I once heard, misheard, Lo swore, cheerfully say in the hallway to Lo, who had remarked that her, Lo's, sweater was a virgin wool, the only thing about you that is, kiddo. She had a curiously husky voice, artificially waved dull dark hair, earrings, amber brown prominent eyes and luscious lips. Lo said teachers had remonstrated with her on her loading herself with so much costume jewelry. Her hands trembled. She was burdened with a 150 IQ. And I also knew she had a tremendous chocolate brown mole on her womanish back which I inspected the night Lo and she had worn low-cut pastel-colored, vaporous dresses for a dance at the Butler Academy. I am anticipating a little, but I cannot help running my memory all over the keyboard of that SHCOOL year. In the meeting my attempts to find out what kind of boys Lo knew, Miss Dahl was elegantly evasive. Lo, who had gone to play tennis at Linda's country club, had telephoned she might be a full half-hour late, and so, would I entertain Mona, who was coming to practice with her a scene from The Taming of the Shrew. Using all the modulations, all the allure of manner and voice she was capable of, and staring at me with perhaps could I be mistaken? A faint gleam of crystalline irony, beautiful Mona replied, "Well, sir, the fact is Dolly is not much concerned with mere boys. Fact is, we are rivals. She and I have a crush on the Reverend Rigger." This was a joke I have already mentioned. That gloomy giant of a man, with the jaw of a horse, he was to bore me to near murder with his impressions of Switzerland at a tea party for parents that I am unable to place correctly in terms of time. How had the ball been? Oh, it had been a riot. A what? A panic. Terrific, in a word. Had Lo danced a lot? Oh, not a frightful lot, just as much as she could stand. What did she, languorous Mona, think of Lo? Sir? Did she think Lo was doing well at school? Gosh, she certainly was quite a kid. But her general behavior was? Oh, she was a swell kid. But still? Oh, she's a doll, concluded Mona, and sighed abruptly, and picked up a book that happened to lie at hand, and with a change of expression, falsely furrowing her brow, inquired, "Do tell me about Balzac, sir. Is he really that good?" She moved up so close to my chair that I made out through lotions and creams her uninteresting skin scent. A sudden odd thought stabbed me. Was my Lo playing the pimp? If so, she had found the wrong substitute. Avoiding Mona's cool gaze, I talked literature for a minute. Then Dolly Erviden slit her pale eyes at us. I left the two friends to their own devices. One of the latticed squares in a small cobwebby casement window at the turn of the staircase was glazed with ruby, and that raw wound among the unstained rectangles and its asymmetrical position in its move from the topalways strangely disturbed me. 10. Sometimes. Come on, how often exactly, Bert? Can you recall 4, 5 more such occasions? Or would no human heart have survived 2 or 3? Sometimes, I have nothing to say in reply to your question, while Lolita would be haphazardly preparing her homework, sucking a pencil, lolling sideways in an easy chair with both legs over its arm. I would shed all my pedagogic restraint, dismiss all our quarrels, forget all my masculine pride, and literally crawl on my knees to your chair, my Lolita. You would give me one look, a gray furry question mark of a look. Oh no, not again. Incredulity, exasperation. For you never deigned to believe that I could, without any specific designs, ever crave to bury my face in your plaid skirt, my darling. The fragility of those bare arms of yours, shall I long to enfold them, all your 4 limpid lovely limbs, a folded colt, and take your head between my unworthy hands, and pull the temple skin back on both sides, and kiss your Chinese eyes, and please, leave me alone, will you? You would say, for Christ's sake leave me alone. And I would get up from the floor while you looked on, your face deliberately twitching in imitation of my tic nerveux. But never mind, I am only a brute, never mind, let us go on with my miserable story. 11. One Monday forenoon, in December I think, Pratt asked me to come over for a talk. Dolly's last report had been poor, I knew. But instead of contenting myself with some such plausible explanation of this summons, I imagined all sort of horrors, and had to fortify myself with a pint of my pin before I could face the interview. Slowly, all Adam's apple and heart, I went up the steps of the scaffold. A huge woman, Gray-haired, frosy, with a broad flat nose and small eyes behind black-rimmed glasses. Sit down, she said, pointing to an informal and humiliating hassock, while she perched with ponderous spryness on the arm of an oak chair. For a moment or two, she peered at me with smiling curiosity. She had done it at our first meeting, I recalled, but I could afford then to scowl back. Her eye left me. She lapsed into thought, probably assumed. Making up her mind, she rubbed, fold-unfold, her dark gray flannel skirt at the knee, dispelling a trace of chalk or something. Then she said, still rubbing, not looking up, "Let me ask a blunt question, Mr. Haze. You are an old-fashioned continental father, aren't you?" "Why, no," I said, "conservative, perhaps, but not what you would call old-fashioned." She sighed, frowned, then clapped her big plump hands together in a let's-get-down-to-business manner, and again fixed her beady eyes upon me. "Dolly Haze," she said, "is a lovely child, but the onset of sexual maturing seems to give her trouble." I bowed slightly. What else could I do? "She is still shuttling," said Miss Pratt, showing how with her liver-spotted hands, between the anal and genital zones of development. "Basically she is a lovely—" "I beg your pardon," I said, "what zones?" "That's the old-fashioned European in you," cried Pratt, delivering a slight tap on my wristwatch and suddenly disclosing her dentures. "All I mean is that biologic drives do you smoke? Are not fused in Dolly, do not fall, so to speak, into a rounded pattern." Her hands held for a moment an invisible melon. "She is attractive, birght, though careless." Breathing heavily, without leaving her perch, the woman took time out to look at the lovely child's report sheet on the desk at her right. "Her marks are getting worse and worse. Now I wonder, Mr. Haze," again the false meditation. "Well," she went on with zest, "as for me, I do smoke, and, as dear Dr. Pierce used to say, I'm not proud of it, but I just love it." She lit up, and the smoke she exhaled from her nostrils was like a pair of tusks. "Let me give you a few details, it won't take a moment. Now here, let me see," rummaging among her papers. "She is defiant toward Miss Redcock and impossibly rude to Miss Cormorant. Now here is one of our special research reports. Enjoys singing with group in class, though mind seems to wander. Crosses her knees and wags left leg to rhythm. Type of bywords, a 242-word area of the commonest pubescent slang fenced in by a number of obviously European polysyllabics. Sighs a good deal in class. Let me see. Yes. Now comes the last week in November. Sighs a good deal in class. Chews gum vehemently. Does not bite her nails, though if she did, this would conform better to her general pattern, scientifically speaking, of course. Menstruation, according to the subject, well established. Belongs at present to no church organization. By the way, Mr. Haze, her mother was? Oh, I see. And you are? Nobody's business is, I suppose, God's business. Something else we wanted to know. She was no regular home duties, I understand. Making a princess of your Dolly, Mr. Haze, he? Well, what else have we got here? Handles books gracefully. Voice pleasant. Giggles rather often. A little dreamy. Has private jokes of her own, transposing for instance the first letters of some of her teachers' names. Hair light and dark brown, lustrous well, laughing, you are aware of that, I suppose. Nose unobstructed, feet high arched, eyes, let me see, I had here somewhere a still more recent report. Aha, here we are. Miss Gold says Dolly's tennis form is excellent to superb, even better than Linda Hall's, but concentration and point accumulation are just poor to fair. Miss Cormorant cannot decide whether Dolly has exceptional emotional control or none at all. Miss Horn reports Dolly cannot verbalize her emotions, while according to Miss Cole Dolly's metabolic efficiency is superfine. Miss Muller thinks Dolly is myopic and should see a good ophthalmologist, but Miss Redcock insists that the girl simulates eye strain to get away with scholastic incompetence. And to conclude, Mr. Haze, our researchers are wondering about something really crucial. Now I want to ask you something. I want to know if your poor wife, or yourself, or anyone else in the family. I understand she has several aunts and a maternal grandfather in California? Oh, had. I'm sorry. Well, we all wonder if anybody in the family has instructed Dolly in the process of mammalian reproduction. The general impression is that 15-year-old Dolly remains morbidly uninterested in sexual matters, or to be exact, represses her curiosity in order to save her ignorance and self-dignity. All right. 14. You see, Mr. Haze, Beardsley School does not believe in bees and blossoms, and storks and lovebirds, but it does believe very strongly in preparing its students for mutually satisfactory mating and successful child-rearing. We feel Dolly could make excellent progress if only she would put her mind to her work. Miss Cormorant's report is significant in that respect. Dolly is inclined to be, mildly speaking, impudent. But all feel that primo, you should have your family doctor tell her the facts of life, and, secundno, that you allow her to enjoy the company of her schoolmates' brothers at the junior club or in Dr. Rigger's organization, or in the lovely homes of our parents. She may meet boys at her own lovely home, I said. I hope she will, said Pratt buoyantly. When we questioned her about her troubles, Dolly refused to discuss the home situation, but we have spoken to some of her friends and really well. For example, we insist you unveto her non-participation in the dramatic group. You just must allow her to take part in the Hunted Enchanters. She was such a perfect little nymph in the tryout, and sometime in spring the author will stay for a few days at Beardsley College and may attend a rehearsal or two in our new auditorium. I mean, it is all part of the fun of being young and alive and beautiful. You must understand, I always thought of myself, I said, as a very understanding father. Oh, no doubt, but Miss Cormorant thinks, and I am inclined to agree with her, that Dolly is obsessed by sexual thoughts for which she finds no outlet, and will tease and martyrize other girls, or even our younger instructors, because they do have innocent dates with boys. Shrugged my shoulders. A shabby migr. Let us put our two heads together, Mr. Haze. What on earth is wrong with that child? She seems quite normal and happy to me, I said. Disaster coming at last? Was I found out? Had they got some hypnotist? What worries me, said Miss Pratt, looking at her watch and starting to go over the whole subject again, is that both teachers and schoolmates find Dolly antagonistic, dissatisfied, cagey, and everybody wonders why you are so firmly opposed to all the natural recreations of a normal child. Do you mean sex play? I asked jauntily, in despair, a cornered old rat. Well, I certainly welcome this civilized terminology, said Pratt with a grin. But this is not quite the point. Under the auspices of Beardsley School, dramatics, dances and other natural activities are not technically sex play, though girls do meet boys, if that is what you object to. All right, I said, my hassock exhaling a weary sign. You win. She can take part in that play, provided male parts are taken by female parts. I am always fascinated, said Pratt, by the admirable way foreigners, or at least naturalized Americans, use our rich language. I'm sure Miss Gold, who conducts the play group, will be overjoyed. I notice she is one of the few teachers that seem to who seem to find Dolly manageable. This takes care of general topics, I guess. Now comes a special matter. We are in trouble again. Pratt paused truculently, then rubbed her index finger under her nostrils with such vigor that her nose performed a kind of war dance. I'm a frank person, she said, but conventions are conventions, and I find it difficult. Let me put it this way. The Walkers, who live in what we call around here the Duke's Manor, you know, the great grey house on the hill, they send their two girls to our school, and we have the niece of President Moore with us, a really gracious child, not to speak of a number of other prominent children. Well, under the circumstances, it is rather a jolt when Dolly, who looks like a little lady, uses words which you as a foreigner probably simply do not know or do not understand. Perhaps it might be better, would you like me to have Dolly come up here right away to discuss things? No? You see, oh well, let's have it out. Dolly has written a most obscene four-letter word which our Dr. Cutler tells me is low Mexican for urinal with her lipstick on some health pamphlets which Miss Redcock, who is getting married in June, distributed among the girls, and we thought she should stay after Orson another half hour at least. But if you like, no, I said, I don't want to interfere with rules. I shall talk to her later. I shall thrash it out. Do, said the woman rising from her chair arm. And perhaps we can get together again soon, and if things do not improve we might have Dr. Cutler analyze her. Should I marry Pratt and strangle her? And perhaps your family doctor might like to examine her physical, just a routine checkup. She is in mushroomed last classroom along that passage. Beardsley School, it may be explained, copied a famous girls' school in England by having traditional nicknames for its various classrooms: Mushroom, Ruminate, B-Room, Room BA, and so on. Mushroom was smelly, with a sepia print of Reynolds' Age of Innocence above the chalkboard, and several rows of clumsy-looking pupil desks. At one of these, my Lolita was reading the chapter on dialogue in Baker's dramatic technique, and all was very quiet, and there was another girl with a very naked, porcelain white neck and wonderful platinum hair, who sat in front reading too, absolutely lost to the world and interminably winding a soft curl around one finger, and I sat beside Dolly just behind that neck and that hair, and unbuttoned my overcoat, and for 65 cents plus the permission to participate in the school play, had Dolly put her inky, chalky, red-knuckled hand under the desk. Oh, stupid and reckless of me, no doubt, but after the torture I had been subjected to, I simply had to take advantage of a combination that I knew would never occur again. 12. Around Christmas she caught a bad chill and was examined by a friend of Miss Lester, a Dr. Ilstrastramson. Hi, Ilse, you were a dear, uninquisitive soul, and you touched my dove very gently. She diagnosed bronchitis, patted low on the back, all its bloom erect because of the fever, and put her to bed for a week or longer. At first she ran a temperature in American parlance, and I could not resist the exquisite caloricity of Unexpected Delights. Venus Fabriculosa thought it was a very languid Lolita that moaned and coughed and shivered in my embrace. And as soon as she was well again, I threw a party with boys. Perhaps I had drunk a little too much in preparation for the ordeal. Perhaps I made a fool of myself. The girls had decorated and plugged in a small fir tree, German custom, except that colored bulbs had superseded wax candles. Records were chosen and fed into my landlord's phonograph. Chic Dolly wore a nice gray dress with fitted bodice and flared skirt. Humming, I retired to my study upstairs, and then every 10 or 20 minutes I would come down like an idiot just for a few seconds, to pick up ostensibly my pipe from the mantelpiece or hunt for the newspaper. And with every new visit these simple actions became harder to perform, and I was reminded of the dreadfully distant days when I used to brace myself to casually enter a room in the Ramsdell house where little Carmen was on. The party was not a success. Of the 3 girls invited, 1 did not come at all, and one of the boys brought his cousin Roy, so there was a superfluity of 2 boys, and the cousins knew all the steps, and the other fellows could hardly dance at all, and most of the evening was spent in messing up the kitchen, and then endlessly jabbering about what card game to play, and some time later, 2 girls and 4 boys sat on the floor of the living room, with all windows open, and played a word game which Opal could not be made to understand, while Mona and Roy, a lean handsome lad, drank ginger ale in the kitchen, sitting on the table and dangling their legs, and hotly discussing predestination and the law of averages. After they had all gone, my low-set Ugg closed her eyes, and dropped into a chair with all 4 limbs starfish to express the utmost disgust and exhaustion, and swore it was the most revolting bunch of boys she had ever seen. I bought her a new tennis racket for that remark. January was humid and warm, and February fooled the Forsythia. None of the townspeople had ever seen such weather. Other presents came tumbling in. For her birthday I bought her a bicycle, the doe-like and altogether charming machine already mentioned, and added to this a history of modern American painting. Her bicycle manner, I mean her approach to it, the hip movement in mounting, the grace and so on, afforded me supreme pleasure. But my attempt to refine her pictorial taste was a failure. She wanted to know if the guy knew napping on Doris Lee's hay was the father of the pseudo-voluptuous Hoyden in the foreground, and could not understand why I said Grant Wood or Peter Hurd was good, and Reginald Marsh or Frederick Waugh awful. 13. By the time spring had touched up Thayer Street with yellow and green and pink, Lolita was irrevocably stage-struck. Pratt, whom I chanced to notice one Sunday lunching with some people at Walton Inn, caught my eye from afar and went through the motion of sympathetically and discreetly clapping her hands while Lo was not looking. I detest the theater as being a primitive and putrid form, historically speaking. A form that smacks of Stone Age rites and communal nonsense despite those individual injections of genius, such as, say, Elizabethan poetry which a closeted reader automatically pumps out of the stuff. Being much occupied at the time with my own literary labors, I did not bother to read the complete text of The Enchanted Hunters, the playlet in which Dolores Haze was assigned the part of a farmer's daughter who imagines herself to be a woodland witch, or Diana, or something, and who, having got hold of a book on hypnotism, plunges a number of lost hunters into various entertaining trances before falling in her turn under the spell of a vagabond poet, Mona Dull. That much I gleaned from bits of crumpled and poorly typed script that Lo sewed all over the house. The coincidence of the title with the name of an unforgettable inn was pleasant in a sad little way. I wearily thought I had better not bring it to my own enchantress's notice, lest a brazen accusation of mawkishness hurt me even more than her failure to notice it for herself had done. I assumed the playlet was just another, practically anonymous, version of some banal legend. Nothing prevented one, of course, from supposing that in quest of an attractive name the founder of the hotel had been immediately and solely influenced by the chance fantasy of the second-rate muralist he had hired, and that subsequently the hotel's name had suggested the play's title. But in my credulous, simple, benevolent mind I happened to twist it the other way round, and without giving the whole matter much, though really, suppose that mural, name and title had all been derived from a common source, from some local tradition, which I, an alien unversed in New England lore, would not be supposed to know. In consequence I was under the impression, all this quite casually, you understand, quite outside my orbit of importance, that the accursed playlet belonged to the type of whimsy for juvenile consumption, arranged and rearranged many times, such as Hansel and Gretel by Richard Roe, or The Sleeping Beauty by Dorothy Doe, or The Emperor's New Clothes by Morris Vermont and Marion Rumpelmeyer. All this to be found in any plays for school actors or Let's Have a Play. In other words, I did not know and would not have cared, if I did, that actually The Enchanted Hunters was a quite recent and technically original composition which had been produced for the first time only 3 or 4 months ago by a highbrow group in New York. To me, Nasmyth, as I could judge from my charmer's part, it seemed to be a pretty dismal kind of fancy work, with echoes from Lenormand and Maeterlinck and various quiet British dreamers. The red-capped, uniformly attired hunters, of which one was a banker, another a plumber, a third a policeman, a fourth an undertaker, a fifth an underwriter, a sixth an escaped convict, you see the possibilities. Went through a complete change of mind in Dolly's Dell, and remembered their real lives only as dreams or nightmares from which little Diana had aroused them. But a seventh hunter, in a green cap, the fool, was a young poet, and he insisted, much to Diana's annoyance, that she and the entertainment provided, dancing nymphs, and elves, and monsters, were his, the poet's, invention. I understand that finally, in utter disgust at his cocksureness, barefooted Dolores was to lead check-trousered Mona to the paternal farm behind the perilous forest to prove to the braggart she was not a poet's fancy, but a rustic, down to brown earthless, and a last-minute kiss was to enforce the play's profound message, namely, that mirage and reality merge in love. I considered it wiser not to criticize the thing in front of Lo. She was so healthily engrossed in problems of expression, and so charmingly did she put her narrow Florentine hands together, batting her eyelashes and pleading with me not to come to rehearsals as some ridiculous parents did, because she wanted to dazzle me with a perfect first night, and because I was, anyway, always butting in and saying the wrong thing, and cramping her style in the presence of other people. There was one very special rehearsal. My heart. There was one day in May marked by a lot of gay flurry. It all rolled past, beyond my ken, immune to my memory, and when I saw Lo next, in the late afternoon, balancing on her bike, pressing the palm of her hand to the damp bark of a young birch tree on the edge of our lawn, I was so struck by the radiant tenderness of her smile that for an instant I believed all our troubles gone. "Can you remember," she said, "what was the name of that hotel? You know, nose-pocketed, come on, you now with those white columns and the marble swan in the lobby? Oh, you know, noisy exhalation of breath, the hotel where you raped me. Okay, skip it. I mean, was it, almost in a whisper, the Enchanted Hunters? Oh, it was. Musingly was it." And with a yelp of amorous vernal laughter she slapped the glossy bowl and tore uphill, to the end of the street, and then rode back, feet at rest on stopped pedals, posture relaxed, one hand dreaming in her print-flowered lap. 14. Because it supposedly tied up with her interest in dance and dramatics, I had permitted Lo to take piano lessons with a Miss Emperor, as we French scholars may conveniently call her, to whose blue-shuttered little white house a mile or so beyond Beardsley Lo would spin off twice a week. One Friday night toward the end of May, and a week or so after the very special rehearsal, Lo had not had me attend. The telephone in my study, where I was in the act of mopping up Gastonski's side, rang, and Miss Emperor asked if Lo was coming next Tuesday because she had missed last Tuesday's and today's lessons. I said she would by all means and went on with the game. As the reader may well imagine, my faculties were now impaired, and a move or two later, with Gaston to play, I noticed through the film of my general distress that he could collect my queen. He noticed it too, but thinking it might be a trap on the part of his tricky opponent, he demurred for quite a minute, and puffed and wheezed, and shook his jowls, and even shot furtive glances at me, and made hesitating half-thrusts with his pudgily bunched fingers, dying to take that juicy queen and not drink, and all of a sudden he swooped down upon it, who knows if it did not teach him certain later audacities. And I spent a dreary hour in achieving a draw. He finished his brandy and presently lumbered away, quite satisfied with this result. Mon pauvre ami, je ne vous ai jamais revu et qu'il y ait bien plus de chance que vous voyez mon livre. Permettez-moi de vous dire que je vous salue bien cordialement, et que toutes mes fillettes vous saluent. I found Dolores Haze at the kitchen table, consuming a wedge of pie, with her eyes fixed on her script. They rose to meet mine with a kind of celestial vapidity. She remained singularly unruffled when confronted with my discovery, and said in petty air faussement contrite that she knew she was a very wicked kid, but simply had not been able to resist the enchantment, and had used up those music hours, oh reader, my reader, in a nearby public park rehearsing the magic forest scene with Mona. I said fine, and stalked to the telephone. Mona's mother answered, "Oh yes, she's in," and retreated with the mother's neutral laugh of polite pleasure to shout off stage, "Roy calling." And the very next moment Mona rustled up, and forthwith, in a low, monotonous, not untender voice, started berating Roy for something he had said or done, and I interrupted her, and presently Mona was saying in her humbles, sexiest contralto, "Yes, sir, surely, sir, I am alone to blame, sir, in this unfortunate business. What elocution! What poise! Honest, I feel very bad about it," and so on and so forth, as those little harlots say. So downstairs I went, clearing my throat and holding my heart. Lo was now in the living room, in her favorite overstuffed chair. As she sprawled there, biting at a hangnail and mocking me with her heartless vaporous eyes, and all the time rocking a stool upon which she had placed the heel of an outstretched shoeless foot, I perceived all at once with a sickening qualm how much she had changed since I first met her 2 years ago. Or had this happened during those last 2 weeks? Tendresse? Surely that was an exploded myth. She sat right in the focus of my incandescent anger. The fog of all lust had been swept away, leaving nothing but this dreadful lucidity. Oh, she had changed. Her complexion was now that of any vulgar, untidy high school girl who applies shared cosmetics with grubby fingers to an unwashed face, and does not mind what soiled texture, what pustulate epidermis comes in contact with her skin. Its smooth tender bloom had been so lovely in former days, so bright with tears, when I used to roll, in play, her tousled head on my knee. A coarse flush had now replaced that innocent fluorescence. What was locally known as a rabbit cold had painted with flaming pink the edges of her contemptuous nostrils. As in terror I lowered my gaze, it mechanically slid along the underside of her tensely stretched bare thigh. How polished and muscular her legs had grown. She kept her wide-set eyes, clouded glass gray and slightly bloodshot, fixed upon me, and I saw the stealthy thought showing through them that perhaps after all Mona was right, and she, Orphan Lo, could expose me without getting penalized herself. How wrong I was. How mad I was. Everything about her was of the same exasperating, impenetrable ordered strength of her shapely legs, the dirty sole of her white sock, the thick sweater she wore despite the closeness of the room, her wintry smell, and especially the dead end of her face with its strange flush and freshly made-up lips. Some of the red had left stains on her front teeth, and I was struck by a ghastly recollection evoked image not of Monique, but of another young prostitute in a Bell house, ages ago, who had been snapped up by somebody else before I had time to decide whether her mere youth warranted my risking some appalling disease, and who had just such flushed prominent pommettes and a dead mammon, and big front teeth, and a bit of dingy red ribbon in her country brown hair. "Well, speak," said Lo. "Was the corroboration satisfactory?" "Oh, yes," I said. "Perfect." "Yes. And I do not doubt you two made it up. As a matter of fact, I do not doubt you have told her everything about us." "Oh, yeah?" I controlled my breath and said, "Dolores, this must stop right away. I am ready to yank you out of Beardsley and lock you up you know where, but this must stop. I am ready to take you away the time it takes to pack a suitcase. This must stop or else anything may happen." "Anything may happen, huh?" I snatched away the stool she was rocking with her heel and her foot fell with a thud on the floor. "Hey," she cried, "take it easy." "First of all you go upstairs," I cried in my turn, and simultaneously grabbed at her and pulled her up. From that moment, I stopped restraining my voice, and we continued yelling at each other, and she said unprintable things. She said she loathed me. She made monstrous faces at me, inflating her cheeks and producing a diabolical plopping sound. She said I had attempted to violate her several times when I was her mother's roomer. She said she was sure I had murdered her mother. She said she would sleep with the very first fellow who asked her and I could do nothing about it. I said she was to go upstairs and show me all her hiding places. It was a strident and hateful scene. I held her by her knobby wrist and she kept turning and twisting it this way and that, surreptitiously trying to find a weak point so as to wrench herself free at a favorable moment, but I held her quite hard and in fact hurt her rather badly, for which I hope my heart may rot, and once or twice she jerked her arm so violently that I feared her wrist might snap, and all the while she stared at me with those unforgettable eyes where could anger and hot tears struggled, and our voices were drowning the telephone. And when I grew aware of its ringing she instantly escaped. With people in movies I seemed to share the services of the Machina Telefonica and its sudden god. This time it was an irate neighbor. The east window happened to be agape in the living room, with the blind mercifully down, however. And behind it the damp black night of a sour New England spring had been breathlessly listening to us. I had always thought that type of hundocky spinster with the obscene mind was the result of considerable literary inbreeding in modern fiction. But now I am convinced that prude and prurient Miss Easter, to explode her incognito, Miss Fenton Leboney, had been probably protruding three-quarter way from her bedroom window as she strove to catch the gist of our quarrel. This racket lacks all sense of. Quacked the receiver, "We do not live in a tenement here." I must emphatically. I apologized for my daughter's friends being so loud. Young people, you know, and cradled the next quack and a half. Downstairs the screen door banged. Lo? Escaped? Through the casement on the stairs I saw a small impetuous ghost slip through the shrubs. A silvery dot in the dark above the bicycle wheel moved, shivered, and she was gone. It so happened that the car was spending the night in a repair shop downtown. I had no other alternative than to pursue on foot the winged fugitive. Even now, after more than 3 years have heaved and elapsed, I cannot visualize that spring night street, that already so leafy street, without a gasp of panic. Before their lighted porch Miss Lester was promenading Miss Farvian's dropsical deckle. Mr. Hyde almost knocked it over. Walk 3 steps and run 3. A tepid rain started to drum on the chestnut leaves. At the next corner, pressing Lolita against an iron railing, a blurred youth held and said no, not her, mistake. My talons still tingling, I flew on. Half a mile or so east of number 14, Thayer Street tangles with a private lane and a cross street. The latter leads to the town proper. In front of the first drugstore, I saw with what melody of relief Lolita's fair bicycle waiting for her. I pushed instead of pulling, pulled, pushed, pulled, and entered. Look out. Some 10 paces away Lolita, though the glass of a telephone booth, membranous God still with us, cupping the tube, confidentially hunched over it, slid her eyes at me, turned away with her treasure, hurriedly hung up, and walked out with a flourish. Tried to reach you at home, she said brightly. A great decision has been made. But first buy me a drink, Dad. She watched the listless pale fountain girl put in the ice, pour in the Coke, add the cherry syrup, and my heart was bursting with love-ache. That childish wrist. My lovely child. You have a lovely child, Mr. Humbert. We always admire her as she passes by. Mr. Pym watched Pippa suck in the concoction. Gee, 2 hours admire l'oeuvre du sublime Dublinois. And in the meantime the rain had become a voluptuous shower. Look, she said as she rode the bike beside me, one foot scraping the darkly glistening sidewalk. Look, I've decided something. I want to leave school. I hate that school. I hate the play. I really do. Never go back. Find another. Leave at once. Go for a long trip again. But this time we'll go wherever I want, won't we? I nodded. My Lolita. I choose? C'est entendu? She asked, wobbling a little beside me. Used French only when she was a very good little girl. Okay. Entendu. Now hop hop hop, Lenore, or you'll get soaked. A storm of sobs was filling my chest. She bared her teeth and, after her adorable schoolgirl fashion, leaned forward, and away she sped, my bird. Miss Lester's finely groomed hand held a porch door open for a waddling old dog qui prenait son temps. Lo was waiting for me near the ghostly birch tree. I am drenched, she declared at the top of her voice. Are you glad? To hell with the play. See what I mean? An invisible hag's claw slammed down an upper floor window. In our hallway, ablaze with welcoming lights, my Lolita peeled off her sweater, shook her gemmed hair, stretched towards me 2 bare arms, raised one knee. Carry me upstairs, please. I feel sort of romantic tonight. It may interest physiologists to learn, at this point, that I have the ability, a most singular case, I presume, shedding torrents of tears throughout the other tempest. 15. The brakes were relined, the water pipes unclogged, the valves ground, and a number of other repairs and improvements were paid for by not very mechanically minded but prudent Papa Humbert, so that the late Mrs. Humbert's car was in respectable shape when ready to undertake a new journey. We had promised Beardsley School, good old Beardsley School, that we would be back as soon as my Hollywood engagement came to an end. Inventive Humbert was to be, I hinted, chief consultant in the production of a film dealing with existentialism, still a hot thing at the time. Actually, I was toying with the idea of gently trickling across the Mexican border. I was braver now than last year, and there deciding what to do with my little concubine, who was now 60 inches tall and weighed 90 pounds. We had dug out our tour books and maps. She had traced our route with immense zest. Was it thanks to those theatricals that she had now outgrown her juvenile jaded airs and was so adorably keen to explore rich reality? I experienced the queer lightness of dreams that pale but warm Sunday morning when we abandoned Professor Kim's puzzled house and sped along Main Street toward the 4-lane highway. My love's striped, black and white cotton frock, jaunty blue with a large beautifully cut aquamarine on a silver chainlet, which gemmed her throat, a spring rain gift from me. We passed the new hotel, and she laughed. "A penny for your thoughts," I said, and she stretched out her palm at once, but at that moment I had to apply the brakes rather abruptly at a red light. As we pulled up, another car came to a gliding stop alongside, and a very striking-looking, athletically lean young woman, where had I seen her? With a high complexion and shoulder-length brilliant bronze hair, greeted low with a ringing hi. And then, addressing me, effusively, edusively, placed. Stressing certain words, said, "What a shame to was to tear Dolly away from the play. You should have heard the author raving about her after that rehearsal. Green light, you dope," said low under her breath, and simultaneously, waving in bright adieu a bangled arm, Joan of Arc, in a performance we saw at the local theater, violently outdistanced us to swerve into Campus Avenue. Who was it exactly? Vermont or Rumpelmeyer? No, a deuce a gold gal who coaches us. I was not referring to her. Who exactly concocted that play? Oh. Yes, of course. Some old woman, Claire something, I guess. There was quite a crowd of them there. So she complimented you? Complimented my eyes, kissed me on my pure brow, and my darling emitted that new yelp of merriment which perhaps in connection with her theatrical mannerisms had lately begun to affect. You are a funny creature, Lolita, I sighed, or some such words. Naturally, I am overjoyed you gave up that absurd stage business. But what is curious is that you dropped the whole thing only a week before its natural climax. Oh, Lolita, you should be careful of those surrenders of yours. I remember you gave up Ramsdell for camp, and camp for a joyride, and I could list other abrupt changes in your disposition. You must be careful. There are things that should never be given up. You must persevere. You should try to be a little nicer to me, Lolita. You should also watch your diet. The tour of your thigh, you know, should not exceed 17.5 inches. More might be fatal. I was kidding, of course. We are now setting out on a long happy journey. I remember. 16. I remember as a child in Europe gloating over a map of North America that had Appalachian mountains boldly running from Alabama up to New Brunswick, so that the whole region they span, Tennessee, the Virginias, Pennsylvania, New York, Vermont, New Hampshire and Maine, appeared to my imagination as a gigantic Switzerland or even Tibet, all mountain, glorious diamond peak upon peak, giant conifers, Le Montagnard Migr in his bearskin glory, and Felis tigris goldsmithy, and red Indians under the catalpas. That it all boiled down to a measly suburban lawn and a smoking garbage incinerator, was appalling. Farewell, Appalachia. Leaving it, we crossed Ohio, the 3 states beginning with I, and Nebraska, that first whiff of the West. We traveled very leisurely, having more than a week to reach Wace, Continental Divide, where she passionately desired to see he ceremonial dances marking the seasonal opening of Magic Cave, and at least 3 weeks to reach Elphinstone, gem of a western state, where she yearned to climb Red Rock, from which a mature screen star had recently jumped to her death after a drunken row with her gigolo. Again we were welcomed to weary motels by means of inscriptions that read, "We wish you feel at home while here." All equipment was carefully checked upon your arrival. Your license number is on record here. Use hot water sparingly. We reserve the right to eject without notice any objectionable person. Do not throw waste material of any kind in the toilet bowl. Thank you. Call again. The management. P.S. We consider our guests the finest people of the world. In these frightening places we paid 10 for twins. Flies queued outside at the screenless door and successfully scrambled in. The ashes of our predecessors still lingered in the ashtrays, a woman's hair lay on the pillow, one heard one's neighbor hanging his coat in his closet, the hangers were ingeniously fixed to their bars by coils of wire so as to thwart theft, and, in crowning insult, the pictures above the twin beds were identical twins. I also noticed that commercial fashion was changing. There was a tendency for cabins to fuse and gradually form the caravansary, and, lo, she was not interested, but the reader may be, a second story was added, and a lobby grew in, and cars were removed to a communal garage, and the motel reverted to the good old hotel. I now warn the reader not to mock me and my mental days. It is easy for him and me to decipher now a past destiny. But a destiny in the making is, believe me, not one of those honest mystery stories where all you have to do is keep an eye on the clues. In my youth I once read a French detective tale where the clues were actually in italics. But that is not McFate's way even if one does learn to recognize certain obscure indications. For instance, I would not swear that there was not at least one occasion, prior to, or at the very beginning of, the Midwest lap of our journey, when she managed to convey some information to, or otherwise get into contact with, a person or persons unknown. We had stopped at a gas station, under the sign of Pegasus, and she had slipped out of her seat and escaped to the rear of the premises while the raised hood, under which I had bent to watch the mechanic's manipulations, hid her for a moment from my sight. Being inclined to be lenient, I only shook my benign head, though strictly speaking such visits were taboo, since I felt instinctively that toilets as also telephonish happened to be, for reasons unfathomable, the points where my destiny was liable to catch. We all have such fateful objects. It may be a recurrent landscape in one case, a number in another carefully chosen by the gods to attract events of special significance for us. Here shall John always stumble. There shall Jane's heart always break. Well, my car had been attended to, and I had moved it away from the pumps to let a pickup truck be serviced when the growing volume of her absence began to weigh upon me in the windy grayness. Not for the first time, and not for the last, had I stared in such dull discomfort of mind at those stationary trivialities that look almost surprised, like staring rustics, to find themselves in the stranded traveler's field of vision, that green garbage can, those very black, very white-walled tires for sale, those bright cans of motor oil, that red ice box with assorted drinks, the 4, 5, 7 discarded bottles within the incompleted crossword puzzle of their wooden cells, that bug patiently walking up the inside of the window of the office. Radio music was coming from its open door, and because the rhythm was not synchronized with the heave and flutter and other gestures of wind-animated vegetation, one had the impression of an old scenic film living its own life while piano or fiddle followed a line of music quite outside the shivering flower, the swaying branch. The sound of Charlotte's last sob incongruously vibrated through me as, with her dress fluttering athwart the rhythm, Lolita veered from a totally unexpected direction. She had found the toilet occupied and had crossed over to the sign of the conch in the next block. They said there they were proud of their home-clean restrooms. These prepaid postcards, they said, had been provided for your comments. No postcards. No soap. Nothing. No comments. That day or the next, after a tedious drive through a land of food crops, we reached a pleasant little burg and put up at Chestnut Court. Nice cabins, damp green grounds, apple trees, an old swing and a tremendous sunset which the tried child ignored. She had wanted to go through Caspim because it was only 30 miles north from her hometown, but on the following morning I found her quite listless, with no desire to see again the sidewalk where she had played hopscotch some 5 years before. For obvious reasons I had rather dreaded that side trip, even though we had agreed not to make ourselves conspicuous in any way, to remain in the car and not look up old friends. My relief at her abandoning the project was spoiled by the thought that had she felt I were totally against the nostalgic possibilities of Pisky, as I had been last year, she would not have given up so easily. On my mentioning this with a sigh, she sighed too and complained of being out of sorts. She wanted to remain in bed till tea time at least, with lots of magazines, and then if she felt better she suggested we just continue westward. I must say she was very sweet and languid, and craved for fresh fruits, and I decided to go and fetch her a toothsome picnic lunch in Caspim. Our cabin stood on the timbered crest of a hill, and from our window you could see the road winding down, and then running as straight as a hair parting between 2 rows of chestnut trees, towards the pretty town, which looked singularly distinct and toy-like in the pure morning distance. One could make out an elf-like girl on an insect-like bicycle, and a dog, a bit too large proportionately, all as clear as those pilgrims and mules winding up wax-pale roads in old paintings with blue hills and red little people. I have the European urge to use my feet when a drive can be dispensed with, so I leisurely walked down, eventually meeting the cyclist, a plain plump girl with pigtails, followed by a huge St. Bernard dog with orbits like pansies. In Cuspim, a very old barber gave me a very mediocre haircut. He babbled of a baseball-playing son of his, and, at every explodent, spat into my neck, and every now and then wiped his glasses on my sheet wrap, or interrupted his tremulous scissor work to produce faded newspaper clippings, and so inattentive was I that it came as a shock to realize, as he pointed to an easeled photograph among the ancient gray lotions, that the mustached young ball player had been dead for the last 30 years. I had a cup of hot flavorless coffee, bought a bunch of bananas for my monkey, and spent another 10 minutes or so in a delicatessen store. At least an hour and a half must have elapsed when this homeward-bound little pilgrim appeared on the winding road leading to Chestnut Castle. The girl I had seen on my way to town was now loaded with linen and engaged in helping a misshapen man whose big head and coarse features reminded me of the Bertoldo character in low Italian comedy. They were cleaning the cabins, of which there was a dozen or so on Chestnut Crest, all pleasantly spaced amid the copious verdure. It was noon, and most of them, with a final bang of their screen doors, had already got rid of their occupants. A very elderly, almost mummy-like couple in a very new model were in the act of creeping out of one of the contiguous garages. From another a red hood protruded in somewhat codpiece fashion. And nearer to our cabin, a strong and handsome young man with a shock of black hair and blue eyes was putting a portable refrigerator into a station wagon. For some reason he gave me a sheepish grin as I passed. On the grass expanse opposite, in the many-limbed shade of luxuriant trees, the familiar St. Bernard dog was guarding his mistress' bicycle, and nearby a young woman, far gone in the family way, had seated a wrapped baby on a swing and was rocking it gently, while a jealous boy of 2 or 3 was making a nuisance of himself by trying to push or pull the swing board. He finally succeeded in getting himself knocked down by it, and bawled loudly as he lay supine on the grass while his mother continued to smile gently at neither of her present children. I recall so clearly these miniati probably because I was to check my impressions so thoroughly only a few minutes later. And besides, something in me had been on guard ever since that awful night in Beardsley. I now refused to be diverted by the feeling of well-being that my walk had engendered, be the young summer breeze that enveloped the nape of my neck, the giving crunch of the damp gravel, the juice tidbit I had sucked out at last from a hollowy tooth, and even the comfortable weight of my provisions which the general condition of my heart should not have allowed me to carry. But even that miserable pump of mine seemed to be working sweetly, and I felt adoloridium urus languor, to quote dear old Ronsard, as I reached the cottage where I had left my Dolores. To my surprise I found her dressed. She was sitting on the edge of the bed in slacks and t-shirt, and was looking at me as if she could not quite place me. The frank soft shape of her small breasts was brought out rather than blurred by the limpness of her thin shirt, and this frankness irritated me. She had not washed. Yet her mouth was freshly though smudgily painted, and her broad teeth glistened like wine-tinged ivory or pinkish poker chips. And there she sat, hands clasped in her lap, and dreamily brimmed with a diabolical glow that had no relations to me whatever. I plumped down my heavy paper bag and stood staring at the bare ankles of her sandaled feet, then at her silly face, then again at her sinful feet. "You've been out," I said. The sandals were filthy with gravel. "I just got up," she replied, and added upon intercepting my downward glance, "went out for a second. Wanted to see if you were coming back." She became aware of the bananas and uncoiled herself to bluard. What special suspicion could I have? None indeed, but those muddy, moony eyes of hers, that singular warmth emanating from her. I said nothing. I looked at the road meandering so distinctly within the frame of the window. Anybody wishing to betray my trust would have found it a splendid lookout. With rising appetite, Lo applied herself to the fruit. All at once I remembered the ingratiating grin of the Johnny next door. I stepped out quickly. All cars had disappeared except his station wagon. His pregnant young wife was not getting into it with her baby and the other, more or less cancelled, child. "What's the matter? Where are you going?" cried Lo from the porch. I said nothing. I pushed her softness back into the room and went in after her. I ripped her shirt off. I unzipped the rest of her. I tore off her sandals. Wildly, I pursued the shadow of her infidelity. But the scent I traveled upon was so slight as to be practically undistinguishable from a madman's fancy. 17. Gross Gaston, in his prissy way, had liked to make presents just a prissy wee bit out of the ordinary, or so he prissily thought. Noticing one night that my box of chessmen was broken, he sent me next morning, with a little lad of his, a copper case. It had an elaborate oriental design over the lid and could be securely locked. One's glance sufficed to assure me that it was one of those cheap money boxes called for some reason Louisettas that you buy in Algiers and elsewhere, and wonder what to do with afterwards. It turned out to be much too flat for holding my bulky chessmen, but I kept using it for a totally different purpose. In order to break some pattern of fate in which I obscurely felt myself being enmeshed, I had decided, despite Lo's visible annoyance, to spend another night at Chestnut Court. Definitely waking up at 4 in the morning, I ascertained that Lo was still sound asleep, mouth open, in a kind of dull amazement at the curiously inane life we all had rigged up for her, and satisfied myself that the precious contents of the Louisetta were safe. There, snugly wrapped in a white woolen scarf, lay a pocket automatic, caliber .32, capacity of magazine 8 cartridges, length a little under 1/9 of Lolita's length, stock checked walnut, finish full blued. I had inherited it from the late Harold Haze, with a 1938 catalog which cheerily said in part, particularly well adapted for use in the home and car as well as on the person. There it lay, ready for instant service on the person or persons, loaded and fully cocked with the slide lock-in safety position, thus precluding any accidental discharge. We must remember that a pistol is the Freudian symbol of the Urfather's central forelimb. I was now glad I had it with me, and even more glad that I had learned to use it 2 years before, in the pine forest around my and Charlotte's Glass Lake. Farlow, with whom I had roamed those remote woods, was an admirable marksman, and with his .38 actually managed to hit a hummingbird, though I must say not much of it could be retrieved for proof, only a little iridescent fluff. A burly ex-policeman called Kristovsky, who in the 20s had shot and killed 2 escaped convicts, joined us and bagged a tiny woodpecker completely out of season, incidentally. Between those 2 sportsmen I of course was a novice and kept missing everything, though I did wood a squirrel on a later occasion when I went out alone. "You like here?" I whispered to my lightweight compact little chum, and then toasted it with a dram of gin. 18. The reader must now forget chestnuts and colts, and accompany us further west. The following days were marked by a number of great thunderstorms, or perhaps there was but one single storm which progressed across country in ponderous froglips, and which we could not shake off, just as we could not shake off Detective Trap, for it was during those days that the problem of the Aztec red convertible presented itself to me, and quite overshadowed the theme of Lo's lovers. Queer. I, who was jealous of every male we met, queer, how I misinterpreted the designations of doom. Perhaps I had been lulled by Lo's modest behavior in winter, and anyway it would have been too foolish even for a lunatic to suppose another Humbert was avidly following Humbert and Humbert's nymphat with Jovian fireworks over the great and ugly plains. I surmised, donk, that the red yak keeping behind us at a discreet distance mile after mile was operated by a detective whom some busybody had hired to see what exactly Humbert Humbert was doing with that minor stepdaughter of his. As happens with me at periods of electrical disturbance and crepitating lightnings, I had hallucinations. Maybe they were more than hallucinations. I do not know what she or he, or both, had put into my liquor, but one night I felt sure somebody was tapping on the door of our cabin, and I flung it open, and noticed 2 things: that I was stark naked, and that, white glistening in the rain-dripping darkness, there stood a man holding before his face the mask of jutting chin, a grotesque sleuth in the funnies. He emitted a muffled guffaw and scurried away, and I reeled back into the room, and fell asleep again, and am not sure even to this day that the visit was not a drug-provoked dream. I have thoroughly studied Trapp's type of humor, and this might have been a plausible sample. Oh, crude and absolutely ruthless. Somebody, I imagined, was making money on those masks of popular monsters and morons. Did I see next morning 2 urchins rummaging in a garbage can and trying on jutting chin? I wonder. It may all have been a coincidence due to atmospheric conditions, I suppose. Being a murderer with a sensational but incomplete and unorthodox memory, I cannot tell you, ladies and gentlemen, the exact day when I first knew with utter certainty that the red convertible was following us. I do remember, however, the first time I saw its driver quite clearly. I was proceeding slowly one afternoon through torrents of rain and kept seeing that red ghost swimming and shivering with lust in my mirror, when presently the deluge dwindled to a patter, and then was suspended altogether. With a swishing sound a sunburst swept the highway, and needing a pair of new sunglasses, I puzzled up at a filling station. What was happening was a sickness, a cancer, that could not be helped, so I simply ignored the fact that our quiet pursuer, in his converted state, stopped a little behind us at a cafe or bar bearing the idiotic sign, "The Bustle, a deceitful seatful." Having seen to the needs of my car, I walked into the office to get those glasses and pay for the gas. As I was in the act of signing a traveler's check and wondered about my exact whereabouts, I happened to glance through a side window, and saw a terrible thing. A broad-backed man, baldish, in an oatmeal coat and dark brown trousers, was listening to Lo, who was leaning out of the car and talking to him very rapidly, her hand with outspread fingers going up and down as it did when she was very serious and emphatic. What struck me with sickening force was, how should I put it? The voluble familiarity of her way, as if they had known each other for weeks and weeks. I saw him scratch his cheek and nod, and turn, and walk back to his convertible, a broad and thickish man of my age, somewhat resembling Gustave Trapp, a cousin of my father's in Switzerland, same smoothly tanned face, fuller than mine, with a small dark mustache and a rosebud, degenerate mouth. Lolita was studying a road map when I got back into the car. "What did that man ask you, lol?" "Man? Oh, that man. Oh yes. Oh, I don't know. He wondered if I had a map. Lost his way, I guess." We drove on, and I said, "Now listen, Lo. I do not know whether you are lying or not, and I do not know whether you are insane or not, and I do not care for the moment. But that person has been following us all day, and his car was at the motel yesterday, and I think he is a cop. You know perfectly well what will happen and where you will go if the police find out about things. Now I want to know exactly what he said to you and what you told him." She laughed. "If he's really a cop," she said shrilly but not illogically, "the worst thing we could do would be to show him we are scared. Ignore him, Dad." "Did he ask where we were going?" "Oh, he knows that," mocking me. "Anyway," I said, giving up, "I have seen his face now. He is not pretty. He looks exactly like a relative of mine called Trapp. Perhaps he is Trapp. If I were you, look, all the nines are changing into the next 1,000. When I was a little kid," she continued unexpectedly, "I used to think they'd stop and go back to nines, if only my mother agreed to put the car in reverse." It was the first time, I think, she spoke spontaneously of her pre-Humbertian childhood. Perhaps the theater had taught her that trick. And silently we traveled on, unpursued. But next day, like pain in a fatal disease that comes back as the drug and hope wear off, there it was again behind us, that glossy red beast. The traffic on the highway was light that day. Nobody passed anybody. And nobody attempted to get in between our humble blue car and its imperious red shadow, as if there were some spell cast on that interspace, a zone of evil mirth and magic, a zone whose very precision and stability had a glass-like virtue that was almost artistic. The driver behind me, with his stuffed shoulders and trappish mustache, looked like a display dummy, and his convertible seemed to move only because an invisible rope of silent silk connected it without shabby vehicle. We were many times weaker than his splendid, lacquered machine, so that I did not even attempt to outspeed him. O lent curite noctis equi. O softly run, nightmares. We climbed long grades and rolled downhill again, and heeded speed limits and spared slow children, and reproduced in sweeping terms the black wiggles of curves on their yellow shields, and no matter how and where we drove, the enchanted interspace slid on intact, mathematical, mirage-like, the viatic counterpart of a magic carpet. And all the time I was aware of a private blaze on my right, her joyful eye, her flaming cheek. A traffic policeman, deep in the nightmare of crisscross streets at 4:30 p.m. in a factory town, was the hand of chance that interrupted the spell. He beckoned me on, and then with the same hand cut off my shadow. A score of cars were launched in between us, and I sped on, and deftly turned into a narrow lane. A sparrow alighted with a jumbo bread crumb, was tackled by another, and lost the crumb. When after a few grim stoppages and a bit of deliberate meandering, I returned to the highway, our shadow had disappeared. Lola snorted and said, "If he is what you think he is, how silly to give him the slip." "I have other notions by now," I said. "You should them be keeping in touch with him, Father de," said Lo, writhing in the coils of her own sarcasm. "Gee, you are mean," she added in her ordinary voice. We spent a grim night in a very foul cabin, under a sonorous amplitude of rain, and with a kind of prehistorically loud thunder incessantly rolling above us. "I am not a lady and do not like lightning," said Lo, whose dread of electric storms gave me some pathetic solace. We had breakfast in the township of Soda, Pop. 1001. "Judging by the terminal figure," I remarked, "Fatface is already here." "Your humor," said Lo, "is side-splitting, Father." We were in sagebrush country by that time, and there was a day or two of lovely release. I had been a fool, all was well, that discomfort was merely a trapped flatus, and presently the mesas gave way to real mountains, and, on time, we drove into Wace. Oh, disaster! Some confusion had occurred. She had misread a date in the tour book, and the magic cave ceremonies were over. She took it bravely, I must admit, and when we discovered there was in Gerardish Wace a summer theater in full swing, we naturally drifted toward it one fair mid-June evening. I really could not tell you the plot of the play we saw. A trivial affair, no doubt, with self-conscious light effects and a mediocre leading lady. The only detail that pleased me was a garland of 7 little graces, more or less immobile, prettily painted, bare-limbed 7 bemused pubescent girls in colored gauze that had been recruited locally, judging by the partisan flurry here and there among the audience, and were supposed to represent a living rainbow, which lingered throughout the last act, and rather teasingly faded behind a series of multiplied veils. I remember thinking that this idea of children colors had been lifted by authors Claire Quilty and Vivian Darkbloom from a passage in James Joyce, and that 2 of the colors were quite exasperatingly lovely: Orange, who kept fidgeting all the time, and Emerald, who, when her eyes got used to the pitch-black pit where we all heavily sat, suddenly smiled at her mother or her protector. As soon as the thing was over, and manual applausius sound my nerves cannot stand began to crash all around me, I started to pull and push Lo toward the exit, in my so natural amorous impatience to get her back to our neon blue cottage in the stunned, starry night. I always say nature is stunned by the sights she sees. Dolly Lo, however, lagged behind. In a rosy daze, her pleased eyes narrowed, her sense of vision swamping the rest of her senses to such an extent that her limp hands hardly came together at all in the mechanical action of clapping they still went through. I had seen that kind of thing in children before, but, by God, this was a special child, myopically beaming at the already remote stage where I glimpsed something of the joint author's man's tuxedo and the bare shoulders of a hawk-like, black-haired, strikingly tall woman. "You've again hurt my wrist, you brute," said Lolita in a small voice as she slipped into her car seat. "I am dreadfully sorry, my darling, my own ultraviolet darling," I said, unsuccessfully trying to catch her elbow, and I added, to change the conversation, to change the direction of fate, oh God, Vivian is quite a woman. I am sure we saw her yesterday in that restaurant, in Soda Pop." "Sometimes," said Lo, "you are quite revoltingly dumb. First, Vivian is the male author, the gal author is Claire. And second, she is 40, married and has Negro blood." I thought, I said, kidding her, Quilty was an ancient flame of yours, in the days when you loved me, in sweet old Ramsdell. What? Countered Lo, her features working. That fat dentist? You must be confusing me with some other fast little article. And I thought to myself how those fast little articles forget everything, while we, old lovers, treasure every inch of their nymphancy. 19. With Lo's knowledge and assent, the 2 post offices given to the Beardsley postmaster as forwarding addresses were P.O. Wace and P.O. Elphinstone. Next morning we visited the former and had to wait in a short but slow queue. Serene Lo studied the rogues gallery. Handsome Brian Bryansky, alias Anthony Bryan, alias Tony Brown, eyes hazel, complexion fair, was wanted for kidnapping. A sad-eyed old gentleman's faux pas was mail fraud, and, as if that were not enough, he was cursed with deformed arches. Sullen Sullivan came with a caution, is believed armed, and should be considered extremely dangerous. If you want to make a movie out of my book, have one of these faces gently melt into my own, while I look. And moreover there was a smudgy snapshot of a missing girl, age 14, wearing brown shoes when last seen, rhymes. Please notify Sheriff Buller. I forget my letters. As to Dolly's, there was her report and a very special-looking envelope. This I deliberately opened and perused its contents. I concluded I was doing the foreseen since she did not seem to mind and drifted toward the newsstand near the exit. Dolly Lo, well, the play was a grand success. All 3 hounds lay quiet, having been slightly drugged by Cutler, I suspect, and Linda knew all your lines. She was fine, she had alertness and control, but lacked somehow the responsiveness, the relaxed vitality, the charm of my and the author's Diana. But there was no author to applaud us as last time, and the terrific electric storm outside interfered with our own modest off-stage thunder. Oh dear, life does fly. Now that everything is over, school, play, the Roy mess, mother's confinement, our baby, alas, did not live. It all seems such a long time ago, though practically I still bear traces of the paint. We are going to New York after tomorrow, and I guess I can't manage to wriggle out of accompanying my parents to Europe. I have even worse news for you. Dolly Lo. I may not be back at Beardsley if and when you return. With one thing and another, one being you know who, and the other not being who you think you know, Dad wants me to go to school in Paris for 1 year while he and Fulbright are around. As expected, poor poet stumbled in scene 3 when arriving at the bit of French nonsense. Remember? Ni mang pas de dire ton amant, chimney, comme la lac est beau car il faut qu'il time ni. Lucky, beau. Casualty had a tongue twister. Well, be good, lollikins. Best love from your poet, and best regards to the governor. Your Mona. P.S. Because of one thing and another, my correspondence happens to be rigidly controlled. So better wait till I write you from Europe. She never did as far as I know. The letter contained an element of mysterious nastiness that I am too tired today to analyze. I found it later preserved in one of the tour books, and give it here tittered documentaire. I read it twice. I looked up from the letter and was about to. There was no Lo to behold. While I was engrossed in Mona's witchery, Lo had shrugged her shoulders and vanished. Did you happen to see? I asked of a hunchback sweeping the floor near the entrance. He had, the old lecturer. He guessed she had seen a friend and had hurried out. I hurried out too. I stopped. She had not. I hurried on. I stopped again. It had happened at last. She had gone forever. In later years I have often wondered why she did not go forever that day. Was it the retentive quality of her new summer clothes in my locked car? Was it some unripe particle in some general plan? Was it simply because, all things considered, I might as well be used to convey her to Elphinston's secret terminus, anyway? I only know I was quite certain she had left me forever. The non-committal mauve mountains half encircling the town seemed to me to swarm with panting, scrambling, laughing, panting Lolitas who dissolved in their haze. A big W made of white stones on a steep talus in the far vista of a cross street seemed the very initial of "Whoa." The new and beautiful post office I had just emerged from stood between a dormant movie house and a conspiracy of poplars. The time was 9 a.m. Mountain Time. The street was charming it into beauty, was one of those fragile young summer mornings with flashes of glass here and there and a general air of faltering and almost fainting at the prospect of an intolerably torrid noon. Crossing over, I loafed and leafed, as it were, through one long block: drugs, real estate, fashions, auto parts, cafe, sporting goods, real estate, furniture, appliances, Western Union, cleaners, grocery. Officer, officer, my daughter has run away. In collusion with a detective. In love with a blackmailer. Took advantage of my utter helplessness. I peered into all the stores. I deliberated inly if I should talk to any of the sparse foot passengers. I did not. I sat for a while in the parked car. I inspected the public garden on the east side. I went back to fashions and auto parts. I told myself with a burst of furious sarcasm and riconement that I was crazy to suspect her, that she would turn up any minute. She did. I wheeled around and shook off the hand she had placed on my sleeve with a timid and imbecile smile. "Get into the car," I said. She obeyed, and I went on pacing up and down, struggling with nameless thoughts, trying to plan some way of tackling her duplicity. Presently she left the car and was at my side again. My sense of hearing gradually got tuned into station low again, and I became aware she was telling me that she had met a former girlfriend. Yes? Whom? A Beardsley girl. Good. I know every name in your group. Alice Adams? The girl was not in my group. Good. I have a complete student list with me. Her name, please. She was not in my school. She is just a town girl in Beardsley. Good. I have the Beardsley directory with me too. We'll look up all the Browns. I only know her first name. Mary or Jane? No, Dolly, like me. So that's the dead end mirror you break your nose against. Good. Let us try another angle. You have been absent 28 minutes. What did the two Dollies do? We went to a drugstore. And you had there? Oh, just a couple of Cokes. Careful, Dolly. We can check that, you know. At least, she had. I had a glass of water. Good. Was it that place there? Sure. Good, come on, we'll grill the soda jerk. Wait a second, come to think it might have been further down just around the corner. Come on all the same. Go in please. Well, let's see. Opening a chain telephone book. Dignified funeral service. No, not yet. Here we are, druggist's retail. Hill drugstore. Larkin's pharmacy. And two more. That's always seems to have in the way of soda fountains, at least in the business section. Well, we will check them all. Go to hell, she said. Low rudeness will get you nowhere. Okay, she said. But you're not going to trap me. Okay, so we did not have a pop. We just talked and looked at dresses in show windows. Which? That window there, for example? Yes, that one there, for example. Oh, lo. Let's look closer at it. It was indeed a pretty sight. A dapper young fellow was vacuum cleaning a carpet upon which stood two figures that looked as if some blast had just worked havoc with them. One figure was stark naked, wigless and armless. Its comparatively small stature and smirking pose suggested that when clothed it had represented, and would represent when clothed again, a girl child of Lolita's size. But in its present state it was sexless. Next to it stood a much taller veiled bride, quite perfect and intact except for the lack of one arm. On the floor, at the feet of these damsels, where the man crawled about laboriously with his cleaner, there lay a cluster of 3 slender arms, and a blonde wig. 2 of the arms happened to be twisted and seemed to suggest a clasping gesture of horror and supplication. Look, lo, I said quietly. Look well. Is not that a rather good symbol of something or other? However, I went on as we got back into the car. I have taken certain precautions. Here, delicately opening the glove compartment, on this pad I have our boyfriend's car number. As the ass I was, I had not memorized it. What remained of it in my mind were the initial letter and the closing figure, as if the whole amphitheater of 6 signs receded concavely behind a tinted glass, too opaque to allow the central series to be deciphered, but just translucent enough to make out its extreme edgus, a capital P and a 6. I have to go into those details, which in themselves can interest only a professional psychologue, because otherwise the reader, if I could visualize him as a blonde-bearded scholar with rosy lips sucking la pomme de sa canne as he quaffs my manuscript, might not understand the quality of the shock I experienced upon noticing that the P had acquired the bustle of a B and that the 6 had been deleted altogether. The rest, with erasures revealing the hurried shuttle smear of a pencil's rubber end, and with parts of numbers obliterated or reconstructed in a child's hand, presented a tangle of barbed wire to any logical interpretation. All I knew was the studion adjacent to the state Beardsley was in. I said nothing. I put the pad back, closed the compartment, and drove out of Wace. Lo had grabbed some comics from the back seat and, mobile white-bloused, one brown elbow out of the window, was deep in the current adventure of some cloud or clown. 3 or 4 miles out of Wace, I turned into the shadow of a picnic ground where the morning had dumped its litter of light on an empty table. Lo looked up with a semi-smile of surprise, and without a word I delivered a tremendous backhand cut that caught her smack on her hot, hard little cheekbone. And then the remorse, the poignant sweetness of sobbing atonement, groveling love, the hopelessness of sensual reconciliation. In the velvet night, at Marana Motel, Marana, I kissed the yellowish soles of her long-toed feet, I immolated myself. But it was all of no avail. Both doomed were we. And soon I was to enter a new cycle of persecution. In a street of Wace, on its outskirts. Oh, I am quite sure it was not a delusion. In a street of Wace, I had glimpsed the Aztec red convertible, or its identical twin. Instead of trap, it contained 4 or 5 loud young people of several sexes, but I said nothing. After Wace, a totally new situation arose. For a day or two, I enjoyed the mental emphasis with which I told myself that we were not, and never had been followed. And then I became sickeningly conscious that Trap had changed his tactics and was still with us, in this or that rented car. A veritable Proteus of the highway, with bewildering ease he switched from one vehicle to another. This technique implied the existence of garages specializing in stage automobile operations, but I never could discover the remises he used. He seemed to patronize at first the Chevrolet genus, beginning with a campus cream convertible, then going on to a small horizon blue sedan, and thenceforth fading into surf gray and driftwood gray. Then he turned to other makes and passed through a pale dull rainbow of paint shades, and one day I found myself attempting to cope with the subtle distinction between our own dream blue Melmoth and the crest blue Oldsmobile he had rented. Grays, however, remained his favorite cryptochromism, and, in agonizing nightmares, I tried in vain to sort out properly such ghosts as Chrysler's shell gray, Chevrolet's thistle gray, Dodge's French gray. The necessity of being constantly on the lookout for his little mustache and open shirter for his baldish pate and broad shoulder sold me to a profound study of all cars on the road behind, before, alongside, coming, going, every vehicle under the dancing sun, the quiet vacationist's automobile with the box of tender touch tissues in the back window, the recklessly speeding jalopy full of pale children with a shaggy dog's head protruding, and a crumpled mudguard, the bachelor's Tudor sedan crowded with suits on hangers, the huge Fethouse trailer weaving in front, immune to the Indian file of fury boiling behind it, the car with the young female passenger politely perched in the middle of the front seat to be closer to the young male driver, the car carrying on its roof a red boat bottom up, the gray car slowing up before us, the gray car catching up with us. We were in mountain country, somewhere between Snow and Champion, and rolling down an almost imperceptible grade, when I had my next distinct view of Detective Paramere Trap. The gray mist behind us had deepened and concentrated into the compactness of a Dominion blue sedan. All of a sudden, as if the car I drove responded to my poor heart's pangs. We were slithering from side to side, with something making a helpless plap 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 under us. "You got a flat, mister," said cheerful Lo. I pulled up near a precipice. She folded her arms and put her foot on the dashboard. I got out and examined the right rear wheel. The base of its tire was sheepishly and hideously square. Trap had stopped some 50 yards behind us. His distant face formed a grief spot of mirth. This was my chance. I started to walk towards him with the brilliant idea of asking him for a jack-through. I had one. He backed a little. I stubbed my toe against a stone, and there was a sense of general laughter. Then a tremendous truck loomed from behind Trap and thundered by me, and immediately after, I heard it utter a convulsive honk. Instinctively I looked back and saw my own car gently creeping away. I could make out Lo ludicrously at the wheel, and the engine was certainly running thou. I remembered I had cut it but had not applied the emergency brake. And during the brief space of throb time that it took me to reach the croaking machine, which came to a standstill at last, it dawned upon me that during the last 2 years little Lo had had ample time to pick up the rudiments of driving. As I wrenched the door open, I was goddamn sure she had started the car to prevent me from walking up to Trap. Her trick proved useless, however, for even while I was pursuing her he had made an energetic U-turn and was gone. I rested for a while. Lo asked wasn't I going to thank her. The car had started to move by itself, and getting no answer, she immersed herself in a study of the map. I got out again and commenced the ordeal of the orb, as Charlotte used to say. Perhaps I was losing my mind. We continued our grotesque journey. After a forlorn and useless dip, we went up and up. On a steep grade I found myself behind the gigantic truck that had overtaken us. It was now groaning up a winding road and was impossible to pass. Out of its front part, a small oblong of smooth silver thinner wrapping of chewing gum escaped and flew back into our windshield. It occurred to me that if I were really losing my mind, I might end by murdering somebody. In fact, said high and dry Humbert to floundering Humbert, it might be quite clever to prepare things to transfer the weapon from box to pocket so as to be ready to take advantage of the spell of insanity when it does come. 20. By permitting Lolita to study acting, I had, fond fool, suffered her to cultivate deceit. It now appeared that it had not been merely a matter of learning the answers to such questions as what is the basic conflict in Hedda Gabler, or where are the climaxes in Love Under the Lindens, or analyze the prevailing mood of Cherry Orchard. It was really a matter of learning to betray me. How I deplored now the exercises in sensual simulation that I had so often seen her go through in our Beardsley parlor when I would observe her from some strategic point while she, like a hypnotic subject of a performer in a mystic rite, produced sophisticated version of infantile make-believe by going through the mimetic actions of hearing a moan in the dark, seeing for the first time a brand new young stepmother, tasting something she hated, such as buttermilk, smelling crushed grass in a lush orchard, or touching mirages of objects with her sly, slender, girl-child hands. Among my papers I still have a mimeograph sheet suggesting tactile drill. Imagine yourself picking up and holding a ping-pong ball, an apple, a sticky date, a new flannel fluffed tennis ball, a hot potato, an ice cube, a kitten, a puppy, a horseshoe, a feather, a flashlight. Knead with your fingers the following imaginary things: a piece of brad, India rubber, a friend's aching temple, a sample of velvet, a rose petal. You are a blind girl. Palpate the face of a Greek youth, Kyrano, Santa Claus, a baby, a laughing fawn, a sleeping stranger, your father. But she had been so pretty in the weaving of those delicate spells, in the dreamy performance of her enchantments and duties. On certain adventurous evenings, in Beardsley, I also had her dance for me with the promise of some treat or gift, and although these routine leg-parted leaps of hers were more like those of a football cheerleader than like the languorous and jerky motions of a Parisian petty rat, the rhythms of her not quite nubile limbs had given me pleasure. But all that was nothing, absolutely nothing, to the indescribable itch of rapture that her tennis game produced in me, teasing delirious feeling of teetering on the very brink of unearthly order and splendor. Despite her advanced age, she was more of a nymphette than ever, with her apricot-colored limbs, in her sub-teen tennis togs. Winged gentleman. No hereafter is acceptable if it does not produce her as she was then, in that Colorado resort between Snow and Elphinstone, with everything right, the white wide little boy shorts, the slender waist, the apricot midriff, the white breast kerchief whose ribbons went up and encircled her neck to end behind in a dangling knot, leaving bare her gaspingly young and adorable apricot shoulder blades with that pubescence and those lovely, gentle bones, and the smooth, downward tapering back. Her cap had a white peak. Her racket had cost me a small fortune. Idiot, triple idiot. I could have filmed her. I would have had her now with me, before my eyes, in the projection room of my pain and despair. She would wait and relax for a bar or two of white line time before going into the act of serving, and often bounce the ball once or twice, or pawed the ground a little, always at ease, always rather vague about the score, always cheerful as she so seldom was in the dark life she led at home. Her tennis was the highest point to which I can imagine a young creature bringing the art of make-believe, although I dare see, for her it was the very geometry of basic reality. The exquisite clarity of all her movements had its auditory counterpart in the pure ringing sound of her every stroke. The ball, when it entered her aura of control, became somehow wider, its resilience somehow richer, and the instrument of precision she used upon it seemed inordinately prehensile and deliberate at the moment of clinging contact. Her form was, indeed, an absolutely perfect imitation of absolutely top-notch tennis without any utilitarian results. As Edusa's sister, Electra Gold, a marvelous young coach, said to me once while I sat on a pulsating hard bench watching Dolores Haze toying with Linda Hall, and being beaten by her, "Dolly has a magnet in the center of her racket guts, but why the heck is she so polite?" Ah, Electra, what did it matter, with such grace? I remember at the very first game I watched being drenched with an almost painful convulsion of beauty assimilation. My Lolita had a way of raising her bent left knee at the ample and springy start of the service cycle, when there would develop and hang in the sun for a second a vital web of balance between toed foot, pristine armpit, burnished arm and far back flung racket, as she smiled up with gleaming teeth at the small globe suspended so high in the zenith of the powerful and graceful cosmos she had created for the express purpose of falling upon it with a clean resounding crack of her golden whip. It had, that serve of hers, beauty, directness, youth, a classical purity of trajectory, and was, despite its spanking pace, fairly easy to return, having as it did no twist or sting to its long elegant hop. That I could have had all her strokes, all her enchantments, immortalized in segments of celluloid, makes me moan today with frustration. They would have been so much more than the snapshots I burned. Her overhead volley was related to her service as the envoy is to the ballade. For she had been trained, my pet, to patter a pat once to the net on her nimble, vivid, white-shod feet. There was nothing to choose between her forehand and backhand drives. They were mirror images of one another. Me very loins still tingle with those pistol reports repeated by crisp echoes and Electra's cries. One of the pearls of Dolly's game was a short half volley that Ned Lidham had taught her in California. She preferred acting to swimming, and swimming to tennis. Yet I insist that had not something within her been broken by men, that I realized it then, she would have had on the top of her perfect form the will to win, and would have become a real girl champion. Dolores, with 2 rackets under her arm, in Wimbledon. Dolores endorsing a dromedary. Dolores turning professional. Dolores acting a girl champion in a movie. Dolores and her gray, humble, hushed husband coach, old Humbert. There was nothing wrong or deceitful in the spirit of her game unless one considered her cheerful indifference toward its outcome as the feint of a nymphette. She who was so cruel and crafty in everyday life, revealed an innocence, a frankness, a kindness of ball placing, that permitted a second-rate but determined player, no matter how uncouth and incompetent, to poke and cut his way to victory. Despite her small stature, she covered the 1,053 square feet of her half of the court with wonderful ease, once she had entered into the rhythm of a rally, and as long as she could direct that rhythm. But any abrupt attack, or sudden change of tactics on her adversary's part, left her helpless. At match point, her second serve, which typically was even stronger and more stylish than her first, for she had none of the inhibitions that cautious winners have, would strike vibrantly the hard court of the net and ricochet out of court. The polished gem of her drop shot was snapped up and put away by an opponent who seemed four-legged and wielded a crooked paddle. Her dramatic drives and lovely volleys would candidly fall at his feet. Over and over again she would land an easy one into the net and merrily mimic dismay by drooping in a ballet attitude, with her forelocks hanging. So sterile were her grace and whipper that she could not even win from panting me and my old-fashioned lifting drive. I suppose I am especially susceptible to the magic of games. In my chess sessions with Gaston, I saw the board as a square pool of limpid water with rare shells and stratagems rosily visible upon the smooth tessellated bottom, which, to my confused adversary, was all ooze and squid cloud. Similarly, the initial tennis coaching I had inflicted on Lolita prior to the revelations that came to her through the great Californian's lessons remained in my mind as oppressive and distressful memories, not only because she had been so hopelessly and irritatingly irritated by every suggestion of mine, but because the precious symmetry of the chord, instead of reflecting the harmonies latent in her, was utterly jumbled by the clumsiness and lassitude of the resentful child I mistaught. Now things were different, and on that particular day, in the pure air of Champion, Colorado, on that admirable court at the foot of steep stone stairs leading up to Champion Hotel where we had spent the night, I felt I could rest from the nightmare of unknown betrayals within the innocence of her style, of her soul, of her essential grace. She was hitting hard and flat, with her usual effortless sweep, feeding me deep skimming balls so rhythmically coordinated and overt as to reduce my footwork to, practically, a swinging stroll. Crack players will understand what I mean. My rather heavily cut serve that I had been taught by my father, who had learned it from Decuges or Borman, old friends of his and great champions, would have seriously troubled my low, had I really tried to trouble her. But who would upset such a lucid dear? Did I ever mention that her bare arm bore the aid of vaccination? That I loved her hopelessly? That she was only 14? An inquisitive butterfly passed, dipping, between us. Two people in tennis shorts, a red-haired fellow only about 8 years my junior, and an indolent dark girl with a moody mouth and hard eyes, about 2 years Lolita's senior, appeared from nowhere. As is common with dutiful tyros, their rackets were sheathed and framed, and they carried them not as if they were the natural and comfortable extensions of certain specialized muscles, but hammers or blunderbusses or wimbles, or my own dreadful cumbersome sins, rather unceremoniously seating themselves near my precious coat, on a bench adjacent to the court. They fell to admiring very vocally a rally of some 50 exchanges that Lo innocently helped me to foster and uphold, until there occurred a syncope in the series, causing her to gasp as her overhead smash went out of court, whereupon she melted into winsome merriment, my golden pet. I felt thirsty by then, and walked to the drinking fountain. The Red approached me and in all humility suggested a mixed double. "I am Bill Meade," he said. "And that's Faye Page, actress. Ma fiancée," he added, pointing with his ridiculously hooded racket at polished Faye, who was already talking to Dolly. I was about to reply sorry, but for I hate to have my filly involved in the chops and jabs of cheap bunglers, when a remarkably melodious cry diverted my attention. A bellboy was tripping down the steps from the hotel to our court and making me signs. I was wanted, if you please, on an urgent long-distance call, so urgent in fact that the line was being held for me. Certainly. I got into my coat, inside pocket heavy with pistol, and told Lo I would be back in a minute. She was picking up a ballon, the continental foot racket way, which was one of the few nice things I had taught her, and smiled at me. An awful calm kept my heart afloat as I followed the boy up to the hotel. This, to use an American term, in which discovery, retribution, torture, death, eternity appear in the shape of a singularly repulsive nutshell, was it? I had left her in mediocre hands, but it hardly mattered now. I would fight, of course. Oh, I would fight. Better destroy everything than surrender her. Yes, quite a climb. At the desk, dignified, Roman-nosed man, with, I suggest, a very obscure past that might reward investigation, handed me a message in his own hand. The line had not been held after all. The note said, "Mr. Humbert, the head of Birdsley, sick. School called. Summer residence Birdsley 2 to 8282. Please call back immediately. Highly important." I folded myself into a booth, took a little pill, and for about 20 minutes tussled with space spooks. A quartet of propositions gradually became audible. Soprano, there was no such number in Beardsley. Alto, Miss Pratt was on her way to England. Tenor, Beardsley School had not telephoned. Bass, they could not have done so, since nobody knew I was, that particular day, in Champion, Colo. Upon my stinging him, the Roman took the trouble to find out if there had been a long-distance call. There had been none. A fake call from some local dial was not excluded. I thanked him. He said, "You bet." After a visit to the Purling men's room and a stiff drink at the bar, I started on my return march. From the very first terrace I saw, far below, on the tennis court which seemed the size of a school child's ill-wiped slate, golden Lolita playing in a double. She moved like a fair angel among three horrible Boschian cripples. One of these, her partner, while changing sides, jocosely slapped her on her behind with his racket. He had a remarkably round head and wore incongruous brown trousers. There was a momentary flurry, saw me, and, throwing away his raquetman, scuttled up the slope. He waved his wrists and elbows in a would-be comical imitation of rudimentary wings, as he climbed, bow-legged, to the street, where his gray car awaited him. Next moment he and the grayness were gone. When I came down, the remaining trio were collecting and sorting out the balls. Mr. Meade, who was that person? Bill and Fay, both looking very solemn, shook their heads. That absurd intruder had buted in to make up a double, hadn't he, Dolly? Dolly. The handle of my racket was still disgustingly warm. Before returning to the hotel, I ushered her into a little alley half smothered in fragrant shrubs, with flowers like smoke, and was about to burst into ripe sobs and plead with her imperturbed dream in the most abject manner for clarification, no matter how meretricious, of the slow awfulness enveloping me, when we found ourselves behind the convulsed Meade. 'Twas so many assorted people, you know, meeting among idyllic settings in old comedies. Bill and Fay were both weak with laughter, who had come at the end of their private joke. It did not really matter. Speaking as if it really did not really matter, and assuming, apparently, that life was automatically rolling on with all its routine pleasures, Lolita said she would like to change into her bathing things, and spend the rest of the afternoon at the swimming pool. It was a gorgeous day. Lolita. 21. Lola. Lolita. I hear myself crying from a doorway into the sun, with the acoustics of time, domed time, endowing my call and its telltale hoarseness with such a wealth of anxiety, passion and pain that really it would have been instrumental in wrenching open the zipper of her nylon shroud had she been dead. Lolita. In the middle of a trim turf terrace I found her at last. She had run out before I was ready. Oh, Lolita. There she was, playing with a damn dog, not me. The animal, a terrier of sorts, was losing and snapping up again and adjusting between his jaws a wet little red ball. He took rapid chords with his front paws on the resilient turf, and then would bounce away. I had only wanted to see where she was. I could not swim with my heart in that state, but who cared? And there she was, and there was I, in my robine, so I stopped calling. But suddenly something in the pattern of her motions, as she dashed this way and that in her Aztec red bathing briefs and bra, struck me. There was an ecstasy, a madness about her frolics that was too much of a glad thing. Even the dog seemed puzzled by the extravagance of her reactions. I put a gentle hand to my chest as I surveyed the situation. The turquoise blue swimming pool some distance behind the lawn was no longer behind that lawn, but within my thorax, and my organs swam in it like excrements in the blue seawater in Nice. One of the bathers had left the pool and, half concealed by the peacocked shade of trees, stood quite still, holding the ends of the towel around his neck and following Lolita with his amber eyes. There he stood, in the camouflage of sun and shade, disfigured by them and masked by his own nakedness, his damp black hair or what was left of it, glued to his round head, his little mustache a humid smear, the wool on his chest spread like a symmetrical trophy, his navel pulsating, his hirsute thighs dripping with bright droplets, his tight wet black bathing trunks bloated and bursting with vigor where his great fat bulla bag was pulled up and back like a padded shield over his reversed beasthood. And as I looked at his oval nut-brown face, it dawned upon me that what I had recognized him by was the reflection of my daughter's countenance, said same beatitude and grimace but made hideous by his maleness. And I also knew that the child, my child, knew he was looking, enjoyed the lechery of his look and was putting on a show of gambol and glee, the vile and beloved slut. As she made for the ball and missed it, she fell on her back, with her obscene young legs madly pedaling in the air. I could sense the musk of her excitement from where I stood, and then I saw, petrified with a kind of sacred disgust, the man close his eyes and bare his small, horribly small and even, teeth as he leaned against a tree in which a multitude of dappled priaps shivered. Immediately afterwards a marvelous transformation took place. He was no longer the satyr but a very good-natured and foolish Swiss cousin, the Gustavi Trapp I have mentioned more than once, who used to counteract his sprees. He drank beer with milk, the good swine, by feats of weight-lifting, tittering and grunting, on a lake beach with his otherwise very complete bathing suit jauntily stripped from one shoulder. This Trapp noticed me from afar and working the towel on his name walked back with false insouciance to the pool. And as if the sun had gone out of the game, Lo slackened and slowly got up, ignoring the ball that the terrier placed before her. Who can say what heartbreaks are caused in a dog by our discontinuing a romp? I started to say something, and then sat down on the grass with a quite monstrous pain in my chest and vomited a torrent of browns and greens that I had never remembered eating. I saw Lolita's eyes, and they seemed to be more calculating than frightened. I heard her saying to a kind lady that her father was having a fit. Then for a long time I lay in a lounge chair swallowing pony upon pony of gin. And next morning I felt strong enough to drive on, which in later years no doctor believed. 22. The two-room cabin we had ordered at Silver Spurs Court, Elphinstone, turned out to belong to the glossily browned pine log kind that Lolita used to be so fond of in the days of our carefree first journey. Oh, how different things were now. I am not referring to Trapp or traps. After all, well, really. After all, gentlemen, it was becoming abundantly clear that all those identical detectives in prismatically changing cars were figments of my persecution mania, recurrent images based on coincidence and chance resemblance. Soyens logiques, crowed the cocky Gallic part of my brain and proceeded to rout the notion of a Lolita Madden salesman or comedy gangster, with stooges, persecuting me, and hoaxing me, and otherwise taking riotous advantage of my strange relations with the law. I remember humming my panic away. I remember evolving even an explanation of the Birdsley telephone call. But if I could dismiss Trapp, as I had dismissed my convulsions on the lawn at Champion, I could do nothing with the anguish of knowing Lolita to be so tantalizingly, so miserably unattainable and beloved on the very even of a new era, when my alembics told me she should stop being a nymphette, stop torturing me. An additional, abominable, and perfectly gratuitous worry was lovingly prepared for me in Elphinstone. Lo had been dull and silent during the last light 200 mountainous miles uncontaminated by smoke-gray sleuths or zigzagging zanies. She hardly glanced at the famous, oddly shaped, splendidly flushed rock which jutted above the mountains and had been the take-off for Nirvana on the part of a temperamental showgirl. The town was newly built, or rebuilt, on the flat floor of a 7,000-foot-high valley. It would soon bore low, I hoped, and we would spin on to California, to the Mexican border, to mythical bays, saguaro deserts, fata morganas. Joe's Lizarabengoa, as you remember, planned to take his Carmen to the Edits Eunice. I conjured up a Central American tennis competition in which Dolores Haze and various Californian schoolgirl champions would dazzlingly participate. Goodwill tours on that smiling level eliminate the distinction between passport and sport. Why did I hope we would be happy abroad? A change of environment is the traditional fallacy upon which doomed loves and lungs rely. Mrs. Haze, the briskly rouged, blue-eyed widow who ran the motor court, asked me if I were Swiss Perchance, because her sister had married a Swiss ski instructor. I was, whereas my daughter happened to be half Irish. I registered. Haze gave me the key and a tinkling smile, and, still twinkling, showed me where to park the car. Lo crawled out and shivered a little. The luminous evening air was decidedly crisp. Upon entering the cabin, she sat down on a chair at a card table, buried her face in the crook of her arm and said she felt awful. Shamming, I thought, shamming, no doubt, to evade my caresses. I was passionately parched. But she began to whimper in an unusually dreary way when I attempted to fondle her. Lolita ill. Lolita dying. Her skin was scalding hot. I took her temperature, orally, then looked up a scribbled formula I fortunately had in a jotter, and after laboriously reducing the, meaningless to me, degrees Fahrenheit to the intimate centigrade of my childhood, found she had 40.4, which at least made sense. Hysterical little nymphs might, I knew, run up all kinds of temperature even exceeding a fatal count. And I would have given her a sip of hot spiced wine, and 2 aspirins, and kissed the fever away, if, upon an examination of her lovely uvula, one of the gems of her body, I had not seen that it was a burning red. I undressed her. Her breath was bittersweet. Her brown rose tasted of blood. She was shaking from head to toe. She complained of a painful stiffness in the upper vertebrae, and I thought of poliomyelitis as any American parent would. Giving up all hope of intercourse, I wrapped her in a lap robe and carried her into the car. Kind Mrs. Haze in the meantime had alerted the local doctor. "You are lucky it happened here," she said. For not only was Blue the best man in the district, but the Elphinstone Hospital was as modern could be, despite its limited capacity. With a heterosexual Erlknig in pursuit, thither I drove, half blinded by a royal sunset on the lowland side and guided by a little old woman, a portable witch, perhaps his daughter, whom Mrs. House had lent me, and whom I was never to see again. Dr. Blue, whose learning, no doubt, was infinitely inferior to his reputation, assured me it was a virus infection, and when I alluded to her comparatively recent flu, curtly said this was another bug. He had 40 such cases on his hands, all of which sounded like the ague of the ancients. I wondered if I should mention, with a casual chuckle, that my 15-year-old daughter had had a minor accident while climbing an awkward fence with her boyfriend, but knowing I was drunk, I decided to withhold the information till later if necessary. To an unsmiling blonde bitch of a secretary I gave my daughter's age as practically 16. While I was not looking, my child was taken away from me. In vain I insisted I be allowed to spend the night on a welcome mat in a corner of their damned hospital. I ran up constructivistic flights of stairs. I tried to trace my darling so as to tell her she had better not babble, especially if she felt as lightheaded as we all did. At one point, I was rather dreadfully rude to a very young and very cheeky nurse with overdeveloped gluteal parts and blazing black eyes off Basque descent, as I learned. Her father was an imported shepherd, a trainer of sheepdogs. Finally, I returned to the car and remained in it for I do not know how many hours, hunched up in the dark, stunned by my new solitude, looking out open-mouthed now at the dimly illumined, very square and low hospital building squatting in the middle of its lawny block, now up at the wash of stars and the jagged silvery ramparts of the Haute-Montagne where at the moment Mary's father, lonely Joseph Lore, was dreaming of Olern, Lagor, Rolisque says G. or seducing a U. Such like fragrant vagabond thoughts have been always a solace to me in times of unusual stress, and only when, despite liberal libations, I felt fairly numbed by the endless night, did I think of driving back to the motel. The old woman had disappeared, and I was not quite sure of my way. Wide gravel roads crisscrossed drowsy rectangular shadows. I made out what looked like the silhouette of gallows on what was probably a school playground. And in another waste-like black there rose in domed silence the pale temple of some local sect. I found the highway at last, and then the motel, where millions of so-called millers, a kind of insect, were swarming around the neon contours of no vacancy. And, when, at 3 a.m., after one of those untimely hot showers which like some mordant only help to fix a man's despair and weariness, I lay on her bed that smelled of chestnuts and roses, and peppermint, and the very delicate, very special French perfume I latterly allowed her to use. I found myself unable to assimilate the simple fact that for the first time in 2 years I was separated from my Lolita. All at once it occurred to me that her illness was somehow the development of a theme, that it had the same taste and tone as the series of linked impressions which had puzzled and tormented me during our journey. I imagined that secret agent, or secret lover, or prankster, or hallucination, or whatever he was, prowling around the hospital, and Aurora had hardly warmed her hands, as the pickers of lavender way in the country of my birth, when I found myself trying to get into that dungeon again, knocking upon its green doors, breakfastless, stoolless, in despair. This was Tuesday, and Wednesday or Thursday, splendidly reacting like the darling she was, to some serum, sparrow's sperm or dugong's dung, she was much better, and the doctor said that in a couple of days she would be skipping again. Of the 8 times I visited her, the last one alone remains sharply engraved on my mind. It had been a great feat to come, for I felt all hollowed out by the infection that by then was at work on me too. None will know the strain it was to carry that bouquet, that load of love, those books that I had traveled 60 miles to buy, Browning's dramatic works, the history of dancing, clowns and columbines, the Russian ballet, Flowers of the Rockies, the Theatre Guild anthology, Tennis by Helen Wills, who had won the National Junior Girl Singles at the age of 15. As I was staggering up to the door of my daughter's $13-a-day private room, Mary Lore, the beastly young part-time nurse who had taken an unconcealed dislike to me, emerged with a finished breakfast tray, placed it with a quick crash on a chair in the corridor, and, fundament jigging, shot back into the room, probably to warn her poor little Dolores that the tyrannical old father was creeping up on crepe soles, with books and bouquet, the latter I had composed of wild flowers and beautiful leaves gathered with my own gloved hands on a mountain pass at sunrise. I hardly slept it all that fateful week. Feeding my Carmencita well? Idly I glanced at the tray. On a yolk-stained plate there was a crumpled envelope. It had contained something, since one edge was torn, but there was no address on it, nothing at all, save a phony armorial design with Ponderosa Lodge in green letters. Thereupon I performed a chascroy with Mary, who was in the act of bustling out again. Wonderful how fast they move and how little they do, those rumpy young nurses. She glowered at the envelope I had put back, uncrumpled. "You better not touch," she said, nodding directionally. "Could burn your fingers." Below my dignity to rejoin. All I said was, "G crees q kit un bill not a billet do." Then, entering the sunny room, to Lolita, "Bonjour, mon petit." "Dolores," said Mary Lore, entering with me, past me, though me, the plump whore, and blinking, and starting to fold very rapidly a white flannel blanket as she blinked. "Dolores, your pappy thinks you are getting letters from my boyfriend." "It's me," smugly tapping herself on the small gilt cross she wore, "gets them. And my pappy can parlez-vous as well as yours." She left the room. Dolores, so rosy and russet, lips freshly painted, hair brilliantly brushed, bare arms straightened out on neat coverlet, lay innocently beaming at me or nothing. On the bed table, next to a paper napkin and a pencil, her topaz ring burned in the sun. "What gruesome funeral flowers," she said. "Thanks all the same. But do you mind very much cutting out the French? It annoys everybody." Back at the usual rush came the ripe young hussy, reeking of urine and garlic, with the desert news, which her fair patient eagerly accepted, ignoring the sumptuously illustrated volumes I had brought. "My sister Anne," said Mary, topping information with afterthought, "works at the Ponderosa place. Poor Bluebeard. Those brutal brothers. Est ceq2 ni mames plus, ma Carmen?" She never had. At the moment I knew my love was as hopeless as ever, and I also knew the two girls were conspirators, plotting in Basque, or Zemphirian, against my hopeless love. I shall go further and say that Lo was playing a double game, since she was also fooling sentimental Mary, whom she had told, I suppose, that she wanted to dwell with her fun-loving young uncle and not with cruel, melancholy me. And another nurse whom I never identified, and the village idiot who carted cots and coffins into the elevator, and the idiotic green lovebirds in a cage in the waiting room all were in the plot, the sordid plot. I suppose Mary thought comedy father Professor Humbert was interfering with the romance between Dolores and her father substitute, roly-poly Romeo, for you were rather lardy, you know, Rom, despite all that snow, and Joy's juice. My throat hurt. I stood, swallowing, at the window and stared at the mountains, at the romantic rock high up in the smiling plodding sky. My Carmen, I said, I used to call her that sometimes, we shall leave this Rossor town as soon as you get out of bed. Incidentally, I want all my clothes, said the Gitanilla, humping up her knees and turning to another page. Because, really, I continued, there is no point in staying here. There is no point in staying anywhere, said Lolita. I lowered myself into a cretonne chair and, opening the attractive botanical work, attempted, in the fever-humming hush of the room, to identify my flowers. This proved impossible. Presently a musical bell softly sounded somewhere in the passage. I do not think they had more than a dozen patients, 3 or 4 were lunatics, as Lo had cheerfully informed me earlier, in that showplace of a hospital, and the staff had too much leisure. However, likewise for reasons of Shah regulations were rigid. It is also true that I kept coming at the wrong hours. Not without a secret flow of dreamy malice, visionary Mary next time it will be on beldame tout and blue floating through roaring gulch, plucked me by the sleeve to lead me out. I looked at her hand. It dropped. As I was leaving voluntarily, Dolores Haze reminded me to bring her next morning. She did not remember where the various things she wanted were. Bring me, she cried, out of sight already, door on the move, closing, closed, the new gray suitcase and mother's trunk. But by next morning I was shivering, and boozing, and dying that motel bed she had used for just a few minutes, and the best I could do under the circular and dilating circumstances was to send the 2 bags over with the widow's beau, a robust and kindly trucker. I imagined Lo displaying her treasures to Mary. No doubt, I was a little delirious, and on the following day I was still a vibration rather than a solid, for when I looked out the bathroom window at the adjacent lawn, I saw Dolly's beautiful young bicycle propped up there on its support, the graceful front wheel looking away from me, as it always did, and a sparrow perched on the saddle, but it was the landlady's bike, and smiling a little, and shaking my poor head over my fond fancies, I tottered back to my bed, and lay as quiet as a saint, forsooth. While brown Dolores Ontario, a patch of sunny green with Sanchicha, reading stories in a movie magazine which was represented by numerous specimens wherever Dolores landed, and there was some great national celebration in town judging by the firecrackers, veritable bombs, that exploded all the time, and at 5 minutes to 2 p.m. I heard the sound of whistling lips nearing the half-opened door of my cabin, and then a thump upon it. It was Big Frank. He remained framed in the open door, one hand on its jamb, leaning forward a little. Howdy. Nurse Laura was on the telephone. She wanted to know was I better and would I come today? At 20 paces Frank used to look a mountain of health. At 5, as now, he was a ruddy mosaic of scarred bend, blown through a wall overseas. But despite nameless injuries he was able to man a tremendous truck, fish, hunt, drink, and buoyantly dally with roadside ladies. That day, either because it was such a great holiday, or simply because he wanted to divert a sick man, he had taken off the glove he usually wore on his left hand, the one pressing against the side of the door, and revealed to the fascinated sufferer not only an entire lack of 4th and 5th fingers, but also a naked girl, with cinnabar nipples and indigo delta, charmingly tattooed on the back of his crippled hand, its index and middle digit making her legs while his wrist bore her flower-crowned head. Oh, delicious. Reclining against the woodwork, like some sly fairy. I asked him to tell Mary Laura I would stay in bed all day and would get into touch with my daughter sometime tomorrow if I felt probably Polynesian. He noticed the direction of my gaze and made her right hip twitch amorously. Okie dokie, Big Frank sang out, slapped the jam, and whistling, carried my message away, and I went on drinking, and by morning the fever was gone, and although I was as limp as a toad, I put on the purple dressing gown over my maize yellow pajamas, and walked over to the office telephone. Everything was fine. A bright voice informed me that yes, everything was fine. My daughter had checked out the day before, around 2. Her uncle, Mr. Gustavi, had called for her with a cocker spaniel pup and a smile for everyone, and a black Cadillac, and had paid Dolly's bill in cash, and told them to tell me I should not worry, and keep warm. They were at Grandpa's ranch as agreed. Elphinstone was, and I hope still is, a very cute little town. It was spread like a maquette, you know, with its neat green wool trees and red-roofed houses over the valley floor, and I think I have alluded earlier to its model school and temple and spacious rectangular blocks, some of which were, curiously enough, just unconventional pastures with a mule or a unicorn grazing in the young July morning mist. Very amusing. At one gravel-grinning sharp turn I side-swiped a parked car but said to myself telepathically and telepathically, I hoped, to its gesticulating owner that I would return later, address bird school, bird, new bird. The gin kept my heart alive but bemazed my brain, and after some lapses and losses common to dream sequences, I found myself in the reception room, trying to beat up the doctor, and roaring at people under chairs, and clamoring for Mary, who luckily for her was not there. Rough hands plucked at my dressing gown, ripping off a pocket, and somehow I seemed to have been sitting on a bald brown-headed patient, whom I had mistaken for Dr. Blue, and who eventually stood up, remarking with a preposterous accent, "Now, who is neurotic, I ask?" And then a gaunt, unsmiling nurse presented me with 7 beautiful books and the exquisitely folded tartan lap robe, and demanded a receipt. And in the sudden silence I became aware of a policeman in the hallway, to whom my fellow motorist was pointing me out, and meekly I signed the very symbolic receipt, thus surrendering my Lolita to all those apes. But what else could I do? One simple and stark thought stood out, and this was, freedom for the moment is everything. One false move and I might have been made to explain a life of crime. So I simulated a coming out of a daze. To my fellow motorist I paid what he thought was fair. To Dr. Blue, who by then was stroking my hand, I spoke in tears of the liquor I bolstered too freely a tricky but not necessarily diseased heart with. To the hospital in general I apologized with a flourish that almost bowled me over, adding however that I was not on particularly good terms with the rest of the Humbert clan. To myself I whispered that I still had my gun, and was still a free man, free to trace the fugitive, free to destroy my brother. 23. 1,000-mile stretch of silk-smooth road separated Caspim, where, to the best of my belief, the Red Fiend had been scheduled to appear for the first time, and fateful Elphinstone, which we had reached about a week before Independence Day. The journey had taken up most of June, for we had seldom made more than 150 miles per traveling day, spending the rest of the time, up to 5 days in one case, at various stopping places, all of them also prearranged, no doubt. It was that stretch, then, along which the Fiend's spoor should be sought. And to this I devoted myself, after several unmentionable days of dashing up and down the relentlessly radiating roads in the vicinity of Elphinstone. Imagine me, reader, with my shyness, my distaste for any ostentation, my inherent sense of the calm ill-fought. Imagine me masking the frenzy of my grief with a trembling, ingratiating smile while devising some casual pretext to flip through the hotel register. Oh, I would say, I am almost positive that I stayed here on. Let me look up the entries for mid-Junino. I see I'm wrong after Al had a very quaint name for a hometown, Katagan. Thanks very much. Or, I had a customer staying here, I mislaid his address, may I? And every once in a while, especially if the operator of the place happened to be a certain type of gloomy male, personal inspection of the books was denied me. I have a memo here, between July 5th and November 18th, when I returned to Beardsley for a few days, I registered, if not actually stayed, at 342 hotels, motels and tourist homes. This figure includes a few registrations between Chestnut and Beardsley, one of which yielded a shadow of the Fiend, N. Petty, LaRousse, Ill. I had to space and time my inquiries carefully so as not to attract undue attention. And there must have been at least 50 places where I merely inquired at the desk, but that was a futile quest, and I preferred building up a foundation of verisimilitude and goodwill by first paying for an unneeded room. My survey showed that of the 300 or so books inspected, at least 20 provided me with a clue. The loitering fiend had stopped even more often than we, or else he was quite capable of they'd had thrown in additional registrations in order to keep me well furnished with derisive hints. Only in one case had he actually stayed at the same motor court as we, a few paces from Lolita's pillow. In some instances he had taken up quarters in the same or in a neighboring block. Not infrequently he had lain in wait at an intermediate spot between two bespoken points. How vividly I recalled Lolita, just before our departure from Beardsley, prone on the parlor rug, studying tour books and maps, and marking laps and stops with her lipstick. I discovered at once that he had foreseen my investigations and had planted insulting pseudonyms for my special benefit. At the very first motel office I visited, Ponderosa Lodge, his entry, among a dozen obviously human ones, read, Dr. Graciano Forbeson, Mirandola, NY. Its Italian comedy connotations could not fail to strike me, of course. The landlady deigned to inform me that the gentleman had been laid up for 5 days with a bad cold, that he had left his car for repairs in some garage or other, and that he had checked out on the 4th of July. Yes, a girl called Ann Lore had worked formerly at the lodge, but was now married to a grocer in Cedar City. One moonlit night I waylaid white-shoed Mary on a solitary street. An automaton, she was about to shriek, but I managed to humanize her by the simple act of falling on my knees and with pious yelps imploring her to help. She did not know a thing, she swore. Who was this Graciano Forbeson? She seemed to waver. I whipped out $100 bill. She lifted it to the light of the moon. He is your brother, she whispered at last. I plucked the bill out of her moon-cold hand, and spitting out a French curse turned and ran away. This taught me to rely on myself alone. No detective could discover the clues Trap had tuned to my mind and manner. I could not hope, of course, he would ever leave his correct name and address. But I did hope he might slip on the glaze of his own subtlety, by daring, say, to introduce a richer and more personal shot of color than strictly necessary, or by revealing too much through a qualitative sum of quantitative parts which revealed too little. In one thing he succeeded in thoroughly enmeshing me and my thrashing anguish in his demoniacal game. With infinite skill, he swayed and staggered, and regained an impossible balance, always leaving me with the sportive hope, if I may use such a term in speaking of betrayal, fury, desolation, horror and hate, that he might give himself away next time. He never did, thaw coming damn close to it. We all admire the spangled acrobat with classical grace meticulously walking his tightrope in the tacklam light. But how much rarer art there is in the sagging rope expert wearing scarecrow clothes and impersonating a grotesque drunk. I should know. The clues he left did not establish his identity, but they reflected his personality, or at least a certain homogeneous and striking personality. His genre, his type of humor at its best, at lethal tone of his brain, had affinities with my own. He mimed and mocked me. His allusions were definitely highbrow. He was well read. He knew French. He was versed in Logo d'Italy and logomancy. He was an amateur of sex lore. He had a feminine handwriting. He would change his name, but he could not disguise, no matter how he slanted them, his very peculiar T's, W's and L's. Quailquapart Island was one of his favorite residences. He did not use a fountain pen, which fact, as any psychoanalyst will tell you, meant that the patient was a repressed undinist. One mercifully hopes there are water nymphs in the Styx. His main trait was his passion for tantalization. Goodness, what a tease the poor fellow was. He challenged my scholarship. I am sufficiently proud of my knowing something to be modest about my not knowing all. And I dare say I missed some elements in that cryptogrammic paper chase. What a shiver of triumph and loathing shook my frail frame when, among the plain innocent names in the hotel recorder, his fiendish conundrum would ejaculate in my face. I noticed that whenever he felt his enigmas were becoming too recondite, even for such a solver as I, he would lure me back with an easy one. Arsène Lupin was obvious to a Frenchman who remembered the detective stories of his youth. And one hardly had to be a Coleridgean to appreciate the trite poke of a person, Porlock, England. In horrible taste but basically suggestive of a cultured man and a policeman, not a common good, not a lewd salesman where such assumed names as Arthur Rainbow plainly the travestied author of La Bateau Bleu let me laugh a little too, gentleman and Morris Schmetterling, of Loiseau Ivor fame, touch, reader. The silly but funny D. Organ, Elmira, New York, was from Molière, of course, and because I had quite recently tried to interest Lolita in a famous 18th century play, I welcomed as an old friend Harry Bumper, Sheridan, Wyoming. An ordinary encyclopedia informed me who the peculiar-looking Phineas Quimby, Lebanon, New Hampshire was. And any good Freudian, with a German name and some interesting religious prostitution, should recognize at a glance the implication of Dr. Kitzler, Eric's, Miss. So far so good. That sort of fun was shoddy but on the whole impersonal and thus innocuous. Among entries that arrested my attention as undoubtable clues per se but baffled me in respect to their finer points, I do not care to mention many since I feel I am groping in a borderland mist with verbal phantoms turning, perhaps, into living vacationists. Who was Johnny Randall, Ramble, Ohio? Or was he a real person who just happened to write a hand similar to N.S. Aristoff, Catagila, NY? What was the sting in Catagila? And what about James Mavor Morrill, Hoaxton, England? Aristophanes, hoax fine, but what was I missing? There was one strain running through all that pseudonymity which caused me especially painful palpitations when I came across it. Such things as G-Trap, Geneva, New York was the sign of treachery on Lolita's part. Aubrey Beardsley, Quailcrepart Island suggested more lucidly than the garbled telephone message had that the starting point of the affair should be looked for in the East. Lucas Picador, Mary May, Pa insinuated that my Carmen had betrayed my pathetic endearments to the impostor. Horribly cruel, forsooth, was Will Brown, Dolores, Colorado. The gruesome Harold Hayes, Tombstone, Arizona, which at another time would have appealed to my sense of humor, implied a familiarity with the girl's past that in nightmare fashion suggested for a moment that my quarry was an old friend of the family, maybe an old flame of Charlotte's, maybe a redresser of wrongs, Donald Quick's, Sierra, Nev. But the most penetrating bodkin was the enigma-tailed entry in the register of Chestnut-lodged headhunter, Kane, NH. The garbled license numbers left by all these persons and organs and morals and traps only told me that motel keepers omit to check if guests' cars are accurately listed. Referenced completely or incorrectly indicated the cars the fiend had hired for short laps between Wace and Elphinstone were of course useless. The license of the initial Aztec was a shimmer of shifting numerals, some transposed, others altered or omitted, but somehow forming interrelated combinations such as WS 1564 inches and SH 1616, and Q 32888, or CU 88322, which however were so cunningly contrived as to never reveal a common denominator. It occurred to me that after he had turned that convertible over to accomplices at Wace and switched to the stage motor car system, his successors might have been less careful and might have inscribed at some hotel office the archetype of those interrelated figures. But if looking for the fiend along a road I knew he had taken was such a complicated, vague, and unprofitable business, what could I expect from any attempt to trace unknown motorists traveling along unknown routes? 24. By the time I reached Beardsley, in the course of the harrowing recapitulation I have now discussed at sufficient length, a complete image had formed in my mind. And through Theoway's risky process of elimination I had reduced this image to the only concrete source that morbid cerebration and torpid memory could give it. Except for the Reverend Rigor Mortis, as the girls called him, and an old gentleman who taught non-obligatory German and Latin, there were no regular male teachers at Beardsley School. But on 2 occasions an art instructor on the Beardsley College faculty had come over to show the schoolgirls magic lantern pictures of French castles and 19th century paintings. I had wanted to attend those projections and talks, but Dolly, as was her wont, had asked me not to, period. I also remembered that Gaston had referred to that particular lecturer as a brilliant Garin. But that was all. Memory refused to supply me with the name of the chateau lover. On the day fixed for the execution, I walked through the sleet across the campus to the information desk in Maker Hall, Beardsley College. There I learned that the fellow's name was Riggs, rather like that of the minister, that he was a bachelor, and that in 10 minutes he would issue from the museum, where he was having a class. In the passage leading to the auditorium I sat on a marble bench of sorts donated by Cecilia Dalrymple Ramble. As I waited there, in the prostatic discomfort, drunk, sleep-starved, with my gun in my fist in my raincoat pocket, it suddenly occurred to me that I was demented and was about to do something stupid. There was not one chance in a million that Albert Riggs, Prof, was hiding my Lolita at his Beardsley home, 24 Pritchard Road. He could not be the villain. It was absolutely preposterous. I was losing my time and my wits. He and she were in California and not here at all. Presently, I noticed a vague commotion behind some white statues. A door not the one I had been staring at opened briskly, and amid a bevy of women students a baldish head and 2 bright brown eyes bobbed, advanced. He was a total stranger to me but insisted we had met at a lawn party at Beardsley School. How was my delightful tennis-playing daughter? He had another class. He would be seeing me. Another attempt at identification was less speedily resolved. Through an advertisement in one of Lowe's magazines I dared to get in touch with a private detective, an ex-pugilist, and merely to give him some idea of the method adopted by the fiend, I acquainted him with the kind of names and addresses I had collected. He demanded a goodish deposit and for 2 years, reader. That imbecile busied himself with checking those nonsense data. I had long severed all monetary relations with him when he turned up one day with the triumphant information that an 80-year-old Indian by the name of Bill Brown lived near Dolores, Colorado. 25. This book is about Lolita. And now that I have reached the part which, had I not been forestalled by another internal combustion martyr, might be called dolors disparu, there would be little sense in analyzing the 3 empty years that followed. While a few pertinent points have to be marked, the general impression I desire to convey is of a side door crashing open in life's full flight, and a rush of roaring black time drowning with its whipping wind the cry of lone disaster. Singularly enough, I seldom if ever dreamed of Lolita as I remembered her as I saw her constantly and obsessively in my conscious mind during my demirs and insomnias. More precisely, she did haunt my sleep but she appeared there in strange and ludicrous disguises as Valeria or Charlotte, or a cross between them. That complex ghost would come to me, shedding shift after shift, in an atmosphere of great melancholy and disgust, and would recline in dull invitation on some narrow board or hard settee, with flesh ajar like the rubber valve of a soccer ball's bladder. I would bind myself, dentures fractured or hopelessly mislaid, in horrible chambers garnies where I would be entertained at tedious, vivisecting parties that generally ended with Charlotte or Valeria weeping in my bleeding arms and being tenderly kissed by my brotherly lips in a dream disorder of auctioneered Viennese bric, brac, pity, impotence and the brown wigs of tragic old women who had just been gassed. One day I removed from the car and destroyed an accumulation of teen magazines. You know the sort. Stone Age at heart, up to date, or at least Mycenaean, as to hygiene. A handsome, very ripe actress with huge lashes and a pulpy red underlip, endorsing a shampoo. Ads and fads. Young scholars dote on plenty of pleats cut loin, tout cella. It is your hostess' duty to provide robes. Unattached details take all the sparkle out of your conversation. All of us have known pickers, one who picks her cuticle at the office party. Unless he is very elderly or very important, a man should remove his gloves before shaking hands with a woman. Invite romance by wearing the exciting new tummy flattener. Trims tums, nips hips. Tristram in Movie Love. Yes sir. The Joe marital enigma is making yaps flap. Glamorize yourself quickly and inexpensively. Comics. Bad girl dark hair fat father's cigar. Good girl red hair handsome dadum's clipped mustache. Or that repulsive strip with the big gagoon and his wife, a kidoignamide. Et moi qui t'offre mon genie. I recalled the rather charming nonsense verse I used to write her when she was a child. Nonsense, she used to say mockingly, is correct. The squirrel and his squirrel, the rabbits and their rabbits have certain obscure and peculiar habits. Male hummingbirds make the most exquisite rockets. The snake when he walks holds his hands in his pockets. Other things of hers were harder to relinquish. Up to the end of 1949, I cherished and adored, and stained with my kisses and merman tears, a pair of old sneakers, a boy's shirt she had worn, some ancient blue jeans I found in the trunk compartment, a crumpled school cap, such like wanton treasures. Then, when I understood my mind was cracking, I collected those sundry belongings, added to them what had been stored in Beardsley, a box of books, her bicycle, old coats, galoshes, and on her 15th birthday mailed everything as an anonymous gift to a home for orphaned girls on a windy lake, on the Canadian border. It is just possible that had I gone to a strong hypnotist he might have extracted from me and arrayed in a logical pattern certain chance memories that I have threaded through my book with considerably more ostentation than they present themselves with to my mind even now when I know what to seek in the past. At the time I felt I was merely losing contact with reality. And after spending the rest of the winter and most of the following spring in a Quebec sanatorium where I had stayed before, I resolved first to settle some affairs of mine in New York and then to proceed to California for a thorough search there. Here is something I composed in my retreat. Wanted, Dolores Haze. Hair, brown. Lips, scarlet. Age, 5,300 days. Profession, nun, or starlet. Where are you hiding, Dolores Haze? Why are you hiding, darling? I talk in a daze, I walk in a maze, I cannot get out, said the starling. Where are you riding, Dolores Haze? What make is the magic carpet? Is a cream cougar the present craze? And where are you parked, my car pet? Who is your hero, Dolores Haze? Still one of those blue-caped star men? Oh, the balmy days and the palmy bays, and the cars, and the bars, my Carmen. Oh, Dolores, the jukebox hurts. Are you still dancing, darlin'? Both in worn levis, both in torn t-shirts, and I, in my corner, snarlin'. Happy is gnarled McFay touring the states with a child wife, plowing his molly in every state among the protected wildlife. My dolly, my folly. Her eyes were bare, and never closed when I kissed her. Know an old perfume called Soleil Vert? Are you from Paris, Mr. Lauder Sawyer on air Freud, Dobram Lida, son FTBIEN fol est qui sci-fi. Il neige, la dcor scroll, Lolita. Lolita, comme fate de travail? Dying, Lolita Haze, of hate and remorse, I'm dying. And again my hairy fist I raise, and again I hear you crying. Officer, there they go in the rain, where that lighted store is. And her socks are white, and I love her so, and her name is Haze, Dolores. Officer, there they are, Dolores Haze and her lover. Whip out your gun and follow that car. Now tumble out, and take cover. Wanted, Dolores Haze. Her dream gray gaze never flinches. 90 pounds is all she weighs with a height of 60 inches. My car is limping, Dolores Haze, and the last long lap is the hardest, and I shall be dumped where the weed decays, and the rest is rust and stardust. By psychoanalyzing this poem, I notice it is really a maniac's masterpiece. The stark, stiff, lurid rhymes correspond very exactly to certain perspectiveless and terrible landscapes and figures, and magnified parts of landscapes and figures, as drawn by psychopaths in tests devised by their astute trainers. I wrote many more poems. I immersed myself in the poetry of others. But not for a second did I forget the load of revenge. I would be a knave to say, and the reader a fool to believe, that the shock of losing Lolita cured me of pedrosis. My accursed nature could not change, no matter how my love for her did. On playgrounds and beaches, my sullen and stealthy eye, against my will, still sought out the flash of a nymphet's limbs, the sly tokens of Lolita's handmaids and Rosa girls. But one essential vision in me had withered. Never did I dwell now on possibilities of bliss with a little maiden, specific or synthetic, in some out-of-the-way place. Never did my fancy sink its fangs into Lolita's sisters, far, far away, in the coves of invoked islands. That was all over, for the time being at least. On the other hand, alas, 2 years of monstrous indulgence had left me with certain habits of lust. I feared lest the void I lived in might drive me to plunge into the freedom of sudden insanity when confronted with a chance temptation in some lane between school and supper. Solitude was corrupting me. I needed company and care. My heart was a hysterical, unreliable organ. This is how Rita enters the picture. 26. She was twice Lolita's age and 3/4 of mine, a very slight, dark-haired, pale-skinned adult, weighing 105 pounds, with charmingly asymmetrical eyes, and angular, rapidly sketched profile, and a most appealing and similar to her supple back. I think she had some Spanish or Babylonian blood. I picked her up one depraved May evening somewhere between Montreal and New York, or, more narrowly, between Toylestown and Blake, at a drackishly burning bar under the sign of the Tiger Mitt, where she was amiably drunk. She insisted we had gone to school together, and she placed her trembling little hand on my ape paw. My senses were very slightly stirred, but I decided to give her a try. I died and adopted her as a constant companion. She was so kind, was Rita, such a good sport, that I dare say she would have given herself to any pathetic creature or fallacy, an old broken tree or a bereaved porcupine, out of sheer chumminess and compassion. When I first met her, she had but recently divorced her third husband, and a little more recently had been abandoned by her seventh cavalier servant. Others, the mutables, were too numerous and mobile to tabulate. Her brother was no doubt still is a prominent, pasty-faced, suspenders and painted tie-wearing politician, mayor and booster of his ball-playing, Bible-reading, grain-handling hometown. For the last 8 years he had been paying his great little sister several $100s per month under the stringent condition that she would never enter great little Grainball City. She told me, with wails of wonder, that, for some goddamn reason, every new boyfriend of hers would first of all take her Grainball ward. It was a fatal attraction. And before she knew what was what, she would find herself sucked into the lunar orbit of the town, and would be following the floodlit drive that encircled it, going round and round, as she phrased it, like a goddamn mulberry moth. She had a natty little coup. And in it, we traveled to California so as to give my venerable vehicle a rest. Her natural speed was 90. Dear Rita. We cruised together for 2 dim years, from summer 1950 to summer 1952, and she was the sweetest, simplest, gentlest, dumbest Rita imaginable. In comparison to her, Valachek was a Schlegel, and Charlotte a Hegel. There is no earthly reason why I should dally with her in the margin of this sinister memoir, but let me say, hi, Rita, wherever you are, drunk or hangoverish, Rita, hi. That she was the most soothing, the most comprehending companion that I ever had, and certainly saved me from the madhouse. I told her I was trying to trace a girl and plug that girl's bully. Rita solemnly approved of the plan, and in the course of some investigation she undertook on her own without really knowing a thing around San Humbertino, got entangled with a pretty awful crook herself. I had the devil of a time retrieving her, bruised and bruised but still cocky. Then one day she proposed playing Russian roulette with my sacred automatic. I said you couldn't, it was not a revolver, and we struggled for it, until at last it went off, touching off a very thin and very comical spurt of hot water from the hole it made in the wall of the cabin room. I remember her shrieks of laughter. The oddly prepubescent curve of her back, her ricey skin, her slow languorous Columbine kisses kept me from mischief. It is not the artistic aptitudes that are secondary sexual characters, as some shams and shamans have said. It is the other way around. Sex is but the ancilla of art. One rather mysterious spree that had interesting repercussions, I must notice. I had abandoned the search. The fiend was either in Tartary or burning away in my cerebellum, the flames fanned by my fancy and grief, but certainly not having Dolores Haze play champion tennis on the Pacific coast. One afternoon, on our way back east, in a hideous hotel, the kind where they hold conventions and where labeled, fat, pink men stagger around, all first names and business and boozy, Rita and I awoke to find a third in our room, a blonde, almost albino, young fellow with white eyelashes and large transparent ears, whom neither Rita nor I recalled having ever seen in our said lives. Sweating in thick dirty underwear, and with old army boots on, he lay snoring on the double bed beyond my chaste Rita. One of his front teeth was gone, amber pustules grew on his forehead. Ritochka enveloped her sinuous nudity in my raincoat first thing at hand. I slipped on a pair of candy-striped drawers, and we took stock of the situation. 5 glasses had been used, which in the way of clues, was an embarrassment of riches. The door was not properly closed. A sweater and a pair of shapeless tan pants lay on the floor. We shook their owner into miserable consciousness. He was completely amnesic. In an accent that Rita recognized as pure Brooklynese, he peevishly insinuated that somehow we had purloined his worthless identity. We rushed him into his clothes and left him at the nearest hospital, realizing on the way that somehow or other, after forgotten gyrations, we were in Grainball. Half a year later Rita wrote the doctor for news. Jack Humbertson, as he had been tastelessly dubbed, was still isolated from his personal past. O Mnemosyne, sweetest and most mischievous of muses. I would not have mentioned this incident had it not started a chain of ideas that resulted in my publishing in the Cantrip Review an essay on mimir and memory, in which I suggested among other things that seemed original and important to that splendid review's benevolent readers, a theory of perceptual time based on the circulation of the blood and conceptually depending, to fill up this nutshell, on the mind's being conscious not only of matter but also of its own self, thus creating a continuous spanning of 2 points, the storable future and the stored past. In result of this venturine culmination of the impression made by my previous travaux, I was called from New York, where Rita and I were living in a little flat with a view of gleaming children taking shower baths far below in a fountainous arbor of Central Park, to Cantrip College, 400 miles away, for 1 year. I lodged there, in special apartments for poets and philosophers, from September 1951 to June 1952, while Rita, whom I preferred not to display vegetatissimat indecorously, I am afraid, in a roadside inn where I visited her twice a week. Then she vanished more humanly than her predecessor had done. A month later I found her in the local jail. She was T.R.S. Digny, had had her appendix removed, and managed to convince me that the beautiful bluish furs she had been accused of stealing from a Mrs. Roland Macram had really been a spontaneous, if somewhat alcoholic, gift from Roland himself. I succeeded in getting her out without appealing to her touchy brother, and soon afterwards we drove back to Central Park West, by way of Bryceland, where we had stopped for a few hours the year before. A curious urge to relive my stay there with Lolita had got hold of me. I was entering a phase of existence where I had given up all hope of tracing her kidnapper and her. I now attempted to fall back on old settings in order to save what still could be saved in the way of souvenir. Souvenir cue me view 2? Autumn was ringing in the air. To a postcard requesting twin beds, Professor Humbert got a prompt expression of regret in reply. They were full up. They had one bathless basement room with 4 beds which they thought I would not want. Their note paper was headed, "The Enchanted Hunters near churches, no dogs, all legal beverages." I wondered if the last statement was true. All? Did they have, for instance, sidewalk grenadine? I also wondered if a hunter, enchanted or otherwise, would not need a pointer more than a pew, and with a spasm of pain I recalled a scene worthy of a great artist, Petite Nymphe Acrope. But that silky cocker spaniel had perhaps been a baptized one. No, I felt I could not endure the throes of revisiting that lobby. There was a much better possibility of retrievable time elsewhere in soft, rich-colored, autumnal Bryceland. Leaving Rita in a bar, I made for the town library. A twittering spinster was only too glad to help me disinter mid-August 1947 from the bound Bryceland Gazette, and presently, in a secluded nook under a naked light, I was turning the enormous and fragile pages of a coffin-black volume almost as big as Lolita. Reader, Brooder. What a foolish Hamburg that Hamburg was. Since his supersensitive system was loath to face the actual scene, he thought he could at least enjoy a secret part of it, which reminds one of the 10th or 20th soldier in the raping queue who throws the girl's black shawl over her white face so as not to see those impossible eyes while taking his military pleasure in the sad, sacked village. What I lusted to get was the printed picture that had chanced to absorb my trespassing image while the Gazette's photographer was concentrating on Dr. Braddock and his group. Passionately I hoped to find preserved the portrait of the artist as a younger brute. An innocent camera catching me on my dark way to Lolita's bed, a magnet for Memosine. I cannot well explain the true nature of that urge of mine. It was allied, I suppose, to that swooning curiosity which impels one to examine with a magnifying glass bleak little figure still life practically, and everybody about to throw up at an early morning execution, and the patient's expression impossible to make out in the print. Anyway, I was literally gasping for breath, and one corner of the Book of Doom kept stabbing me in the stomach while I scanned and skimmed. Brute Force and Possessed were coming on Sunday, the 24th, to both theaters. Mr. Purdom, independent tobacco auctioneer, said that ever since 1925 he had been an Omen Faustum smoker. Husky Hank and his petite bride were to be the guests of Mr. and Mrs. Reginald G. Gore, 58-inch Keith Avenue. The size of certain parasites is 1/6 of the host. Dunkirk was fortified in the 10th century. Mrs. Socks, 39C. Saddle Oxford's 3.98. Wine, 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 quipped the author of Dark Age who refused to be photographed, may soon a pursuing bubble bird, but I say give me rain, rain, rain on the shingle roof for roses and inspiration every time. Dimples are caused by the adherence of the skin to the deeper tissues. Greeks repulse a heavy gorilla assault and, at last, a little figure in white, and Dr. Braddock in black, but whatever spectral shoulder was brushing against his ample form thing of myself could I make out. I went to find Rita, who introduced me with her ventriste smile to a pocket-sized wizened truculently tight old man saying this was the name again, son? A former schoolmate of hers. He tried to retain her, and in the slight scuffle that followed I hurt my thumb against his hard head. In the silent painted part where I walked her and aired her a little, she sobbed and said I would soon leave her as everybody had, and I sang her a wistful French ballad, and strung together some fugitive rhymes to amuse her. The place was called Enchanted Hunters. Query, what Indian dyes, Diana, did Bidell endorses to make of Picture Lake a very bloodbath of trees before the Blue Hotel? She said, why blue when it is white, why blue for heaven's sake? And started to cry again, and I marched her to the car, and we drove on to New York, and soon she was reasonably happy again high up in the haze on the little terrace of our flat. I notice I have somehow mixed up two events, my visit with Rita to Bryceland on our way to Carntrip, and our passing through Bryceland again on our way back to New York, but such suffusions of swimming colors are not to be disdained by the artist in recollection. 27. My letterbox in the entrance hall belonged to the type that allows one to glimpse something of its contents through a glassed slit. Several times already, a trick of harlequin light that fell through the glass upon an alien handwriting had twisted it into a semblance of Lolita's script, causing me almost to collapse as I leant against an adjacent urn, almost my own. Whenever that happened, whenever her lovely, childish scrawl was horribly transformed into the dull hand of one of my few correspondents, I used to recollect, with anguished amusement, the times in my trustful, pre-DeLorean past when I would be misled by a jewel-bright window opposite, wherein my lurking eye, the ever-alert periscope of my shameful vice, would make out from afar a half-naked nymphette stilled in the act of combing her Alice in Wonderland hair. There was in the fiery phantasm a perfection which made my wild delight also perfect, just because the vision was out of reach, with no possibility of attainment to spoil it by the awareness of an appended taboo. Indeed, it may well be that the very attraction immaturity has for me lies not so much in the limpidity of pure young forbidden fairy child beauty as in the security of a situation where infinite perfections fill the gap between the little given and the great promised, the great rosegray never to be had. Mess Fenters. Hanging above blotched sunset and welling night, grinding my teeth, I would crowd all the demons of my desire against the railing of a throbbing balcony. It would be ready to take off in the apricot and black humid evening. Did take off, whereupon the lighted image would move and even would revert to a rib, and there would be nothing in the window but an obese partly clad man reading the paper. Since I sometimes won the race between my fancy and nature's reality, the deception was bearable. Unbearable pain began when chance entered the fray and deprived me of the smile meant for me. "Savez-vous que dix ans ma petite tête fal divorce?" said a woman I talked to at a tea in Paris, and the petite had just married, miles away, and I could not even remember if I had ever noticed her in that garden, next to those tennis courts, a dozen years before. And now likewise, the radiant foreglimpse, the promise of reality, a promise not only to be simulated seductively but also to be nobly held. All this, chance denied meccans and a change to smaller characters on the pale beloved writer's part. My fancy was both Prousternized and procrastinized. For that particular morning, late in September 1952, as I had come down to grope for my mail, the dapper and bilious janitor with whom I was on execrable terms started to complain that a man who had seen Rita home recently had been sick like a dog on the front steps. In the process of listening to him and tipping him, and then listening to a revised and politer version of the incident, I had the impression that one of the two letters which that blessed mail brought was from Rita's mother, a crazy little woman, whom we had once visited on Cape Cod and who kept writing me to my various addresses, saying how wonderfully well matched her daughter and I were, and how wonderful it would be if we married. The other letter, which I opened and scanned rapidly in the elevator, was from John Farlow. I have often noticed that we are inclined to endow our friends with the stability of type that literary characters acquire in the reader's mind. No matter how many times we reopen King Lear, never shall we find the good king banging his tankard in high revelry, all woes forgotten, at a jolly reunion with all three daughters and their lapdogs. Never will Emma rally, revived by the sympathetic salts in Flaubert's father's timely tear. Whatever evolution this or that popular character has gone through between the book covers, his fate is fixed in our minds, and, similarly, we expect our friends to follow this or that logical and conventional pattern we have fixed for them. Thus X will never compose the immortal music that would clash with the second-rate symphonies he has accustomed us to. Y will never commit murder. Under no circumstances can Z ever betray us. We have it all arranged in our minds, and the less often we see a particular person, the more satisfying it is to check how obediently he conforms to our notion of him every time we hear of him. Any deviation in the fates we have ordained would strike us as not only anomalous but unethical. We would prefer not to have known at all our neighbor, the retired hot dog stand operator, if it turns out he has just produced the greatest book of poetry his age has seen. I am saying all this in order to explain how bewildered I was by Farlow's hysterical letter. I knew his wife had died, but I certainly expected him to remain, throughout a devout widowhood, the dull, sedate and reliable person he had always been. Now he wrote that after a brief visit to the U.S., he had returned to South America and had decided that whatever affairs he had controlled at Ramsdell he would hand over to Jack Windmuller of that town, a lawyer whom we both knew. He seemed particularly relieved to get rid of the Haze complications. He had married a Spanish girl. He had stopped smoking and had gained 30 pounds. She was very young and a ski champion. They were going to India for their honeymoon soon. Since he was building a family, as he put it, he would have no time henceforth for my affairs, which he termed very strange and very aggravating. Besides a whole committee of them, it appeared, had informed him that the whereabouts of little Dolly Haze were unknown, and that I was living with a notorious divorcee in California. His father-in-law was a count, and exceedingly wealthy. The people who had been renting the Haze house for some years now wished to buy it. He suggested that I better produce Dolly quick. He had broken his leg. He enclosed a snapshot of himself and a brunette in white wool beaming at each other among the snows of Chile. I remember letting myself into my flat and starting to say, well, at least we shall now track them down, when the other letter began talking to me in a small matter-of-fact voice. Dear Dad, how's everything? I'm married. I'm going to have a baby. I guess he's going to be a big one. I guess he'll come right for Christmas. This is a hard letter to write. I'm going nuts because we don't have enough to pay our debts and get out of here. Dick is promised a big job in Alaska in his very specialized corner of the mechanical field. That's all I know about it, but it's really grand. Pardon me for withholding our home address, but you may still be mad at me, and Dick must not know. This town is something. You can't see the morons for the smog. Please do send us a check, Dad. We could manage with 300 or 400 or even less. Anything is welcome. You might sell my old things, because once we go there the dough will just start rolling in it, please. I have gone through much sadness and hardship. Yours expecting, Dolly, Mrs. Richard F. Schiller, 28. I was again on the road, again at the wheel of the old blue sedan, again alone. Rita had still been dead to the world when I read that letter and fought the mountains of agony it raised within me. I had glanced at her as she smiled in her sleep and had kissed her on her moist brow, and had left her forever, with a note of tender adieu which I taped to her navel, otherwise she might not have found it. Alone, did I say? Pot out fate. I had my little black chum with me, and as soon as I reached a secluded spot, I rehearsed Mr. Richard F. Schiller's violent death. I had found a very old and very dirty gray sweater of mine in the back of the car, and this I hung up on a branch, in a speechless glade, which I had reached by a wood road from the now remote highway. The carrying out of the sentence was a little marred by what seemed to me a certain stiffness in the play of the trigger, and I wondered if I should get some oil for the mysterious thing, but decided I had no time to spare. Back into the car went the old dead sweater, now with additional perforations, and having reloaded warm chum, I continued my journey. The letter was dated September 18, 1952. This was September 22nd, and the address she gave was General Delivery, Colmont, not Va, not Pa, not 10. And not Colmont. Anyway, I have camouflaged everything, my love. Inquiries showed this to be a small industrial community some 800 miles from New York City. At first I planned to drive all day and all night, but then thought better of it and rested for a couple of hours around dawn in a motor courtroom, a few miles before reaching the town. I had made up my mind that the fiend, this Schiller, had been a car salesman who had perhaps got to know my Lolita by giving her a ride in Beardsley the day her bike blew a tire on the way to Miss Emperor, and that he had got into some trouble since then. The corpse of the executed sweater, no matter how I changed its contours as it lay on the back seat of the car, had kept revealing various outlines pertaining to Trap Schiller, the grossness and obscene bonhomie of his body, and to counteract this taste of coarse corruption I resolved to make myself especially handsome and smart as I pressed home the nipple of my alarm clock before it exploded at the set hour of 6 a.m. Then, with the stern and romantic care of a gentleman about to fight a duel, I checked the arrangement of my papers, bathed and perfumed my delicate body, shaved my face and chest, selected a silk shirt and clean drawers, pulled on transparent taupe socks, and congratulated myself for having with me in my trunk some very exquisite Clothessa waistcoat with nacreous buttons, for instance, a pale cashmere tie, and so on. I was not able, alas, to hold my breakfast, but dismissed that physicality as a trivial contretemps, wiped my mouth with a gossamer handkerchief produced from my sleeve, and, with a blue block of ice for heart, a pill on my tongue and solid death in my hip pocket, I stepped neatly into a telephone booth in Colmont, said its little door, and rang up the only Schiller Paul furnituretto be found in the battered book. Horse Paul told me he did know a Richard, the son of a cousin of his, and his address was, let me see, 10 Killer Street. I am not going very far for my pseudonyms. Said the little door. At 10 Killer Street, a tenement house, I interviewed a number of dejected old people and 2 long-haired strawberry blonde incredibly grubby nymphets rather abstractly, just for the heck of it. The ancient beast in me was casting about for some lightly clad child I might hold against me for a minute, after the killing was over and nothing mattered anymore, and everything was allowed. Yes, Dick Schiller had lived there, but had moved when he married. Nobody knew his address. They might know at the store, said a bass voice from an open manhole near which I happened to be standing with the too thin-armed, barefoot little girls and their dim grandmothers. I entered the wrong store and a wary old Negro shook his head even before I could ask anything. I crossed over to a bleak grocery and there, summoned by a customer at my request, a woman's voice from some wooden abyss in the floor, the manhole's counterpart, cried out, "Hunter Road, last house." Hunter Road was miles away, in an even more dismal district, all dump and ditch, and wormy vegetable garden, and shack, and gray drizzle, and red mud, and several smoking stacks in the distance. I stopped at the last house, a clapboard shack, with 2 or 3 similar ones farther away from the road and a waste of withered weeds all around. Sounds of hammering came from behind the house, and for several minutes I sat quite still in my old car, old and frail, at the end of my journey, at my gray goal, finis, my friends, finis, my friends. The time was around 2. My pulse was 41 minute and 100 the next. The drizzle crepitated against the hood of the car. My gun had migrated to my right trouser pocket. A nondescript cur came out from behind the house, stopped in surprise, and started good-naturedly woof-woofing at me, his eyes slit, his shaggy belly all muddy, and then walked about a little and woofed once more. 29. I got out of the car and slammed its door. How matter-of-fact, how square that slam sounded in the void of the sunless day. "Woof," commented the dog perfunctorily. I pressed the bell button, it vibrated through my whole system. Person. G. Reson. Reperson. From what depth this re-nonsense? "Woof," said the dog. A rush and a shuffle, and whoosh woof went the door. Couple of inches taller. Pink-rimmed glasses. New, heaped-up hairdo, new ears. How simple. The moment, the death I had kept conjuring up for 3 years was as simple as a bit of dry wood. She was frankly and hugely pregnant. Her head looked smaller, only 2 seconds had passed really, but let me give them as much wooden duration as life can stand, and her pale freckled cheeks were hollowed, and her bare shins and arms had lost all their tan, so that the little hairs showed. She wore a brown, sleeveless cotton dress and sloppy felt slippers. Wheel. She exhaled after a pause with all the emphasis of wonder and welcome. "Husband at home?" I croaked, fist in pocket. I could not kill her, of course, as some have thought. You see, I loved her. It was love at first sight, at last sight, at ever and ever sight. "Come in," she said with a vehement cheerful note. Against the splintery deadwood of the door, Dolly Schiller flattened herself as best she could, even rising on tiptoe a little, to let me pass, and was crucified for a moment, looking down, smiling down at the threshold, hollow-cheeked with round pommettes, her watered milk-white arms outspread on the wood. I passed without touching her bulging babe. Dolly smell, with a faint fried addition. My teeth chattered like an idiot's. "No, you stay out," to the dog. She closed the door and followed me and her belly into the dollhouse parlor. "Dick's down there," she said, pointing with an invisible tennis racket, inviting my gaze to travel from the drab parlor bedroom where we stood, right across the kitchen, and through the back doorway where, in a rather primitive vista, a dark-haired young stranger in overalls, instantaneously reprieved, was perched with his back to me on a ladder fixing something near or upon the shack of his neighbor, a plumper fellow with only one arm, who stood looking up. This pattern she explained from afar, apologetically. Men will be men. Should she call him in? No. Standing in the middle of the slanting room and emitting questioning HMs, she made familiar Javanese gestures with her wrists and hands, offering me, in a brief display of humorous courtesy, to choose between a rocker and the divan, their bed after 10 p.m. I say familiar, because one day she had welcomed me with the same wrist dance to her party in Beardsley. We both sat down on the divan. Curious, although actually her looks had faded, I definitely realized, so hopelessly late in the day, how much she had always looked like Botticelli's russet Venus, the same soft nose, the same blurred beauty. In my pocket my fingers gently let go and repacked a little at the tip, within the handkerchief it was nested in, my unused weapon. "That's not the fellow I want," I said. The diffuse look of welcome left her eyes. Her forehead puckered as in the old bitter days. Not who. Where is he? Quick. Look, she said, inclining her head to one side and shaking it in that position. Look, you are not going to bring that up. I certainly am, I said, and for a moment strangely enough the only merciful, endurable one in the whole interview. You were bristling at each other as if she were still mine. A wise girl, she controlled herself. Dick did not know a thing of the whole mess. He thought I was her father. He thought she had run away from an upper-class home just to wash dishes in a diner. He believed anything. Why should I want to make things harder than they were by raking up all that muck? But, I said, she must be sensible, she must be a sensible girl with her beardrum under that thin brown stuff. She must understand that if she expected the help I had come to give, I must have at least a clear comprehension of the situation. Come, his name. She thought I had guessed long ago. It was, with a mischievous and melancholy smile, such a sensational name. I would never believe it. She could hardly believe it herself. His name, my fall nymph. It was so unimportant, she said. She suggested I skip it. Would I like a cigarette? No. His name. She shook her head with great resolution. She guessed it was too late to raise hell and I would never believe the unbelievably unbelievable. I said I had better go. Regards. Nice to have seen her. She said really it was useless, she would never tell, but on the other hand, after all, do you really want to know who it was? Well, it was, and softly, confidentially, arching her thin eyebrows and puckering her parched lips, she emitted, a little mockingly, somewhat fastidiously, not untenderly, in a kind of muted whistle, the name that the astute reader has guessed long ago. Waterproof. Why did a flash from Hourglass Lake cross my consciousness? I, too, had known it, without knowing it, all along. There was no shock, no surprise. Quietly the fusion took place, and everything fell into order, into the pattern of branches that I have woven throughout this memoir with the express purpose of having the ripe fruit fall at the right moment. Yes, with the express and perverse purpose of rendering. She was talking, but I sat melting in my golden peace of rendering that golden and monstrous peace through the satisfaction of logical recognition, which my most inimical reader should experience now. She was, as I say, talking. It now came in a relaxed flow. He was the only man she had ever been crazy about. What about Dick? Oh, Dick was a lamb. They were quite happy together, but she meant something different. And I had never counted, of course. She considered me as if grasping all at once the incredibly somehow tedious, confusing and unnecessarific that the distant, elegant, slender, 40-year-old valetudinarian in velvet coat sitting beside her had known and adored every pore and follicle of her pubescent body. In her washed-out gray eyes, strangely spectacled, our poor romance was for a moment reflected, pondered upon, and dismissed like a dull party, like a rainy picnic to which only the dullest bores had come, like a humdrum exercise, like a bit of dry mud caking her childhood. I just managed to jerk my knee out of the range of a sketchy tone of her acquired gestures. She asked me not to be dense. The past was the past. I had been a good father, she guessed, granting me that. Proceed, Dolly Schiller. Well, did I know that he had known her mother? That he was practically an old friend, that he had visited with his uncle in Ramsdell? Oh, years ago, and spoken at Mother's Club, and had tugged and pulled her, Dolly, by her bare arm onto his lap in front of everybody, and kissed her face. She was 10 and furious with him. Did I know he had seen me and her at the inn where he was writing the very play she was to rehearse in Beardsley, 2 years later? Did I know it had been horrid of her to sidetrack me into believing that Claire was an old female, maybe a relative of his or a sometime life amatindo? What a close shave it had been when the Waste Journal carried his picture. The Bryceland Gazette had not. Yes, very amusing. Yes, she said, this world was just one gag after another. If somebody wrote up her life, nobody would ever believe it. At this point, there came brisk homey sounds from the kitchen into which Dick and Bill had lumbered in quest of beer. Through the doorway they noticed the visitor, and Dick entered the parlor. "Dick, this is my dad," cried Dolly in a resounding violent voice that struck me as a totally strange, and new, and cheerful, and old, and sad, because the young fellow, veteran of a remote war, was hard of hearing. Arctic blue eyes, black hair, ruddy cheeks, unshaven chin. We shook hands. Discreet Bill, who evidently took pride in working wonders with one hand, brought in the beer cans he had opened. Wanted to withdraw. The exquisite courtesy of simple folks. Was made to stay. A beer ad. In point of fact, I preferred it that way, and so did the Schillers. I switched to the jittery rocker. Avidly munching, Dilly plied me with marshmallows and potato chips. The man looked at her fragile, frillo, diminutive, old world, youngish but sickly, father in velvet coat and beige vest, maybe a viscount. They were under the impression I had come to stay, and Dick, with a great wrinkling of brows that denoted difficult thought, suggested Dolly and he might sleep in the kitchen on a spare mattress. I waved a light hand and told Dolly, who transmitted it by means of a special shout to Dick, that I had merely dropped in on my way to Reedsburg, where I was to be entertained by some friends and admirers. It was then noticed that one of the few thumbs remaining to Bill was bleeding, not such a wonder worker after all. How womanish, and somehow never seen that way before, was the shadowy division between her pale breasts when she bent down over the man's hand. She took him for repairs to the kitchen. For a few minutes, 3 or 4 little eternities which positively welled with artificial warmth, Dick and I remained alone. He sat on a hard chair rubbing his forelimbs and frowning. I had an idle urge to squeeze out the blackheads on the wings of his perspiring nose with my long agate claws. He had nice sad eyes with beautiful lashes, and very white teeth. His Adam's apple was large and hairy. Why don't they shave better, those young brawny chaps? He and his Dolly had had unrestrained intercourse on that couch there, at least 180 times, probably much more. And before Tetho long had she known him? No grudge. Fun, no grudge at all, nothing except grief and nausea. He was now rubbing his nose. I was sure that when finally he would open his mouth, he would say, slightly shaking his head, "Aw, she's a swell kid, Mr. Haze. She sure is. And she's going to make a swell mother." He opened his mouth and took a sip of beer. This gave him countenance, and he went on sipping till he frothed at the mouth. He was a lamb. He had cupped her Florentine breasts. His fingernails were black and broken, but the phalanges, the whole carpus, the strong shapely wrist were far, far finer than mine. I have hurt too many bodies with my twisted poor hands to be proud of them. French epithets, a Dorset yokel's knuckles, an Austrian tailor's flat fingertips, that's Humbert Humbert. Good. If he was silent, I could be silent too. Indeed, I could very well do with a little rest in this subdued, frightened to death rocking chair, before I drove to wherever the beasts lay ways, and then pulled the pistol's foreskin back, and then enjoyed the orgasm of the crushed trigger. I was always a good little follower of the Viennese medicine man. But presently I became sorry for poor Dick, whom, in some hypnotoid way, I was horribly preventing from making the only remark he could think of: "She's a swell kid." And so, I said, "You are going to Canada?" In the kitchen, Dolly was laughing at something Bill had said or done. And so, I shouted, "You are going to Canada?" "Not Canada," I re-shouted, "I mean Alaska, of course." He nursed his glass and, nodding sagely, replied, "Well, he cut it on a Jagger, I guess. Lost his right arm in Italy. Lovely mauve almond trees in bloom. A blown-off, surrealistic arm hanging up there in the pointillistic mauve. A flower girl tattoo on the hand." Dolly and band-aided Bill reappeared. It occurred to me that her ambiguous, brown and pale beauty excited the cripple. Dick, with a grin of relief, stood up. He guessed Bill and he would be going back to fix those wires. He guessed Mr. Haze and Dolly had loads of things to say to each other. He guessed he would be seeing me before I left. Why do those people guess so much and shave so little, and are so disdainful of hearing aids? "Sit down," she said, audibly striking her flanks with her palms. I relapsed into the black rocker. So you betrayed me? Where did you go? Where is he now? She took from the mantelpiece a concave glossy snapshot. Old woman in white, stout, beaming, bow-legged, very short dress. Old man in his shirt sleeves, drooping mustache, watch chain. Her in-laws. Living with Dick's brother's family in Juneau. Sure you don't want to smoke? She was smoking herself. First time I saw her doing it. String verboten under Humbert the Terrible. Gracefully, in a blue mist, Charlotte Haze rose from her grave. I would find him through Uncle Ivory if she refused. Betrayed you? No. She directed the dart of her cigarette, index rapidly tapping upon it, toward the hearth exactly as her mother used to do, and then, like her mother, oh my God, with her fingernail scratched and removed a fragment of cigarette paper from her underlip. No. She had not betrayed me. I was among friends. Edusa had warned her that Q liked little girls, had been almost jailed once, in fact, nice fact, and he knew she knew. Yes. Elbow in palm, puff, smile, exhaled smoke, darting gesture. Waxing reminiscent. He saw smiling through everything and everybody, because he was not like me and her but a genius. A great guy. Full of fun. Had rocked with laughter when she confessed about me and her, and said he had thought so. It was quite safe, under the circumstances, to tell him. Well, they all called him Q her camp 5 years ago. Curious coincidence. Took her to a dude ranch about a day's drive from Elphinstone. Named? Oh, some silly name Duck Ranch. No, just plain silly, but it did not matter now, anyway, because the place had vanished and disintegrated. Really, she meant, I could not imagine how utterly lush that ranch was. She meant it had everything but everything, even an indoor waterfall. Did I remember the red-haired guy we was good, had once had some tennis with? Well, the place really belonged to Red's brother, but he had turned it over to Q for the summer. When Q and she came, the others had them actually go through a coronation ceremony and terrific ducking, as when you cross the equator. You know. Her eyes rolled in synthetic resignation. Go on, please. Well. The idea was he would take her in September to Hollywood and arrange a tryout for her, a bit part in the tennis match scene of a movie picture based on a play of his Golden Dukes, and perhaps even have her double one of its sensational starlets on the Klieg-Struck tennis court. Alas, it never came to that. Where is the hog now? He was not a hog. He was a great guy in many respects. But it was all drink and drugs. And, of course, he was a complete freak in sex matters, and his friends were his slaves. I just could not imagine, Humbert, could not imagine what they all did at Duck Ranch. She refused to take part because she loved him, and he threw her out. What things? Oh, weird, filthy, fancy things. I mean, he had 2 girls and 2 boys, and 3 or 4 men, and the idea was for all of us to tangle in the nude while an old woman took movie pictures. Sod's Justine was 12 at the start. What things exactly? Oh, things. Oh, really she uttered the I as a subdued cry while she listened to the source of the ache, and for lack of words spread the 5 fingers of her angularly up and down moving hand. No, she gave it up. She refused to go into particulars with that baby inside her. That made sense. It is of no importance now, she said, pounding a gray cushion with her fist and then lying back, belly up, on the divan. Crazy things, filthy things. I said no, I'm just not going to, she used, in all insouciance really, a disgusting slang term which, in a literal French translation, would be souffler your beastly boys, because I want only you. Well, he kicked me out. There was not much else to tell. That winter 1949, Faye and she had found jobs. For almost 2 years she had just drifted, doing some restaurant work in small places, and then she had met Dick. No, she did not know where the other was. In New York, she guessed. Of course, he was so famous she would have found him at once if she had wanted. Faye had tried to get back to the rank and it just was not there anymore. It had burned to the ground, nothing remained, just a charred heap of rubbish. It was so strange she closed her eyes and opened her mouth, leaning back on the cushion, one felted foot on the floor. The wooden floor slanted, a little steel ball would have rolled into the kitchen. I knew all I wanted to know. I had no intention of torturing my darling. Somewhere beyond Bill's shack an after-work radio had begun singing of folly and fate, and there she was with her ruined looks and her adult, rope-veined narrow hands and her goose-flesh white arms, and her shallow ears, and her unkempt armpits. There she was, my Lolita. Hopelessly worn at 17, with that baby, dreaming already in her of becoming a big shot and retiring around 2080, and I looked at her, and knew as clearly as I know I am to die, that I loved her more than anything I had ever seen or imagined on earth, or hoped for anywhere else. She was only the faint violet whiff and dead leaf echo of the nymphet I had rolled myself upon with such cries in the past. An echo on the brink of a russet ravine, with a far wood under a white sky, and brown leaves choking the brook, and one last cricket in the crisp weeds. But thank God it was not that echo alone that I worshipped. What I used to pamper among the tangled vines of my heart, Moan Grand PCH Radio, had dwindled to its essence, sterile and selfish vice, all that I cancelled and cursed. You may jeer at me, and threaten to clear the court, but until I am gagged and half-throttled, I will shout my poor truth. I insist the world know how much I loved my Lolita, this Lolita, pale and polluted, and big with another's child, but still gray-eyed, still sooty-lashed, still auburn and almond, still Carmencita, still mine. Shendine's Devi, ma Carmen, Allen's Vivre Quelques part au Neus Nice Serons Jamais Spars. Ohio? The wilds of Massachusetts? No matter, even if those eyes of hers would fade to myopic fish, and her nipples swell and crack, and her lovely young velvety delicate delta be tainted and torn, even then I would go mad with tenderness at the mere sight of your dear wan face, at the mere sound of your raucous young voice, my Lolita. Lolita, I said, this may be neither here nor there, but I have to say it. Life is very short. From here to that old car you know so well is a stretch of 25 paces. It is a very short walk. Make those 25 steps. Now. Right now. Come just as you are. And we shall live happily ever after. Carmen, voulez-vous venir avec moi? You mean, she said, opening her eyes and raising herself slightly, the snake that may strike, you mean you will give us that money only if I go with you to a motel? Is that what you mean? No, I said, you got it all wrong. I want you to leave your incidental dick, and this awful hole, and come to live with me, and die with me, and everything with me, words to that effect. You're crazy, she said, her features working. Think it over, Lolita. There are no strings attached. Except, perhaps, well, no matter. A reprieve, I wanted to say but did not. Anyway, if you refuse you will still get your trousseau. No kidding? Asked Dolly. I handed her an envelope with $400 in cash and a check for $3,600 more. Gingerly, uncertainly, she received mon petit cadeau. And then her forehead became a beautiful pink. You mean, she said, with agonized emphasis, you are giving us $4,000? I covered my face with my hand and broke into the hottest tears I had ever shed. I felt them winding through my fingers and down my chin, and burning me, and my nose got clogged, and I could not stop, and then she touched my wrist. I'll die if you touch me, I said. You are sure you are not coming with me? Is there no hope of your coming? Tell me only this. No, she said. No, honey, no. She had never called me honey before. No, she said, it is quite out of the question. I would sooner go back to Q. I mean, she groped for words. I supplied them mentally. He broke my heart. You merely broke my life. I think, She went on. Oops, the envelope skidded to the floor. She picked it up. I think it's utterly grand of you to give us all that dough. It settles everything. We can start next week. Stop crying, please. You should understand. Let me get you some more beer. Oh, don't cry. I'm so sorry I cheated so much, but that's the way things are. I wiped my face and my fingers. She smiled at the cadeau. She exulted. She wanted to call Dick. I said I would have to leave in a moment, did not want to see him at all, at all. We tried to think of some subject of conversation. For some reason, I kept sighing. It trembled and silkily glowed on my damn retina. Radiant child of 12, sitting on a threshold, pinging pebbles at an empty can. I almost say, trying to find some casual remark. I wonder sometimes what has become of the little Maku girl. Did she ever get better? But stopped in time lest she rejoin. I wonder sometimes what has become of the little Haze girl. Finally, I reverted to money matters. That sum, I said, represented more or less the net rent from her mother's house. She said, had it not been sold years ago? No, I admit I had told her this in order to sever all connections with R. A lawyer would send a full account of the financial situation later. It was rosy. Some of the small securities her mother had owned had gone up and up. Yes, I was quite sure I had to go. I had to go and find him and destroy him. Since I would not have survived the touch of her lips, I kept retreating in a mincing dance at every step she and her belly made toward me. She and the dog saw me off. I was surprised, this a rhetorical figure, I was not, that the sight of the old car in which she had ridden as a child and a nymphette left her so very indifferent. All she remarked was it was getting sort of purplish about the gills. I said it was hers, I could go by bus. She said, don't be silly, they would fly to Jupiter and buy a car there. I said I would buy this one from her for $500. At this rate we'll be millionaires next, she said to the ecstatic dog. Carmencita, Louis demandes G. One last word, I said in my horrible careful English, are you quite sure that not tomorrow, of course, and not after tomorrow, but some day, any day, you will not come to live with me? I will create a brand new God and thank him with piercing cries, if you give me that microscopic hope, to that effect. No, she said smiling, no. It would have made all the difference, said Humbert Humbert. Then I pulled out my automatic. This is the kind of fool thing a reader might suppose I did. It never even occurred to me to do it. Goodbye. She changed, my American sweet immortal dead love. For she is dead and immortal if you are reading this. Such is the formal agreement with the so-called authorities. Then, as I drove away, I heard her shout in a vibrant voice to her Dick. And the dog started to lope alongside my car like a fat dolphin, but he was too heavy and old, and very soon gave up. And presently I was driving through the drizzle of the dying day, with the windshield wipers in full action but unable to cope with my tears. 30. Leaving as I did Colmont around 4 in the afternoon by Route 11. Do not remember the number. I might have made Ramsdale by dawn had not a shortcut tempted me. I had to get onto Highway Y. My map showed quite blandly that just beyond Woodbine, which I reached at nightfall, I could leave paved X and reach paved Y by means of a transverse dirt road. It was only some 40 miles long according to my map. Otherwise I would have to follow X for another 100 miles and then use leisurely looping Z to get to Y and my destination. However, the shortcut in question got worse and worse, bumpier and bumpier, muddier and muddier, and when I attempted to turn back after some 10 miles of purblind, tortuous and tortoise slow progress, my old and weak Melmoth got stuck in deep clay. All was dark and muggy, and hopeless. My headlights hung over a broad ditch full of water. The surrounding country, if any, was a black wilderness. I sought to extricate myself but my rear wheels only whined in slosh and anguish. Cursing my plight, I took off my fancy clothes, changed into slacks, pulled on the bullet-riddled sweater, and waded 4 miles back to a roadside farm. It started to rain on the way, but I had not the strength to go back for a Macintosh. Such incidents have convinced me that my heart is basically sound despite recent diagnoses. Around midnight, a wrecker dragged my car out. I navigated back to Highway X and traveled on. Utter weariness overtook me, and an hour later, in an anonymous little town, I pulled up at the curb and in darkness drank deep from a friendly flask. The rain had been cancelled miles before. It was a black warm night, somewhere in Appalachia. Now and then cars passed me, red taillights receding, white headlights advancing, but the town was dead. Nobody strolled and laughed on the sidewalks as relaxing burgers would in sweet, mellow, rotting Europe. I was alone to enjoy the innocent night and my terrible thoughts. A wire receptacle on the curb was very particular about acceptable contents, sweepings. Paper. No garbage. Cherry red letters of light marked a camera shop. A large thermometer with the name of a laxative quietly dwelt on the front of a drugstore. Rubenov's Jewelry Company had a display of artificial diamonds reflected in a red mirror. A lighted green clock swam in the linenish depths of Jiffy Jeff Laundry. On the other side of the street a garage said in its sleep genuflection lubricity, and corrected itself to Gulflex lubrication. An airplane, also gemmed by Rubinov, passed, droning, in the velvet heavens. How many small dead-of-night towns I had seen! This was not yet the last. Let me dally a little. He is as good as destroyed. Some way further across the street, neon lights flickered twice slower than my heart. The outline of a restaurant sign, a large coffee pot, kept bursting, every full second or so, into emerald life, and every time it went out, pink letters saying fine foods related, but the pot could still be made out as a latent shadow teasing the eye before its next emerald resurrection. We made shadowgraphs. This furtive burg was not far from the enchanted hunters. I was weeping again, drunk on the impossible past. 31. At this solitary stop for refreshments between Colmont and Ramsdell, between innocent Dolly Schiller and jovial Uncle Ivor, I reviewed my case. With the utmost simplicity and clarity I now saw myself and my love. Previous attempts seemed out of focus in comparison. A couple of years before, under the guidance of an intelligent French-speaking confessor, to whom, in a moment of metaphysical curiosity, I had turned over a Protestant's drab atheism for an old-fashioned popish cure, I had hoped to deduce from my sense of sin the existence of a supreme being. On those frosty mornings in rime-laced Quebec, the good priest worked on me with the finest tenderness and understanding. I am infinitely obliged to him and the great institution he represented. Alas, I was unable to transcend the simple human fact that whatever spiritual solace I might find, whatever lithophanic eternities might be provided for me, nothing could make my Lolita forget the foul lust I had inflicted upon her. Unless it can be proven to me as I am now, today, with my heart and my beard, and my putrefaction that in the infinite run it does not matter a jot that a North American girl child named Dolores Haze had been deprived of her childhood by a maniac. Unless this can be proven, and if it can, then life is a joke. I see nothing for the treatment of my misery but the melancholy and very local palliative of articulate art. To quote an old poet, the moral sense in mortals is the duty we have to pay on mortal sense of beauty. 32. There was the day, during our first trip or first circle of paradise, when in order to enjoy my phantasms in peace I firmly decided to ignore what I could not help perceiving. The fact that I was to her not a boyfriend, not a glamour man, not a pal, not even a person at all, but just 2 eyes and a foot of engorged Bronto mention only mentionable matters. There was the day when, having withdrawn the functional promise I had made her on the eve, whatever she had set her funny little heart an hour rink with some special plastic floor or a movie matinee to which she wanted to go alone, I happened to glimpse from the bathroom, through a chance combination of mirror aslant and door ajar, a look on her face. That look I cannot exactly describe. An expression of helplessness so perfect that it seemed to grade into one of rather comfortable inanity, just because this was the very limit of injustice and frustration, and every limit presupposes something beyond it, hence the neutral illumination. And when you bear in mind that these were the raised eyebrows and parted lips of a child, you may better appreciate what depths of calculated carnality, what reflected despair, restrained me from falling at her dear feet and dissolving in human tears, and sacrificing my jealousy to whatever pleasure Lolita might hope to derive from mixing with dirty and dangerous children in an outside world that was real to her. And I have still other smothered memories, now unfolding themselves into limbless monsters of pain. Once, in a sunset-ending street of Beardsley, she turned to little Eva Rosen. I was taking both nymphets to a concert and walking behind them so close as almost to touch them with my person. She turned to Eva, and so very serenely and seriously, in answer to something the other had said about its being better to die than hear Milton Pinsky, some local schoolboy she knew, talk about music. My Lolita remarked, "You know, what's so dreadful about dying is that you are completely on your own." And it struck me, as my automaton knees went up and down, that I simply did not know a thing about my darling's mind, and that quite possibly, behind the awful juvenile cliques, there was in her a garden and a twilight, and a palace cotetum and adorable regions which happened to be lucidly and absolutely forbidden to me, in my polluted rags and miserable convulsions. For I often noticed that living as we did, she and I, in a world of total evil, we would become strangely embarrassed whenever I tried to discuss something she and an older friend, she and a parent, she and a real healthy sweetheart, I and Annabelle, Lolita and a sublime, purified, analyzed, deified Harold Hayes, might have discussed an abstract idea, a painting, stippled Hopkins or Shaw and Baudelaire, God or Shakespeare, anything of genuine kind. Goodwill. She would mail her vulnerability in trite brashness and boredom, whereas I, using for my desperately detached comments an artificial tone of voice that set my own last teeth on edge, provoked my audience to such outbursts of rudeness as made any further conversation impossible. Oh, my poor, bruised child. I loved you. I was a pentapod monster, but I loved you. I was despicable and brutal, and turpid, and everything. Maze GTMA, GTMA. And there were times when I knew how you felt, and it was hell to know it, my little one. Lolita girl, brave Dolly Schiller. I recall certain moments, let us call them icebergs in paradise, when after having had my fill of hereafter fabulous, insane exertions that left me limp and azure barred, I would gather her in my arms with, at last, a mute moan of human tenderness, her skin glistening in the neon light coming from the paved court through the slits in the blind, her soot-black lashes matted, her grave gray eyes more vacant than ever, for all the world a little patient still, in the confusion of a drug after a major operation, and the tenderness would deepen to shame and despair, and I would lull and rock my lone light Lolita in my marble arms, and moan in her warm hair, and caress her at random and mutely ask her blessing. And at the peak of this human agonized selfless tenderness, with my soul actually hanging around her naked body and ready to repent, all at once, ironically, horribly, lust would swell again, and oh, no, Lolita would say with a sigh to heaven, and the next moment the tenderness and the azrael would be shattered. Mid-20th century ideas concerning child-parent relationship have been considerably tainted by the scholastic rigmarole and standardized symbols of the psychoanalytic racket, but I hope I am addressing myself to unbiased readers. Once when Avis's father had honked outside to signal Papa had come to take his pet home, I felt obliged to invite him into the parlor, and he sat down for a minute, and while we conversed, Avis, a heavy, unattractive, affectionate child, drew up to him and eventually perched plumply on his knee. Now, I do not remember if I have mentioned that Lolita always had an absolutely enchanting smile for strangers, a tender furry slitting of the eyes, a dreamy sweet radiance of all her features which did not mean a thing of course, but was so beautiful, so endearing that one found it hard to reduce such sweetness to but a magic gene automatically lighting up her face in atavistic token of some ancient rite of welcome hospitable prostitution, the coarse reader may say. Well, there she stood while Mr. Bird twirled his head and talked. Andes, look how stupid of me, I have left out the main characteristic of the famous Lolita's smile, namely, while the tender, nectared, dimpled brightness played, it was never directed at the stranger in the room but hung in its own remote flowered void, so to speak, or wandered with myopic softness over chance objects. And this is what was happening now. While fed Avis sidled up to her papa, Lolita gently beamed at a fruit knife that she fingered on the edge of the table, whereon she leaned, many miles away from me. Suddenly, as Avis clung to her father's neck and ear while, with a casual arm, the man enveloped his lumpy and large offspring, I saw Lolita's smile lose all its light and become a frozen little shadow of itself, and the fruit knife slipped off the table and struck her with its silver handle a freak blow on the ankle which made her gasp, and crouch head forward, and then, jumping on one leg, her face awful with the preparatory grimace which children hold till the tears gush, she was going to be followed at once and consoled in the kitchen by Avis, who had such a wonderful fat pink dad and a small chubby brother, and a brand new baby sister, and a home, and 2 grinning dogs, and Lolita had nothing. And I have a neat pendant to that little senilso in a Beardsley setting. Lolita, who had been reading near the fire, stretched herself, and then inquired, her elbow up, with a grunt, "Where is she buried anyway?" "Who?" "Oh, you know, my murdered mummy." "And you know where her grave is," I said, controlling myself, whereupon I named the cemetery just outside Ramsdale, between the railway tracks and Lakeview Hill. "Moreover," I added, "the tragedy of such an accident is somewhat cheapened by the epithet you saw fit to apply to it. If you really wish to triumph in your mind over the idea of death, Ray," said Lo for hurrah, and languidly left the room, and for a long while I stared with smarting eyes into the fire. Then I picked up her book. It was some trash for young people. There was a gloomy girl, Marion, and there was her stepmother, who turned out to be, against all expectations, a young, gay, understanding redhead who explained to Marion that Marion's dead mother had really been a heroic woman, since she had deliberately dissimulated her great love for Marion because she was dying, and did not want her child to miss her. I did not rush up to her room with cries. I always preferred the mental hygiene of non-interference. Now, squirming and pleading with my own memory, I recall that on this and similar occasions, it was always my habit and method to ignore Lolita's states of mind while comforting my own base self. When my mother, in a livid white dress, under the tumbling mist, so I vividly imagined her, had run panting ecstatically up that ridge above Moulinet to be felled there by a thunderbolt, I was but an infant, and in retrospect no yearnings of the accepted kind could I ever graft upon any moment of my youth, no matter how savagely psychotherapists heckled me in my later periods of depression. But I admit that a man of my power of imagination cannot plead personal ignorance of universal emotions. I may also have relied too much on the abnormally chill relations between Charlotte and her daughter. But the awful point of the whole argument is this. It had become gradually clear to my conventional Lolita during our singular and bestial cohabitation that even the most miserable of family lives was better than the parody of incest, which, in the long run, was the best I could offer the waif. 33. Ramsdale Revisited. I approached it from the side of the lake. The sunny noon was all eyes. As I rode by in my mud-flecked car, I could distinguish scintillas of diamond water between the far pines. I turned into the cemetery and walked among the long and short stone monuments. Bones her, Charlotte. On some of the graves there were pale, transparent little national flags slumped in the windless air under the evergreens. G. Ed, that was bad luck, referring to G. Edward Grammer, a 35-year-old New York office manager who had just been arraigned on a charge of murdering his 33-year-old wife, Dorothy. Bidding for the perfect crime, Ed had bludgeoned his wife and put her into a car. The case came to light when 2 county policemen on patrol saw Mrs. Grammer's new big blue Chrysler, an anniversary present from her husband, speeding crazily down a hill, just inside their jurisdiction. God bless our good cops. The car sideswiped a pole, ran up an embankment covered with beard grass, wild strawberry and cinquefoil, and overturned. The wheels were still gently spinning in the mellow sunlight when the officers removed Mrs. G's body. It appeared to be routine highway accident at first. Alas, the woman's battered body did not match up with only minor damage suffered by the car. I did better. I rolled on. It was funny to see again the slender white church and the enormous elms. Forgetting that in an American suburban street a lone pedestrian is more conspicuous than a lone motorist, I left the car in the avenue to walk unobtrusively past 342 Lawn Street. Before the great bloodshed, I was entitled to a little relief, to a cathartic spasm of mental regurgitation. Closed were the white shutters of the junk mansion, and somebody had attached a found black velvet hair ribbon to the white FORSALE sign which was leaning toward the sidewalk. No dog barked. No gardener telephoned. No Miss Opposite sat on the vine porch where to the lone pedestrian's annoyance two ponytailed young women in identical polka-dotted pinafores stopped doing whatever they were doing to stare at him. She was long dead, no doubt. These might be her twin nieces from Philadelphia. Should I enter my old house? As in a Turgenev story, a torrent of Italian music came from an open window to the living room. What romantic soul was playing the piano where no piano had plunged and plashed on that bewitched Sunday with the sun on her beloved legs? All at once I noticed that from the lawn I had mown a golden-skinned, brown-haired nymphette of 9 or 10, in white shorts, was looking at me with wild fascination in her large blue-black eyes. I said something pleasant to her, meaning no harm, an old-world compliment, "What nice eyes you have," but she retreated in haste and the music stopped abruptly, and a violent-looking dark man, glistening with sweat, came out and glared at me. I was on the point of identifying myself when, with a pang of dream embarrassment, I became aware of my mud-caked dungarees, my filthy and torn sweater, my bristly chin, my bum's bloodshot eyes. Without saying a word, I turned and plodded back the way I had come. An aster-like anemic flower grew out of a remembered chink in the sidewalk. Quietly resurrected, Miss Opposite was being wheeled out by her nieces, onto her porch, as if it were a stage and I the star performer. Praying she would not call to me, I hurried to my car. What a steep little street! What a profound avenue! A red ticket showed between wiper and windshield. I carefully tore it into 2, 4, 8 pieces. Feeling I was losing my time, I drove energetically to the downtown hotel where I had arrived with a new bag more than 5 years before. I took a room, made 2 appointments by telephone, shaved, bathed, put on black clothes and went down for a drink in the bar. Nothing had changed. The bar room was suffused with the same dim, impossible garnet red light that in Europe years ago went with low haunts, but here meant a bit of atmosphere in a family hotel. I sat at the same little table where at the very start of my stay, immediately after becoming Charlotte's lodger, I had thought fit to celebrate the occasion by suavely sharing with her half a bottle of champagne, which had fatally conquered her poor brimming heart. As then, a moon-faced waiter was arranging with stellar care 50 sherries on a round tray for a wedding party. Murphy Fantasia, this time. It was 8 minutes to 3. As I walked through the lobby, I had to skirt a group of ladies who with MILGRCES were taking leave of each other after a luncheon party. With a harsh cry of recognition, one pounced upon me. She was a stout, short woman in pearl gray, with a long, gray, slim plume to her small hat. It was Mrs. Chetfield. She attacked me with a fake smile, all aglow with evil curiosity. Had I done to Dolly, perhaps, what Frank LaSalle, a 50-year-old mechanic, had done to 11-year-old Sally Horner in 1948. Very soon I had that avid glee well under control. She thought I was in California. How was? With exquisite pleasure I informed her that my stepdaughter had just married a brilliant young mining engineer with a hush-hush job in the Northwest. She said she disapproved of such early marriages. She would never let her Phyllis, who was now 18. Oh yes, of course, I said quietly. I remember Phyllis. Phyllis and Camp Q. Yes, of course. By the way, did she ever tell you how Charlie Holmes debauched his mother's little charges? Mrs. Chetfield's already broken smile now disintegrated completely. For shame, she cried, for shame, Mr. Humbert. The poor boy has just been killed in Korea. I said, didn't she think Viant D, with the infinitive, expressed recent events so much more neatly than the English just, with the past? But I had to be trotting off, I said. There were only 2 blocks to Windmuller's office. He greeted me with a very slow, very enveloping, strong, searching grip. He thought I was in California. Had I not lived at one time at Beardsley? His daughter had just entered Beardsley College. And how was? I have all necessary information about Mrs. Schiller. We had a pleasant business conference. I walked out into the hot September sunshine a contented pauper. Now that everything had been put out of the way, I could dedicate myself freely to the main object of my visit to Ramsdell. In the methodical manner on which I have always prided myself, I had been keeping Claire Quilty's face masked in my dark dungeon, where he was waiting for me to come with barber and priest. Arvelez-vous, lac you, il est temps de mourir. I have no time right now to discuss the mnemonics of physiognomization. I am on my way to his uncle and walking fast, but let me jot down this. I had preserved in the alcohol of a clouded memory the toad of a face. In the course of a few glimpses, I had noticed its slight resemblance to a cheery and rather repulsive wine dealer, a relative of mine in Switzerland. With his dumbbells and stinking tricot, and fat hairy arms, and bald patch, and pig-faced servant concubine, he was on the whole a harmless old rascal. Too harmless, in fact, to be confused with my prey. In the state of mind I now found myself, I had lost contact with Trapp's image. It had become completely engulfed by the face of Claire Quilty as represented, with artistic precision, by an easeled photograph of him that stood on his uncle's desk. In Beardsley, at the hands of charming Dr. Mullner, one had undergone a rather serious dental operation, retaining only a few upper and lower front teeth. The substitutes were dependent on a system of plates with an inconspicuous wire affair running along my upper gums. The whole arrangement was a masterpiece of comfort, and my canines were in perfect health. However, to garnish my secret purpose with a plausible pretext, I told Dr. Quilty that, in hope of alleviating facial neuralgia, I had decided to have all my teeth removed. What would a complete set of dentures cost? How long would the process take, assuming we fixed our first appointment for some time in November? Where was his famous nephew now? Would it be possible to have them all out in one dramatic session? A white-smocked, gray-haired man, with a crew cut and the big flat cheeks of a politician, Dr. Quilty perched on the corner of his desk, 1 foot dreamily and seductively rocking as he launched on a glorious long-range plan. He would first provide me with provisional plates until the gums settled. Then he would make me a permanent set. He would like to have a look at that mouth of mine. He wore perforated pied shoes. He had not visited with the rascal since 1946, but supposed he could be found at his ancestral home, Grim Road, not far from Parkington. It was a noble dream. His foot rocked, his gaze was inspired. It would cost me around $600. He suggested he take measurements right away, and make the first set before starting operations. My mouth was to him a splendid cave full of priceless treasures, but I denied him in France. No, I said. On second thoughts, I shall have it all done by Dr. Mullner. His price is higher, but he is of course a much better dentist than you. I do not know if any of my readers will ever have a chance to say that. It is a delicious dream feeling. Claire's uncle remained sitting on the desk, still looking dreamy, but his foot had stopped push-rocking the cradle of rosy anticipation. On the other hand, his nurse, a skeleton-thin, faded girl, with the tragic eyes of unsuccessful blondes, rushed after me so as to be able to slam the door in my wake. Push the magazine into the butt. Press home until you hear or feel the magazine catch engage. Delightfully snug. Capacity, 8 cartridges. Full blued. Aching to be discharged. 34. A gas station attendant in Parkington explained to me very clearly how to get to Grim Road. Wishing to be sure Quilty would be at home, I attempted to ring him up but learned that his private telephone had recently been disconnected. Did that mean he was gone? I started to drive to Grim Road, 12 miles north of the town. By that time night had eliminated most of the landscape, and as I followed the narrow winding highway, a series of short posts, ghostly white, with reflectors, borrowed my own lights to indicate this or that curve. I could make out a dark valley on one side of the road and wooded slopes on the other, and in front of me, like derelict snowflakes, moths drifted out of the blackness into my probing aura. At the 12th mile, as foretold, a curiously hooded bridge sheathed me for a moment and, Beyond it, a whitewashed rock loomed on the right, and a few car lengths further, on the same side, I turned off the highway up gravelly Grim Road. For a couple of minutes all was dank, dark, dense forest. Then, Paver Manor, a wooden house with a turret, arose in a circular clearing. Its windows glowed yellow and red. Its drive was cluttered with half a dozen cars. I stopped in the shelter of the trees and abolished my lights to ponder the next move quietly. He would be surrounded by his henchmen and whores. I could not help seeing the inside of that festive and ramshackle castle in terms of troubled teens, a story in one of her magazines, vague orgies, a sinister adult with Penel cigar, drugs, bodyguards. At least, he was there. I would return in a torpid morning. Gently I rolled back to town, in that old faithful car of mine which was serenely, almost cheerfully working for me. My Lolita. There was still a 3-year-old bobby pin of hers in the depths of the glove compartment. There was still that stream of pale moth siphoned out of the night by my headlights. Dark barns still propped themselves up here and there by the roadside. People were still going to the movies. While searching for night lodgings, I passed a drive-in. In a Selenian glow, truly mystical in its contrast with the moonless and massive night, on a gigantic screen slanting away among dark drowsy fields, a thin phantom raised a gun, both he and his arm reduced to tremulous dishwater by the oblique angle of that receding world, and the next moment a row of trees shut off the gesticulation. 35. I left Insomnia Lodge next morning around 8 and spent some time in Parkington. Visions of bungling the execution kept obsessing me. Thinking that perhaps the cartridges in the automatic had gone stale during a week of inactivity, I removed them and inserted a fresh batch. Such a thorough oil bath did I give Chum that now I could not get rid of the stuff. I bandaged him up with a rag, like a maimed limb, and used another rag to wrap up a handful of spare bullets. A thunderstorm accompanied me most of the way back to Grim Road, but when I reached Paver Manor, the sun was visible again, burning like a man, and the birds screamed in the drenched and steaming trees. The elaborate and decrepit house seemed to stand in a kind of daze, reflecting as it were my own state, for I could not help realizing, as my feet touched the springy and insecure ground, that I had overdone the alcoholic stimulation business. A guardedly ironic silence answered my bell. The garage, however, was loaded with his car, a black convertible for the nonce. I tried the knocker. Nobody. With a petulant snarl, I pushed the front door and, how nice, it swung open as in a medieval fairy tale. Having softly closed it behind me, I made my way across a spacious and very ugly hall. Peered into an adjacent drawing room. Noticed a number of used glasses growing out of the carpet. Decided that master was still asleep in the master bedroom. So I trudged upstairs. My right hand clutched muffled Chum in my pocket, my left patted the sticky banisters. Of the 3 bedrooms I inspected, one had obviously been slept in that night. There was a library full of flowers. There was a rather bare room with ample and deep mirrors and a polar bear skin on the slippery floor. There were still other rooms. A happy though struck me. If and when master returned from his constitutional in the woods, or emerged from some secret lair, it might be wise for an unsteady gunman with a long job before him to prevent his playmate from locking himself up in a room. Consequently, for at least 5 minutes I went ablucidly insane, crazily calm, an enchanted and very tight hunter, turning whatever keys in whatever locks there were and pocketing more planned privacy than have modern glamour boxes, where the bathroom, the only lockable locus, has to be used for the furtive needs of Planned Parenthood. Speaking of bathrooms, I was about to visit a third one when master came out of it, leaving a brief waterfall behind him. The corner of a passage did not quite conceal me. Gray-faced, baggy-eyed, fluffily disheveled in a scanty balding way, but still perfectly recognizable, he swept by me in a purple bathrobe, very like one I had. He either did not notice me, or else dismissed me as some familiar and innocuous hallucination, and, showing me his hairy calves, he proceeded, sleepwalker-wise, downstairs. I pocketed my last key and followed him into the entrance hall. He had half opened his mouth and the front door, to peer out through a sunny chink as one who thinks he has heard a half-hearted visitor ring and recede. Then, still ignoring the rain-coated phantasm that had stopped in mid-stairs, Master walked into a cozy boudoir across the hall from the drawing room, through which, taking it easy, knowing he was safe, I now went away from him, and in a bar-adorned kitchen gingerly unwrapped dirty chum, taking care not to leave any oil stains on the chrome. I think I got the wrong product. It was black and awfully messy. In my usual meticulous way, I transferred naked chum to a clean recess about me and made for the little boudoir. My step, as I say, was too springy perhaps for success. But my heart pounded with tiger joy, and I crunched a cocktail glass underfoot. Master met me in the Oriental parlor. "Now who are you?" he asked in a high hoarse voice, his hands thrust into his dressing gown pockets, his eyes fixing a point to the northeast of my head. "Are you by any chance Brewster?" By now it was evident to everybody that he was in a fog and completely at my so-called mercy. I could enjoy myself. "That's right," I answered suavely. "Jesus, Monsieur Brewster. Let us chat for a moment before we start." He looked pleased. His smudgy mustache twitched. I removed my raincoat. I was wearing a black suit, a black shirt, no tie. We sat down in 2 easy chairs. "You know," he said, scratching loudly his fleshy and gritty gray cheek and showing his small pearly teeth in a crooked grin, "you don't look like Jack Brewster. I mean, the resemblance is not particularly striking. Somebody told me he had a brother with the same telephone company. To have him trapped, after those years of repentance and rage. To look at the black hairs on the back of his pudgy hands. To wonder with 100 eyes over his purple silks and hirsute chest foreglimpsing the punctures, and mess, and music of pain. To know that this semi-animated, subhuman trickster who had sodomized my darling, this was intolerable bliss. No, I am afraid I am neither of the Brewsters." He cocked his head, looking more pleased than ever. "Guess again, Punch." "Ah," said Punch, "so you have not come to bother me about those long-distance calls? You do make them once in a while, don't you?" "Excuse me?" I said I thought he had said he had never people. He said, "People in general." "I'm not accusing you, Brewster, but you know it's absurd the way people invade this damned house without even knocking. They use the Voltaire, they use the kitchen, they use the telephone. Phil calls Philadelphia. Pat calls Patagonia. I refuse to pay. You have a funny accent, Captain." "Quilty," I said, "do you recall a little girl called Dolores Haze, Dolly Haze? Dolly called Dolores, Colorado?" "Sure, she may have made those calls, sure. Any place. Paradise, Washington, Hell Canyon. Who cares?" "I do, Quilty. You see, I am her father." "Nonsense," he said, "you are not. You are some foreign literary agent. A Frenchman once translated my proud flesh as La Fire de la Chair. Absurd. She was my child, Quilty." In the state he was in he could not really be taken aback by anything, but his blustering manner was not quite convincing. A sort of wary inkling kindled his eyes into a semblance of life. They were immediately dulled again. "I'm very fond of children myself," he said, "and fathers are among my best friends." He turned his head away, looking for something. He beat his pockets. He attempted to rise from his seat. "Down." I said, apparently much louder than I intended. "You need not roar at me," he complained in his strange feminine manner. "I just wanted a smoke. I'm dying for a smoke." "You're dying anyway." "Oh, chucks," he said. "You begin to bore me. What do you want? Are you French, mister? Woolly woo-booer? Let's go to the baromet and have a stiff." He saw the little dark weapon lying in my palm as if I were offering it to him. "Say," he drawled, now imitating the underworld numbskull of movies, "that's a swell little gun you've got there. What you want for her?" I slapped down his outstretched hand and he managed to knock over a box on a low table near him. It ejected a handful of cigarettes. "Here they are," he said cheerfully. You recall Kipling, unfemme est unfemme, mais un capral est un cigarette? Now we need matches. Quilty, I said. I want you to concentrate. You are going to die in a moment. The hereafter, for all we know, may be an eternal state of excruciating insanity. You smoked your last cigarette yesterday. Concentrate. Try to understand what is happening to you. He kept taking the drone cigarette apart and munching bits of it. I am willing to try, he said. You are either Australian or a German refugee. Must you talk to me? This is a Gentile's house, you know. Maybe you'd better run along. And do stop demonstrating that gun. I've an old Stern Luger in the music room. I pointed Chum at his slippered foot and crushed the trigger. It clicked. He looked at his foot, at the pistol, again at his foot. I made another awful effort, and, with a ridiculously feeble and juvenile sound, it went off. The bullet entered the thick pink rug, and I had the paralyzing impression that it had merely trickled in and might come out again. See what I mean? Said Quilty. You should be a little more careful. Give me that thing, for Christ's sake. He reached for it. I pushed him back into the chair. The rich joy was waning. It was high time I destroyed him, but he must understand why he was being destroyed. His condition infected me. The weapon felt limp and clumsy in my hand. Concentrate, I said, on the thought of Dolly Haze, whom you kidnapped. I did not. He cried. You're all wet. I saved her from a beastly pervert. Show me your badge instead of shooting at my foot, you ape, you. Where is that badge? I'm not responsible for the rapes of others. Absurd. That joyride, I grant you, was a silly stunt, but you got her back, didn't you? Come, let's have a drink. I asked him whether he wanted to be executed sitting or standing. Ah, let me think, he said. It is not an easy question. Incidentally, I made a mistake, which I sincerely regret. You see, I had no fun with your Dolly. I am practically impotent, to tell the melancholy truth. And I gave her a splendid vacation. She met some remarkable people. Do you happen to know? And with a tremendous lurch he fell all over me, sending the pistol hurtling under a chest of drawers. Fortunately he was more impetuous than vigorous, and I had little difficulty in shoving him back into his chair. He puffed a little and folded his arms on his chest. Now you've done it, he said. Vous voyez dans de beaux draps, mon vieux. His French was improving. I looked around. Perhaps I could on my hands and knees? Risk it? Alors, que fait-on? He asked, watching me closely. I stooped. He did not move. I stooped lower. My dear sir, he said, stop trifling with life and death. I am a playwright. I have written tragedies, comedies, fantasies. I have made private movies out of Justine and other 18th century sexcapades. I'm the author of 52 successful scenarios. I know all the ropes. Let me handle this. There should be a poker somewhere. Why don't I fetch it, and then we'll fish out your property. Fussily, busybodily, cunningly, he had risen again while he talked. I groped under the chest, trying at the same time to keep an eye on him. All of a sudden I noticed that he had noticed that I did not seem to have noticed Chum protruding from beneath the other corner of the chest. We fell to wrestling again. We rolled all over the floor, in each other's arms, like two huge helpless children. He was naked and goatish under his robe, and I felt suffocated as he rolled over me. I rolled over him. We rolled over me. They rolled over him. We rolled over us. In its published form, this book is being read, I assume, in the first years of 2000 AD, 1935 plus 80 or 90, live long, my love. And elderly readers will surely recall at this point the obligatory scene in the westerns of their childhood. Our tussle, however, lacked the ox-stunning fisticuffs, the flying furniture. He and I were two large dummies, stuffed with dirty cotton and rags. It was a silent, soft, formless tussle on the part of two literati, one of whom was utterly disorganized by a drug while the other was handicapped by a heart condition and too much gin. When at last I had possessed myself of my precious weapon, and the scenario writer had been reinstalled in his low chair, both of us were panting as the cowmen and the sheepmen never do after their battle. I decided to inspect the pistol, or sweat might have spoiled something, and regain my wind before proceeding to the main item in the program. To fill in the pause, I proposed he read his own sentence in the poetical form I had given it. The term poetical justice is one that may be most happily used in this respect. I handed him a neat typescript. "Yes," he said, "splendid idea. Let me fetch my reading glasses." He attempted to rise. "No. Just as you say. Shall I read out loud?" "Yes." "Here goes. I see it's in verse. Because you took advantage of a sinner, because you took advantage, because you took advantage of my disadvantage. That's good, you know. That's damned good. When I stood Adam naked before a federal law and all its stinging stars, oh, grand stuff. Because you took advantage of a sin when I was helpless, molting moist and tender, hoping for the best, dreaming of marriage in a mountain state eye of a litter of Lolitas. Didn't get that. Because you took advantage of my inner essential innocence, because you cheated me a little repetitious, what? Where was I? Because you cheated me of my redemption, because you took her at the age when lads play with erector sets getting smutty, eh? A little downy girl still wearing poppies, still eating popcorn in the colored gloam where tawny Indians took paid croppers, because you stole her from her wax-browed and dignified protector, spitting into his heavy-lidded eye, ripping his flavid toga, and at dawn leaving the hog to roll upon his new discomfort, the awfulness of love and violence, remorse, despair, while you took a dull doll to pieces and threw its head away because of all you did, because of all I did not. You have to die. Well, sir, this is certainly a fine poem. Your best as far as I'm concerned." He folded and handed it back to me. I asked him if he had anything serious to say before dying. The automatic was again ready for use on the person. He looked at it and heaved a big sigh. "Now look here, Mac," he said. "You are drunk and I am a sick man. Let us postpone the matter. I need quiet. I have to nurse my impotence. Friends are coming in the afternoon to take me to a game. This pistol-packing face is becoming a frightful nuisance. We are men of the world, in everything, sex, free verse, marksmanship. If you bear me a grudge, I am ready to make unusual amends. Even an old-fashioned rencounter, sword or pistol, in Rio or elsewhere, is not excluded. My memory and my eloquence are not at their best today, but really, my dear Mr. Humbert, you were not an ideal stepfather, and I did not force your little protege to join me. It was she made me remove her to a happier home. This house is not as modern as that ranch we shared with dear friends. But it is roomy, cool in summer and winter, and in a word comfortable, so, since I intend retiring to England or Florence forever, I suggest you move in. It is yours, gratis. Under the condition you stop pointing at me that, he swore disgustingly, gun. By the way, I do not know if you care for the bizarre, but if you do, I can offer you, also gratis, as house pet, a rather exciting little freak, a young lady with 3 breasts, one a dandy. This is a rare and delightful marvel of nature. Now, soyens raisonnables. You will only wound me hideously and then rot in jail while I recuperate in a tropical setting. I promise you, Brewster, you will be happy here, with a magnificent cellar, and all the royalties from my next play. I have not much at the bank right now, but I propose to borrow. We all know, as the bard said, with that cold in his head, to borrow and to borrow and to borrow. There are other advantages. We have here a most reliable and breathable charwoman, a Mrs. Vibrissa Curious Nemuho, comes from the village twice a week, alas not today. She has daughters, granddaughters, a thing or two I know about. The chief of police makes him my slave. I am a playwright. I have been called the American Metterlink. Metterlink Schmetterling, says I. Come on. All this is very humiliating, and I am not sure I am doing the right thing. Never use Hercule needle with rum. Now drop that pistol like a good fellow. I knew your dear wife slightly. You may use my wardrobe. Oh, another thing you are going to like this. I have an absolutely unique collection of erotica upstairs. Just to mention one item, the In Folio Deluxe Migration Island by the explorer and psychoanalyst Melanie Weiss, a remarkable lady, a remarkable work droptagon with photographs of 800 and something male organs she examined and measured in 1932 on migration, in the Barda Sea. Very illuminating graphs plotted with love under pleasant skis droptagon, and moreover I can arrange for you to attend executions. Not everybody knows that the chair is painted yellow few. This time I hit something hard. I hit the back of a black rocking chair, not unlike Dolly Schiller's Me bullet hit the inside surface of its back, whereupon it immediately went into a rocking act, so fast and with such zest that anyone coming into the room might have been flabbergasted by the double miracle. That chair rocking in a panic all by itself, and the armchair, where my purple target had just been, now void of all life content. Wiggling his fingers in the air, with a rapid heave of his rump, he flashed into the music room, and the next second we were tugging and gasping on both sides of the door, which had a key I had overlooked. I won again, and with another abrupt movement Claire the Unpredictable sat down before the piano and played several atrociously vigorous, fundamentally hysterical, plangent chords, his jowls quivering, his spread hands tensely plunging, and his nostrils emitting the soundtrack snorts which had been absent from our fight. Still singing those impossible sonorities, he made a futile attempt to open with his foot a kind of seaman's chest near the piano. My next bullet caught him somewhere in the side, and he rose from his chair higher and higher, like old, gray, Mad Nijinsky, like Old Faithful, like some old nightmare of mine, to a phenomenal altitude, or so it seemed, as he rent the air, still shaking with the rich black music head thrown back in a howl, hand pressed to his brow, and with his other hand clutching his armpit as if stung by a hornet. Down he came on his heels and, again a normal robed man, scurried out into the hall. I see myself following him through the hall, with a kind of double, triple, kangaroo jump, remaining quite straight on straight legs while bouncing up twice in his wake, and then bouncing between him and the front door in a ballet-like stiff bounce, with the purpose of heading him off, since the door was not properly closed. Suddenly dignified, and somewhat morose, he started to walk up the broad stairs, and, shifting my position, but not actually following him up the steps, I fired 3 or 4 times in quick succession, wounding him at every blaze. And every time I did it to him, that horrible thing to him, his face would twitch in an absurd clownish manner, as if he were exaggerating the pain. He slowed down, rolled his eyes half closing them, and made a feminine ah. And he shivered every time a bullet hit him as if I were tickling him, and every time I got him with those slow, clumsy, blind bullets of mine, he would say under his breath, with a phony British accent, all the while dreadfully twitching, shivering, smirking, but withal talking in a curiously detached and even amiable manner, "Ah, that hurts, sir, enough. Ah, that hurts atrociously, my dear fellow. I pray you, desist. Ah, very painful, indeed. God. Ha! This is abominable, you should really not." His voice trailed off as he reached the landing, but he steadily walked on despite all the lead I had lodged in his bloated body, and in distress, in dismay, I understood that far from killing him I was injecting spurts of energy into the poor fellow, as if the bullets had been capsules wherein a heady elixir danced. I reloaded the thing with hands that were black and bloody. I had touched something he had anointed with his thick oar. Then I rejoined him upstairs, the keys jangling in my pockets like gold. He was trudging from room to room, bleeding majestically, trying to find an open window, shaking his head, and still trying to talk me out of murder. I took aim at his head, and he retired to the master bedroom with a burst of royal purple where his ear had been. Get out of here," he said, coughing and spitting. And in a nightmare of wonder, I saw this blood-spattered but still buoyant person get into his bed and wrap himself up in the chaotic bedclothes. I hit him at very close range through the blankets, and then he lay back, and a big pink bubble with juvenile connotations formed on his lips, grew to the size of a toy balloon, and vanished. I may have lost contact with reality for a second or two, nothing of the I just blacked out sort that your common criminal enacts. On the contrary, I want to stress the fact that I was responsible for every shed drop of his bubble blood. But a kind of momentary shift occurred, as if I were in the connubial bedroom, and Charlotte were sick in bed. Quilty was a very sick man. I held one of his slippers instead of the pistol. I was sitting on the pistol. Then I made myself a little more comfortable in the chair near the bed, and consulted my wristwatch. The crystal was gone, but it ticked. The whole said business had taken more than an hour. He was quiet at last. Far from feeling any relief, a burden even weightier than the one I had hoped to get rid of was with me, upon me, over me. I could not bring myself to touch him in order to make sure he was really dead. He looked it, a quarter of his face gone, and 2 flies beside themselves with a dawning sense of unbelievable luck. My hands were hardly in better condition than his. I washed up as best I could in the adjacent bathroom. Now I could leave. As I emerged on the landing, I was amazed to discover that a vivacious buzz I had just been dismissing as a mere singing in my ears was really a medley of voices and radio music coming from the downstairs drawing room. I found there a number of people who apparently had just arrived and were cheerfully drinking Quilty's liquor. There was a fat man in an easy chair, and 2 dark-haired pale young beauties, sisters no doubt, big one and small one, almost a child, demurely sat side by side on a davenport. A florid-faced fellow with sapphire blue eyes was in the act of bringing 2 glasses out of the bar-like kitchen, where 2 or 3 women were chatting and chinking ice. I stopped in the doorway and said, "I have just killed Claire Quilty." "Good for you," said the florid fellow as he offered one of the drinks to the elder girl. "Somebody ought to have done it long ago," remarked the fat man. "What does he say, Tony?" asked a faded blonde from the bar. "He says," answered the florid fellow, "he has killed Q." "Well," said another unidentified man rising in a corner where he had been crouching to inspect some records, "I guess we all should do it to him someday." "Anyway," said Tony, "he'd better come down. We can't wait for him much longer if we want to go to that game." "Give this man a drink, somebody," said the fat person. "What a beer," said a woman in slacks, showing it to me from afar. Only the 2 girls on the davenport, both wearing black, the younger fingering a bright something about her white neck, only they said nothing, but just smiled on, so young, so lewd. As the music paused for a moment, there was a sudden noise on the stairs. Tony and I stepped out into the hall. Quilty of all people had managed to crawl out onto the landing, and there we could see him, flapping and heaving, and then subsiding, forever this time, in a purple heap. "Hurry up, Q," said Tony with a laugh. "I believe he returned to the drawing room." Music drowned the rest of the sentence. This, I said to myself, was the end of the ingenious play staged for me by Quilty. With a heavy heart I left the house and walked through the spotted blaze of the sun to my car. 2 other cars were parked on both sides of it, and I had some trouble squeezing out. 36. The rest is a little flattish and faded. Slowly I drove downhill, and presently found myself going at the same lazy pace in a direction opposite to Parkington. I had left my raincoat in the boudoir and chum in the bathroom. No, it was not a house I would have liked to live in. I wondered idly if some surgeon of genius might not alter his own career, and perhaps the whole destiny of mankind, by reviving Quilted Quilty, Claire Obscure. Not that I cared. On the whole, I wished to forget the whole muss, and when I did learn he was dead, the only satisfaction it gave me was the relief of knowing I need not mentally accompany for months a painful and disgusting convalescence interrupted by all kinds of unmentionable operations and relapses, and perhaps an actual visit from him, with trouble on my part to rationalize him as not being a ghost. Thomas had something. It is strange that the tactile sense, which is so infinitely less precious to men than sight, becomes at critical moment our main, if not only, handle to reality. I was all covered with Quilty with the feel of that tumble before the bleeding. The road now stretched across open country, and it occurred to men it by way of protest, not as a symbol, or anything like that, but merely as a novel experience that since I had disregarded all laws of humanity, I might as well disregard the rules of traffic. So I crossed to the left side of the highway and checked the feeling, and the feeling was good. It was a pleasant diaphragmal melting, with elements of diffused tactility, all this enhanced by the thought that nothing could be nearer to the elimination of basic physical laws than deliberately driving on the wrong side of the road. In a way, it was a very spiritual itch. Gently, dreamily, not exceeding 20 miles an hour, I drove on that queer mirror side. Traffic was light. Cars that now and then passed me on the side I had abandoned to them, honked at me brutally. Cars coming towards me wobbled, swerved, and cried out in fear. Presently I found myself approaching populated places. Passing through a red light was like a sip of forbidden burgundy when I was a child. Meanwhile complications were arising. I was being followed and escorted. Then in front of me I saw two cars placing themselves in such a manner as to completely block my way. With a graceful movement I turned off the road, and after 2 or 3 big bounces, rode up a grassy slope, among surprised cows, and there I came to a gentle rocking stop. A kind of thoughtful Hegelian synthesis linking up 2 dead women. I was soon to be taken out of the car. "Hi, Melmoth, thanks a lot, old fellow," and was, indeed, looking forward to surrender myself to many hands, without doing anything to cooperate, while they moved and carried me, relaxed, comfortable, surrendering myself lazily, like a patient, and deriving an eerie enjoyment from my limpness and the absolutely reliable support given me by the police and the ambulance people. And while I was waiting for them to run up to me on the high slope, I evoked a last mirage of wonder and hopelessness. One day, soon after her disappearance, an attack of abominable nausea forced me to pull up on the ghost of an old mountain road that now accompanied, now traversed a brand new highway, with its population of asters bathing in the detached warmth of a pale blue afternoon in late summer. After coughing myself inside out, I rested a while on a boulder, and then, thinking the sweet air might do me good, walked a little way toward a low stone parapet on the precipice side of the highway. Small grasshoppers spurted out of the withered roadside weeds. A very light cloud was opening its arms and moving toward a slightly more substantial one belonging to another, more sluggish, heaven-logged system. As I approached the friendly abyss, I grew aware of a melodious unity of sounds rising like vapor from a small mining town that lay at my feet, in a fold of the valley. One could make out the geometry of the streets between blocks of red and gray roofs, and green puffs of trees, and a serpentine stream, and the rich, ore-like glitter of the city dump, and beyond the town, roads crisscrossing the crazy quilt of dark and pale fields, and behind it all, great timbered mountains. But even brighter than those quietly rejoicing colors further are colors and shades that seem to enjoy themselves in good company, with brighter and dreamier to the ear than they were to the eye, was that vapory vibration of accumulated sounds that never ceased for a moment, as it rose to the lip of granite where I stood wiping my foul mouth. And soon I realized that all these sounds were of one nature, that no other sounds but these came from the streets of the transparent town, with the women at home and the men away. Reader, what I heard was but the melody of children at play, nothing but that, and so limpid was the air that within this vapor of blended voices, majestic and minute, remote and magically near, frank and divinely enigmatic, only could hear now and then, as if released, an almost articulate spurt of vivid laughter, or the crack of a bat, or the clatter of a toy wagon, but it was all really too far for the eye to distinguish any movement in the lightly etched streets. I stood listening to that musical vibration from my lofty slope, to those flashes of separate cries with a kind of demure murmur for background, and then I knew that the hopelessly poignant thing was not Lolita's absence from my side, but the absence of her voice from that concord. This then is my story. I have reread it. It has bits of marrow sticking to it, and blood, and beautiful bright green flies. At this or that twist of it I feel my slippery self eluding me, gliding into deeper and darker waters than I care to probe. I have camouflaged what I could so as not to hurt people. And I have toyed with many pseudonyms for myself before I hit on a particularly apt one. There are in my notes Otto, and Mesmer, and Lambert, but for some reason I think my choice expresses the nastiness best. When I started, 56 days ago, to write Lolita, first in the psychopathic ward for observation, and then in this well-heated, albeit tumble, seclusion, I thought I would use these notes in toto at my trial, to save not my head, of course, but my soul. In mind composition, however, I realized that I could not parade living Lolita. I still may use parts of this memoir in hermetic sessions, but publication is to be deferred. For reasons that may appear more obvious than they really are, I am opposed to capital punishment. This attitude will be, I trust, shared by the sentencing judge. Had I come before myself, I would have given Humbert at least 35 years for rape, and dismissed the rest of the charges. But even so, Dolly Schiller will probably survive me by many years. The following decision I make with all the legal impact and support of a signed testament. I wish this memoir to be published only when Lolita is no longer alive. Thus, neither of us is alive when the reader opens this book. But while the blood still throbs through my writing hand, you are still as much part of blessed matter as I am, and I can still talk to you from here to Alaska. Be true to your dick. Do not let other fellows touch you. Do not talk to strangers. I hope you will love your baby. I hope it will be a boy. That husband of yours, I hope, will always treat you well, because otherwise my specter shall come at him, like black smoke, like a demented giant, and pull him apart nerve by nerve. And do not pity CQ. One had to choose between him and HH, and one wanted HH. To exist at least a couple of months longer, so as to have him make you live in the minds of later generations. I am thinking of aurochs and angels, the secret of durable pigments, prophetic sonnets, the refuge of art. And this is the only immortality you